My ex-girlfriend laughed at me for being incompetent, and then I found a young girl named Susan in the trash can. She not only asked me for help, but also asked me to take her home. Soon after we lived together, she became my new girlfriend. The first time I took her home to meet my parents, I was both excited and nervous. When Susan first met Jang Long's parents, her nervous look made people laugh. She was so cautious, not only polite, but also offered to help with housework. But who would have thought that outside the sight of the elders, she and I were like different people, with all kinds of intimate interactions. Her little hands covered with foam on the big hands, and the fights on the bed made people blush. However, behind our seemingly sweet relationship, new challenges quietly came. Susan's special family background destined our relationship to be full of surprises and twists and turns. Chapter 134, Meeting the Parents. Jiang Long and Susan got off the car. They carried their luggage and gifts and walked towards Jiang Long's home. As soon as they knocked on the door, Jiang's mother opened the door excitedly. Seeing her son and the beautiful girl beside him, she smiled from ear to ear. "Mom," Jiang Long greeted, and Su Shanshan also politely said, "Hello, Annie." Jiang's mother immediately invited them into the house, her eyes full of joy. "This is Shanshan, come in." Inside the house, a table full of delicious food was already set, and Jiang's father came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of food. Jiang Long hurriedly called out, "Dad." Su Shanshan also called out sweetly, "Hello, Uncle." After the polite greetings, Susan took out the gift and handed it to the two elders. "Uncle and Aunt, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it." Jiang's mother waved her hands and said, "Just come. Why bring a gift?" But after Jiang Long's persuasion, she accepted the gift. Afterwards, Jiang's mother smiled and urged them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. Jiang Long took Su Shanshan into the bathroom, and he said mischievously, "Let me help you wash your hands." Su Shanshan smiled and agreed, and it turned out that she helped Jiang Long wash his hands. The little hand was covered with foam on the big hand, and the water flowed down through the fingers of the two people. The scene was warm and sweet. "Okay, wash it." Su Shanshan handed Jiang Long a tissue to dry his hands. Jiang Long couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on the lips, and said with a smile, "Shanshan is so nice." Su Shanshan quickly pushed him away and whispered nervously, "Don't make trouble. Your parents are still outside." Jiang Long didn't take it seriously. "They can't see. What are you afraid of?" He smiled proudly, as if it was natural to marry his girlfriend himself. At the dinner table, Jiang's mother showed her love for Su Shanshan and kept serving her food. "Shanshan, eat more. You are too thin." Su Shanshan was a little helpless, looking at the food piled up like a small mountain in the bowl, feeling worried but embarrassed to refuse. Jiang Long couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped her. "Mom, don't serve her food. She can't eat so much." Jiang's mother didn't think so. "This child is thin. She needs to eat more." The topic at the dinner table gradually deepened. When Jiang's mother heard that Su Shanshan was a writer, she praised her for her great achievements at such a young age. Su Shanshan smiled guiltily and responded that she was just an ordinary online novel writer, far from the writer that Jiang's mother imagined. The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious, and Susan finally felt relieved. After dinner, she insisted on helping to clean up, and Jiang Long accompanied her to wash the dishes. After everything was done, Jiang's father and mother also went about their business, and the house suddenly became quiet. Su Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief and threw herself into Jiang Long's arms, hugging his waist tightly and rubbing her little head against his chest. She could finally relax, and all the nervousness and restraint she had felt in front of Jiang Long's parents disappeared. Jiang Long fondly stroked her head and said with a smile, "Shanshan, you performed very well today. Your parents like you very much." Su Shanshan raised her head, a satisfied smile on her face, and asked softly, "Really?" Jiang Long nodded. "Of course, Shanshan is so nice. They must like you." Susan's smile became even brighter. She hugged Jiang Long tightly, her heart full of sweetness and peace of mind. Chapter 135, What a Cruel Thing. Susan suddenly remembered something and asked quickly, "Jiang Long, why did you tell your mother that you rented my house?" Jiang Long showed a helpless smile. "My mother asked how we met. I can't tell her that you were my picked girlfriend, right? Who do you think will believe it? So I made up an excuse, saying that I rented your house and we fell in love over time, so that they won't get suspicious. Anyway, we live together now. Otherwise, it will be exposed sooner or later." Susan couldn't help laughing when she heard this, Thinking back to when she was the one begging Jiang Long to take her in, she looked like a poor little thing. Jiang Long. To be exact, I was the one who begged you to pick me up, Su Shanshan said with a smile. Jiang Long smiled and nodded. Yes, if you hadn't asked me at that time, you wouldn't have such a handsome boyfriend now, which would be a big loss for you. Susan laughed sweetly. Humph. If I hadn't gone with you, you would have suffered a greater loss because you wouldn't have had a girlfriend as lovely as me. Jiang Long obviously didn't intend to argue about this issue. He bent down and kissed her on the mouth. He held her still unsatisfied and wanted to kiss her again. Susan quickly covered his mouth. No, your mother may come back at any time. What if she sees you? Jiang Long disagreed. They can't see it, so what are they afraid of? But Susan still looked alert. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and pulled her into the room. Come, I'll take you to a safer place. As soon as they entered the room, Jiang Long pushed her against the door and kissed her greedily. Su Shanshan felt her breathing was a little disordered, leaning on Jiang Long's arms. Her heartbeat accelerated. After the kiss, Jiang Long held her and lay on the bed. Su Shanshan leaned on Jiang Long's chest and panted. Jiang Long, your bed is so small. Yeah, about 1.2 meters tall. Jiang Long answered lazily. Oh, a small bed is better. We can sleep closer. Susan smiled sweetly. But there's bad news. My mom probably won't let us sleep together. Jiang Long sighed. What? Susan's eyes widened in surprise. For her, not being able to sleep with Jiang Long at night was a bolt from the blue. The older generation thinks that you can't sleep together before marriage. I hope you understand that. Jiang Long patted her head gently and comforted her. Susan pouted and sighed in disappointment. But I really want to sleep with you. Jiang Long smiled and hugged her tightly. Be patient. I will make it up to you when we get back. Su Shanshan was unwilling to give up, and her little hands reached into Jiang Long's clothes restlessly. Then let me hug you more now. Her hands began to wander on Jiang Long's chest and pinched it playfully. Jiang Long took a deep breath and held her hand. What are you doing? Susan laughed wantonly. It's fun. Jiang Long couldn't help but roll his eyes. You can't just pinch it casually. I'm so stingy. Su Shanshan pouted and retorted. Jiang Long's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Then let me pinch you and try. Su Shanshan's face instantly turned red, and she quickly protected her chest, saying in panic, Bad Jiang Long, you are shameless. You can pinch me, but I can't pinch you. What kind of logic is that? Jiang Long smiled smugly and glanced at her chest provocatively. Susan blushed and grabbed the pillow to cover Jiang Long's face. Stop talking. Jiang Long's muffled voice came from under the pillow. Shanshan, you are murdering your husband. Susan covered her mouth and laughed. Yes, if I murder you, I can go find a handsome guy. Jiang Long waved his hand, threw the pillow away, turned over quickly and pressed Su Shanshan under him, clamped her legs with his legs, held her hands firmly, and lowered his head with an evil smile. Say it again? Susan shook her head in panic. I didn't say anything. Really? Jiang Long deliberately looked back and said, I remember you just said that if I murdered someone, I could go find a handsome guy. Huh? Susan quickly smiled and flattered. How is that possible? I have a boyfriend who is super handsome and super cute. How could I look at other handsome guys? Don't worry. I really won't even glance at them. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows, obviously not intending to let her go so easily. Humph, don't think I will let you go just because you say these nice things. Susan said tenderly, Baby, I was wrong. Baby, you are the best. I love you the most. Oh, at worst I'll let you pinch me. Hearing this, Jiang Long's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 136 Welfare. Jiang Long was full of excitement and asked again as if to confirm. Really? Susan blushed with shame. Her eyes dodged. She bit her lower lip and nodded gently. Happiness came too suddenly, and Jiang Long was too excited to express it in words. He slowly moved away from her and lay down beside her. Susan shyly reminded him in a low voice. Just for a moment. Yeah. Jiang Long responded in a low voice with a focused look in his eyes. After a moment, Jiang Long suddenly rushed out of the room and ran into the bathroom in a hurry. Susan, lying on the bed, tidied her clothes, her face as red as a ripe apple. She buried herself in the quilt, her heart beating as if it was about to burst out of her chest. Bad Jiang Long, you big pervert, she cursed in her heart, feeling so ashamed that she almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She had only agreed to him for a while, but in the end, Jiang Long returned to the room with a refreshed look on his face. Seeing the girl wrapped in the quilt, he smiled immediately. He knew that it was the girl's shyness that was causing the trouble. Sitting down on the bed, he whispered, "Shan Shan, don't be bored, come out quickly." Susan's soft voice came from under the quilt. "Don't be shy. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. It's no big deal." Jiang Long comforted. Susan pouted and got out of the quilt, her cheeks still red. Jiang Long looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but rub her face. Susan pouted and complained, "Bad Jiang Long. Why do you keep rubbing my face?" Jiang Long whispered mischievously, "If you don't want to rub your face, then you still want to rub it." Before she finished speaking, Su Shanshan was so embarrassed that she quickly reached out to cover Jiang Long's mouth and said coquettishly, "Don't say it." Jiang Long nodded in agreement, but his eyes were full of smiles. Su Shanshan had no choice but to hit him a few times and said coquettishly, "Don't mention this matter again." Jiang Long smiled and replied, "Okay, okay, I'll listen to you." After sorting out their mood, the two prepared to go out. Jiang Long called Zhang's mother and told her that they were going out for a walk. Su Shanshan asked curiously, "Jiang Long, where are we going? How about I take you to see my old school today and walk the path I used to take?" Jiang Long suggested. Susan smiled and nodded. "Okay." The two walked hand in hand on the streets of the town. This town was both strange and familiar to Susan. Strange because she had never been here, but familiar because it was Jiang Long's hometown where he grew up. Her eyes curved and she smiled brightly, her heart full of sweetness and satisfaction. "Jiang Long, I think we're so happy now," Susan said softly. Jiang Long smiled and nodded. "Yeah, me too." Soon, they arrived at Jiang Long's primary school. Although it was the weekend and the school gate was closed, they stood outside the fence, looking at the empty playground and the towering teaching building, and endless memories surged in their hearts. "I've been here for 6 years. There were many students at that time. Later, the population of the town decreased, and there were fewer students," Jiang Long explained. "Were you naughty when you were a child? Were your parents ever called to the police station?" Susan asked curiously. Jiang Long scratched his head awkwardly. "Of course I've been called. More than once. Once when I was playing football, I accidentally broke a glass, and my mom was called over. Later, she paid for the glass, and I got kicked a few times, and I was banned from bringing footballs to school." Susan touched his face distressfully. "Oh, baby, you are so pitiful. You didn't do it on purpose. It's so unfair." Jiang Long smiled and said, "It's my Shan Shan who really cares about me. Of course, I will always love you," Susan said sweetly. Jiang Long reached out and rubbed her little head, his heart full of tenderness. Chapter 137, There Are Bound to Be Some Regrets in Life. The two walked all the way to the town's middle school. "This is the junior high school I attended. It has been renovated just like the primary school. I studied here for 3 years. Now, my younger brother Jang Yin also goes to school here," said Jiang Long. Susan smiled and nodded in response. "Yeah." Jiang Long pointed to another building not far away and said, "That's the high school I attended. It's very close to the junior high school. I'll take you there to have a look." The two walked to the entrance of the high school. The school gate was closed, but the classrooms were brightly lit and the students were studying hard. Jiang Long stood at the school gate. Memories flooded his mind. "I went to high school here and later got admitted to Qingdao University. In fact, my goal at the time was Imperial University, but I had a high fever the day before the exam and performed poorly the next day. I missed the exam by a few points, which was quite a pity." Su Shanshan immediately gave him a hug and comforted him softly. "There are bound to be some regrets in life. If it is perfect, it is not life. You didn't get into Capital University, but it was because you were admitted to Qingdao University that we met and we are where we are today." Jiang Long smiled and hugged her back. "Shan Shan, you are really my little sunshine." As they were chatting, Susan's eyes were suddenly drawn to two students in school uniforms in the distance. They were a boy and a girl, playing secretly, and they were obviously skipping classes. "Jiang Long, did they run away secretly?" Su Shanshan asked in a low voice. Jiang Long looked at their school uniforms and smiled. "Well, the juniors skipped classes to go on a date." Susan rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, "Jiang Long, didn't you have a girl you liked in high school?" Jiang Long immediately shook his head. "No, I was so focused on studying at that time that I didn't even think about falling in love." "Oh, you didn't like her in high school, but you must have liked her in college," Susan said sourly. She felt uncomfortable when she thought about how Jiang Long had liked Xiao for many years in college. Jiang Long was anxious and quickly hugged her tightly and explained anxiously, "That's all in the past. I like you now, and I love you. I only want to be with you in this life. Susan heard this. The bitterness in her heart was instantly filled with sweetness. She couldn't change Jiang Long's past, but she knew that he would always have her in his future. However, Susan didn't intend to let him go so easily. She rolled her eyes and deliberately said, "Well, since it's a thing of the past, I'll tell you that I once liked a boy." Jiang Long's smile froze instantly, and his brows furrowed. "How long have you liked him?" "About 2 years." Susan made up a random guess. "Then why aren't you together?" Jiang Long continued to ask, already feeling a little nervous. "He went abroad," Susan said casually, recalling a novel she had read recently. Jiang Long's expression suddenly turned ugly, and his voice turned cold. "Do you still have him in your heart?" Seeing Jiang Long's expression, Su Shanshan couldn't bear to tease him anymore and immediately started to giggle. "Jiang Long, I was just kidding you. I have only loved you in my life." Jiang Long breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression eased a little. He said with a bit of disbelief, "You really have never liked anyone else?" Susan nodded vigorously. "Of course not. The so-called boy just now was made up by me." Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. "You little liar. You dare to lie to me? I will teach you a lesson." After he said that, he pretended to grab Su Shanshan. Su Shanshan screamed, immediately let go of Jiang Long's waist and ran away. "Bad Jiang Long, don't chase me." Jiang Long followed her in big strides and caught up with her in just a few steps. "Short legs, you still want to outrun me?" "I don't have short legs." Su Shanshan pouted and stepped on Jiang Long's instep angrily. Jiang Long hissed immediately. "Why are you so cruel? Who told you to say, I have short legs and poor eyesight?" Susan complained angrily. Jiang Long shook his head helplessly, holding her face, chuckled and said, Okay, I'm wrong. Shanshan has long legs." After saying that, he suddenly looked around and found no one, suddenly raised his hand and patted her little butt. Su Shanshan screamed in shock. "Ah!" Then she immediately covered her mouth, afraid that her voice would be heard by others. She blushed with shame and glared at Jiang Long in anger. "Bad Jiang Long, how could you hit me in public?" Jiang Long smiled proudly. "Don't you have short legs? This is a reward." Susan was so angry that she stamped her feet, feeling both sweet and shy in her heart. Chapter 138, Keep Your Distance. When they got home, as soon as they entered the door, John's mother came out of the kitchen with a fruit plate and said with a smile, "Shanshan, Xiaolong, come and have some fruit." Susan responded politely, "Thank you, Annie, you can come and eat too." John's mother smiled and waved her hands. "You guys eat, I'm going to the kitchen to cook." Susan quickly stood up and said enthusiastically, "Auntie, I can cook. Let me help you." John's mother quickly stopped him. "Shanshan, you finally came back. Since you said you like Annie's cooking, take this opportunity to eat more. You don't need to help." Susan said shyly, "Then let me help you." At this time, Jiang Long smiled and said, "Shanshan, don't embarrass my mother. Let's just wash the dishes after dinner." John's mother also agreed. Yes. I'll cook and you guys wash the dishes, that's it." Susan could only nod and smile. "Thank you for your help, Auntie." "You're welcome, Shanshan. Just treat this place as your own home." After saying this, John's mother turned around and went back to the kitchen. In the living room, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan sat side by side on the sofa, but Su Shanshan deliberately kept a distance from Jiang Long. Jiang Long couldn't help but frown and muttered, "Shanshan, why are you so far away from me? I'm not used to it." Susan smiled faintly and said, "It's good to sit like this." Jiang Long felt a little depressed and moved closer to her. But as soon as he got close, Su Shanshan moved to the other side and warned in a low voice, "Jiang Long, don't get so close." Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Susan glanced in the direction of the kitchen and whispered, "Your mother may come out at any moment. We need to keep some distance." After hearing this, Jiang Long couldn't help laughing. "We didn't do anything. We just sat together. What are you afraid of? You are my girlfriend. It's normal for you to be a little clingy." Susan shook her head seriously. "No, I have to maintain a good image in front of your parents." Jiang Long shook his head helplessly. "You don't have to be so deliberate. Just be natural like you usually are." Susan frowned and said righteously, "That won't do." Jiang Long smiled helplessly, picked up a strawberry, and handed it to Susan, teasing her deliberately. "Eat it." Susan saw the juicy red strawberry. Her eyes lit up. She was about to open her mouth to take a bite, But Jiang Long retracted his hand, and the strawberry went directly into his mouth. Susan was stunned for a moment, then angrily raised her fist and punched Jiang Long. Just then, Jiang's mother came out of the kitchen. Hearing the noise, the two immediately looked at Jiang's mother. Susan's face turned red with embarrassment, and her hands froze in the air. She screamed in her heart, "It's over, my image is ruined." Jiang Long hurriedly said with a smile, "Shan, give me a back massage again. It felt very comfortable just now." Susan understood immediately and said hurriedly, "Oh, okay. Then she pretended to give Jiang Long a back massage. Jiang's mother smiled and glanced at them and warned them, "If you are tired, go to a nearby massage parlor. Don't tire Shan out." Susan responded awkwardly, "It's okay, Annie, I'm not tired at all." Jiang's mother joked, Shan, don't spoil him." "Mom, Shan likes to massage my back," Jiang Long said with a smile, and then he ordered Shan with a proud look on his face. Shan, massage my shoulders." Susan sighed helplessly and stretched out her hand to start massaging Jiang Long's shoulders. After seeing Jiang's mother leave, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped pressing on Jiang Long's shoulders. Jiang Long said dissatisfiedly, "Don't stop, I'm feeling comfortable." Susan said angrily, "No more pressing, you're almost addicted." Jiang Long muttered, "Thanks to my wit, I was able to help you maintain your image in front of my mother. But now you refuse to let me continue pressing." Susan quickly explained, "My wrist is a little sore." Jiang Long took her hand and pretended to rub it. Susan immediately pulled her hand back, looked towards the kitchen again, and said nervously, "I'm afraid your mother will come out again." Jiang Long smiled and didn't insist. Not long after, Jiang's father and Jiang Yin came back together. Jiang Yin saw Su Shan and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, sister-in-law." Su Shan blushed instantly and responded embarrassedly, "Hello, brother." She also handed the prepared gift to Jiang Yin. After dinner, Jiang's parents went downstairs for a walk, while Jiang Long and Su Shan stayed in the living room. At this time, Su Shan found 2 photo albums on the coffee table and was about to flip through them, but Jiang Long suddenly rushed over, picked up the photo albums in a panic, and turned around to stuff them into the cabinet. Susan looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you so nervous?" Jiang Long said seriously, "My mother is old and always puts things in a mess. I help her put them away." Susan secretly felt strange. How could Jiang Long's mother be so senile? It was Jiang Long himself who didn't want her to see these photo albums. Although she was curious, Susan didn't ask any more questions. The two returned to Jiang Long's room. Susan began to look around the room carefully. Although she had come in a few times before, she was either kissing or interacting intimately at that time, and she had no time to look closely. D-139 Dong, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Jiang Long's room was simple, with a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a chair. Susan sat at the desk and found a few books and a miniature mannequin on it. "Who is this?" Susan asked curiously. "It's Luo," Jiang Long replied. "Mr. Luo?" Susan looked puzzled. Jiang Long nodded. "He's a very good football player. Don't you know him?" Susan tilted her head and thought about it. She seemed to have heard of him, but she was not interested in football and had not paid much attention to it. So she smiled and said, "I seem to have some impression of him. So he's your idol?" "Yes," Jiang Long admitted. Susan asked mischievously, "Are you good at playing football?" Jiang Long scratched his head awkwardly. "I like to play football, but I'm just average at it." Susan patted Jiang Long's arm comfortingly and said with a smile, "It's okay. You're not a professional player. Just treat it as a hobby. Just be happy." Jiang Long looked at Su Shan, feeling warm in his heart, and couldn't help but reach out and rub her fluffy hair. The little girl always made him happy with her casual words, as if he was healed. After chatting for a while, Jiang Long suddenly remembered something, stood up and walked out of the room, and soon came back with a plate of fruit. He picked up a strawberry and handed it to Susan. "You didn't get to eat it just now, so I'll let you make it up to me this time." Susan glared at Jiang Long when she thought of the embarrassment of being caught by Jiang's mother, but she still opened her mouth and bit the strawberry. The strawberry was very big, and she held it in her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a cute little squirrel. Jiang Long looked at her and couldn't help laughing, reaching out to poke her round face. Susan immediately grabbed his fingers, finished the strawberry in her mouth, bit his fingers twice, and smiled triumphantly. "You're so awesome. I poke you and you bite me." Jiang Long complained helplessly. Susan stuck out her tongue with a smile, her face full of provocation. Jiang Long narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. Try sticking out your tongue again. Susan was not convinced and continued to stick out her tongue. Unexpectedly, Jiang Long suddenly came forward and held her tongue, which frightened her so much that she didn't know what to do. Jiang Long gently stirred it, and the sweetness of strawberries spread between them. When he let go, Susan's face had already turned red to her neck, and she said coquettishly, Jiang Long, you are shameless. Jiang Long said confidently, Who told you to stick out your tongue? It's you who made me vomit. Susan pouted and retorted. Jiang Long smiled and rubbed her head. You were so obedient, Shan Shan. Susan was so angry that her teeth itched, thinking to herself that she couldn't just let it go. Suddenly, she smiled and said to Jiang Long, I'll feed you some strawberries. Do you want to eat them? Jiang Long was stunned, and suddenly a bad premonition came to his mind. He subconsciously shook his head. No, you must eat it, Su Shanshan said coquettishly, not giving Jiang Long the chance to refuse. Long's heart was alarmed, and he felt that something was fishy. But Su Shanshan softened her voice and said coquettishly, Baby, I'll feed you mouth to mouth. Jiang Long heard this. Although he had some doubts, he still nodded and agreed. Susan immediately picked up a strawberry and put it in her mouth. Jiang Long leaned over and was about to take the strawberry, but Susan suddenly bit his tongue. Hiss! Jiang Long covered his mouth and gasped in pain, but Su Shanshan was laughing so hard that she fell on the chair and couldn't stop at all. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Susan immediately put away her smile, while Jiang Long was still panting as he went to open the door. Sure enough, Zhang's mother was standing at the door. Jiang Long called out Mom, and Su Shanshan also stood up and quickly called out Annie. Zhang's mother smiled and asked, Will you squeeze in with Jiang Yin tonight, or sleep on the sofa? Jiang Long said helplessly, I'll sleep on the sofa. As expected, he had already expected that his mother would not let him share a room with the girl. Zhang's mother nodded, looked at Jiang Long again, and said, What's wrong with your tongue? You speak strangely. Jiang Long explained awkwardly. I bit it accidentally just now. Susan, who was standing by, was too guilty to look up. She clenched her fists and pretended nothing had happened. Zhang's mother didn't ask any more questions. She just smiled and said to Su Shanshan, Shanshan, have you seen the photo album in the living room? Susan quickly shook her head. Annie, I didn't see it. Jiang Long put it away. After hearing this, Zhang's mother glared at Jiang Long and patted his arm. Why don't you let Shanshan see it, kid? Go get the photo album. Jiang Long had no choice but to do as he was told. After a while, he took back the 2 photo albums and placed them in front of Susan. Take your time to watch it. Don't watch it too late. Go to bed early. Zhang's mother gave a few instructions and left. Susan's eyes lit up, and she immediately grabbed the album and opened it impatiently. The album was full of photos of Jiang Long when he was a child. Seeing some funny photos, Susan laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Haha, Jiang Long, why were you so cute when you were a child? Chapter 140 Dark History. Susan looked at the photos in the album and couldn't help but giggle, while Jiang Long looked helpless and depressed. Susan finally stopped laughing and pointed at the little Jiang Long in the photo, who was wearing a red princess dress, a wig, and red lips, and said jokingly, Jiang Long, if I didn't know you now, I would have thought that the person in the photo was a little girl. I didn't expect you had this habit when you were a child. So you wanted to be a girl. Jiang Long quickly explained. No, my mother insisted that I take the photo. She saw a little girl from the neighbor's house wearing a beautiful skirt and thought she was cute. So she bought me a skirt and even took me to a photo studio to take the photo. Susan laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Annie is so thoughtful. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows helplessly. I guess my mother wanted a daughter at that time, but she gave birth to a son like me. Susan laughed even more happily after hearing this and continued to look through the album. As a result, she found that there were not only red skirts, but also pink, green, blue, and yellow little Jiang Longs. There were skirts of all colors. She held her stomach and laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Ha ha, Jiang Long, you are just like the 7 fairies descending to the earth. So cute. Jiang Long's forehead was covered with black lines, and he felt very depressed. He remembered that there were not so many photos of him wearing skirts when he was a child. So why did so many appear in the album? Susan looked up and saw Jiang Long's dark face. She blinked mischievously. The baby was really cute when he was little, as beautiful as the 7 fairies. Jiang Long heard her teasing and wanted to bite his back teeth to pieces. He stretched out his hand, and pinched Susan's earlobe. Her earlobe instantly turned red, like a ripe cherry, which made people want to take a bite. Stop talking. Jiang Long warned fiercely. Susan pouted immediately. You can't even praise me. You're so stingy. Jiang Long said helplessly. Are you praising me? Don't you know what's going on? Susan mischievously argued. Of course I'm praising you. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and said in a threatening tone, do you want to be beaten again? Hearing this, Susan fell silent immediately and secretly made up her mind. One day, she would find an opportunity to spank Jiang Long and let him have a taste of what this feels like. Seeing Jiang Long standing, Susan quickly stood up, pushed him to sit on a chair, and sat on his lap. Let's watch it together, you hold me. Jiang Long hugged her and put his arms around her waist. They looked through the old photos together, as if time had gone back. Susan seemed to have gone through Jiang Long's entire childhood and adolescence with him. Those frozen moments seemed to come alive, making people feel deeply moved. As they were turning over and over, Su Shanshan suddenly complained, Jiang Long, you're holding me too tight. I'm so hot. As she spoke, her little butt moved involuntarily, trying to find a more comfortable position. Jiang Long immediately took a breath of cold air and warned in a low voice, Shanshan, don't move. But Susan didn't notice the problem at all, and her little butt twisted again. Jiang Long's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he reminded her again in a hoarse voice, don't move. Around Susan involuntarily tightened a little. Feeling the pain in her stomach, Susan turned around and saw Jiang Long's face was not right. So she asked, Jiang Long, you hurt me. Looking down, she blushed instantly and finally understood the reason. Bad Jiang Long, how dare you think about these things? Su Shanshan was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do and shouted angrily. Jiang Long was slightly embarrassed and explained in a deep voice. It's because you moved it. Susan was so embarrassed that she almost crawled into the cracks of the ground and struggled in panic. You have no shame. Let me go. I want to get off. Jiang Long reluctantly let go of his hand. Su Shanshan jumped 3 feet away, her face reddening to the point of bleeding. She stood aside, blushing as she looked at Jiang Long, who was still sitting in the chair, and couldn't help but whispered, then, how long will it take to get better? Being stared at by Su Shanshan like this, Jiang Long felt a little embarrassed. He could only close his eyes and take a deep breath. Go to bed. Ah! Susan's eyes widened suddenly. Her heartbeat quickened instantly, and all kinds of indescribable images emerged in her mind. She shook her head quickly. No, I won't go. Jiang Long was amused by her reaction and said unhappily, do you want to keep staring at me? Susan then realized that she had misunderstood the idea. Her face turned even redder, and she quickly jumped onto the bed and lay down with her back to Jiang Long. Go to bed. I won't look at anything. Just do whatever you want. There was some thought in her tone, trying to make herself appear calm. Jiang Long smiled helplessly and shook his head. After a while, when his body calmed down, he stood up and said, I'll go get a bottle of water. Then he hurried out. Susan heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Long leave. She returned to her chair and continued to flip through the remaining pages of the album. She glanced at the trash can inadvertently, and a trace of confusion emerged in her mind. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and smiled slyly. While Jiang Long was still here, Susan took out her phone, turned on the camera, and frantically took photos of Jiang Long's dark history when he wore a skirt when he was a child. Looking at the photos on her phone, she smiled proudly. Hey, these are all Jiang Long's dark history. Holding them in my hands, they are simply wonderful. Chapter 141, True Orientation. On a quiet night in the small town, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan sat side by side on a large rock on the hillside. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the gentle breeze blew by, making people feel extremely peaceful. The two snuggled together, as if the starry sky witnessed the sweet time between them. Jiang Long, the night sky is so beautiful. I have never seen such bright stars in the city. Susan looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with stars. Yes, in big cities, the busy life makes it difficult for us to look up at the sky. But no matter how beautiful their hometown is, most people will still leave and rush to bigger cities. There was a hint of emotion in Jiang Long's voice. Susan raised her head and gently touched Jiang Long's head to comfort him. No matter where I am, as long as you are by my side, it's fine. Jiang Long smiled, feeling the warmth in his heart, but he couldn't help asking, Shanshan, what about you? You grew up in the imperial capital. Why did you come to Qing City? Susan was panicked for a moment. Zhang Long had never asked her directly about her family, and she had always avoided the topic. She whispered, "It's really hard to see such a beautiful night sky in the capital. Let's enjoy it. We'll be back tomorrow." Zhang Long looked at her evasive expression, frowned slightly, and said softly, "Shan Shan, let's have a good talk after we return to Qing City." Susan knew that she could no longer escape. She felt uneasy, afraid that the complicated family background would affect their relationship. She didn't want to lose Jiang Long, the only one she had chosen. She was silent for a moment, then looked up at Jiang Long, her eyes full of determination. She leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, "Jiang Long, I love you. No matter what the future holds, I only love you." Jiang Long was stunned. His eyes softened instantly. He held Su Shanshan tightly in his arms and gently kissed her forehead. "Shanshan, I love you too." Under this starry sky, they promised each other that even if the future was full of unknowns, they would face it together. At this moment, Susan was no longer afraid. She knew that no matter what the road ahead held, Jiang Long would be with her through it all. Chapter 143. Jiang Long, will you always be good to me? Jiang Long and Su Shanshan were on their way back to Qing City. Jiang's mother reluctantly held Su Shanshan's hand and told her, "Shanshan, come back with Xiaolong when you have time. Don't worry, Annie. Jiang Long and I will come over when we are free." Susan responded gently, feeling the enthusiasm and reluctance of Jiang's father and mother. Jiang's mother handed Su Shanshan a heavy red envelope, and Su Shanshan quickly declined. "Annie, I can't accept this." However, Jiang Long smiled and stuffed the red envelope into her arms. "It's given to you by your mother, so just accept it." In the car, Susan quietly opened the red envelope and found that there was 10,000 yuan in it. She was stunned for a moment and whispered, "Jiang Long, your mother gave me so much money." Jiang Long smiled as he drove. "The more you give, the more my parents like you as their daughter-in-law." Susan pretended to be serious and said, "If you don't give me a red envelope, does that mean you are not satisfied?" The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the car was filled with warmth. However, during the relaxed conversation, Susan had quietly fallen asleep. Jiang Long caught a glimpse of her peaceful sleeping face and quietly pulled a piece of clothing from the back seat and covered her with it. Back at the apartment, Jiang Long carefully carried Su Shanshan back to the room, but he noticed that her body was a little hot. Worried, he immediately started to cool her down physically, soaking a towel in warm water and wringing it out, and applying it to her forehead again and again. Only when Su Shanshan's temperature finally dropped did he breathe a sigh of relief and cook some porridge and steamed buns. Unconsciously, Jiang Long fell asleep leaning against the bed, and when Susan woke up, she saw the tired Jiang Long quietly guarding her side. Her heart warmed, and she reached out to touch his face gently, and couldn't help thinking that she really didn't want to miss such a gentle and considerate Jiang Long. She quietly got up and walked into the kitchen, but saw the porridge and steamed buns that had been prepared long ago, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Coincidentally, Jiang Long yawned and walked in at this time, and she suddenly threw herself into his arms, tears sliding down her cheeks. Jiang Long was confused. "Shanshan, what's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" He touched her forehead anxiously. Su Shanshan shook her head and said with a sob, "Jiang Long, you are so good to me." Jiang Long breathed a sigh of relief and patted her on the back. "Little silly, don't cry. I will always treat you well." Susan raised her head, tears and smiles flashing in her eyes. "Jiang Long, I will always be good to you." The two smiled at each other, as if they were the only ones left in the world. However, late at night, Susan's temperature rose again, and Jiang Long stayed up all night by her side. The next morning, he made sure that Susan's fever had subsided before he exhaustedly rushed to the company. Jiang Long seemed listless all day, but he still did not forget to send a message to Su Shanshan, telling her to tell him immediately if she felt any discomfort. When Su Shanshan received the message, her heart was as sweet as a blooming flower. The feeling of being so cared for by someone made her smile. But she also felt a little uneasy in her heart. What did Jiang Long mean by, "I have something to say last night"? She lowered her head and pondered. The breeze on the hillside and the starry sky that night emerged in her mind, but her thoughts were disturbed by the upcoming conversation. Chapter 144. All that's left is evidence collection. Susan sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the video call. Xianu Anyuan, who was on the other side of the screen, answered the call sleepily. Xiao Nuanyuan was lying on the princess bed, with messy hair and a confused look in her eyes. Nuanyuan, you little lazy pig. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Susan smiled mischievously. Xiao Nuanyuan rubbed her eyes and said lazily, Shan Shan, I had a lot of fun last night and came home too late. What are you so happy about? Susan asked curiously. Suddenly, Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly emerged from the bed, and her naked body was reflected directly on the phone screen. Susan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Nuanyuan, you are so embarrassed naked. What are you afraid of? It's not like I haven't seen you naked before. Xiao Nuanyuan waved her hand nonchalantly. Hey, why don't you wear clothes when you sleep? I drank a little last night, and it was too hot to sleep in clothes, so I took them all off. Su Shanshan shook her head and refused. I dare not. I'd better forget about the kind of thing you mentioned. She thought to herself that it would be too embarrassing for her to sleep with Jiang Long every night. Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly flashed a sly smile on her face, pinched her chest, raised her eyebrows, and asked, Shan Shan, is yours bigger than mine? What nonsense are you talking about? How can this change? Susan's face suddenly turned red. Although she had a good figure, she was always a little less than Xiao Nuanyuan. You are with Jiang Long every day. How could there be no change at all? Xiao Nuanyuan smiled meaningfully. Susan became even more shy after hearing what she said. She looked down at herself and stammered. Nothing has changed. I think it's good enough. Xiao Nuanyuan continued to tease. Your Jiang Long is so pure. You two have been together for so long, and he hasn't done anything to you. Susan couldn't help but flash back to a certain night when Jiang Long's hand accidentally touched her skin, and her face instantly turned redder. Seeing her look, Xiao Nuanyuan was even more delighted. Oh, it seems that I really underestimated your Jiang Long. He is not so innocent after all. Susan immediately defended Jiang Long. He is a man. Her voice was shy, but also full of seriousness. Oh, you protect Jiang Long whenever he is mentioned. Shan Shan, you value love over friendship. Xiao Nuanyuan pretended to blame. Susan quickly explained. Oh, I didn't, Nuanyuan. Don't think too much. Okay, I won't think too much, but you have to tell me honestly. How far have you progressed? Xiao Nuanyuan narrowed her eyes and smiled evilly. That's all. That's all. Susan was too embarrassed to look up. She couldn't stand Xiao Nuanyuan's straightforwardness. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded, pretending to be unfathomable. Okay, your Jiang Long can still hold it in. That's amazing. But if this continues, he will get sick. Oh, stop it. Susan almost crawled under the sofa. Okay. I won't say anything. Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help laughing, but soon her face turned serious. Shan Shan, I discovered a big secret of Xiao Mingjie. What secret? Su Shanshan was stunned. Could it be about the trial relationship between Xiao Nuanyuan and Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Nuanyuan said mysteriously. I found that Xiao Mingjie might be gay. Susan's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Is this true? I'm 95% sure. All we have to do is collect evidence. Xiao Nuanyuan said seriously. Susan took a few seconds to digest the answer and immediately asked, So how do you plan to collect evidence? I plan to ask Rawashua's brother for help. After all, he has such a good relationship with Xiao Mingjie. If that's the case, the marriage will definitely be canceled. Susan heaved a sigh of relief and then said gratefully, Thank you for your hard work, Nuanyuan. It's nothing for you. I'm so angry when I think of Xiao Mingjie's deception. The two were chatting animatedly when Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, Shan Shan, my dad will go to Qing City to discuss business in a few days. I can go with him and come to play with you. Really? That's great. A hint of excitement flashed in Susan's eyes. She could finally see Nuanyuan. Then we have made our decision happily. Xiao Nuanyuan cheered. After the excitement, Susan remembered that she still had something bothering her, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Nuanyuan, Zhang Long said he wanted to talk to me tonight, and I'm a little worried. Don't worry, Shan Shan. I'm here. Let's find a solution together. Xiao Nuanyuan's eyes were firm. Susan on the other side of the screen smiled gratefully, but in her heart, she was still full of trepidation about Jiang Long's words, let's talk. What exactly was Jiang Long going to say? She was looking forward to it, but also a little uneasy. Chapter 145, It's all tears if I talk too much. After Xiao Nuanyuan hung up the phone, she called Xiao Mingjie directly. At this moment, Xiao Mingjie was handling affairs in the office of the Student Union of Imperial University. When he saw the call from Little Potato, he frowned, but still answered the call. Xiao Mingjie, Today is the last day of our 1-week trial couple program. I declare it to be over early. Bye. Xia Nuanyuan's voice was merciless, and then the phone was hung up. Xiao Mingjie was stunned for a moment. Looking at the hung-up phone, he actually felt a little uneasy. What lingered in his mind was the slightly stubborn face of Little Potato. At the same time, during the company's lunch break, Jiang Long, David, and Su Fei sat together. David saw Jiang Long yawning and smiled wickedly. "Brother Long, did you not get enough rest last night?" Jiang Long smiled helplessly. "How do you know? You've had a few days off, and you even took a day off from work. Did you go home to bother your sister-in-law?" Jiang Long glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I went back to my hometown. Shan Shan had a fever, and I took care of her all night. So that's how it is. It was just a misunderstanding," David said with a laugh. Su Fei also joked. Brother Long brought his sister-in-law to meet his parents. Could they be getting married soon? Jiang Long smiled bitterly and said, "It's still early." He actually knew that Susan's family background was a mystery, and he was not willing to say more at this time. David rolled his eyes and came forward. "Brother Long, does your sister-in-law have any beautiful girlfriends? Please introduce them to me and Lao Su. Don't just think about yourself." Jiang Long was amused by him and smiled bitterly. "I will ask for you when the time comes." He knew in his heart that he didn't know much about Susan's friends. After work, Jiang Long went to the pet store to pick up Hua. When the kitten saw Jiang Long, it immediately acted like a spoiled child in his arms, meowing nonstop, as if telling about its miserable experience in the pet store these days, being locked in a cage and losing its freedom, and having an annoying teddy bark next door all day long. Finally, Jiang Long came to pick it up today, and Hua was almost moved to tears. After returning home, Hua jumped out of Jiang Long's arms and ran to Susan. Susan hugged it with a smile on her face. "Mom misses you so much, Hua." Hua meowed in Susan's arms, immersed in the long-lost warmth, as if she was telling him about her grievances. Jiang Long stood aside, watching Susan and Hua being intimate, and felt a little jealous. Jiang Long packed up Hua's things, turned around and saw the little girl playing happily with the cat, and couldn't help but sigh that his family status was so low. So he sat down on the sofa in a depressed mood, picked up his phone, and watched short videos, feeling depressed. Susan noticed Jiang Long's disappointment and whispered to Hua in her arms, "Hua, be good, play for a while, and Mommy will go to coax your daddy." Hua meowed and tactfully jumped aside to play. Su Shanshan walked up to Jiang Long, snatched his phone and threw it aside, then sat on his lap, put her arms around his neck and said coquettishly, "You stingy guy, you're even jealous of a cat." Jiang Long quickly explained, "How could I not have that?" "Oh, you didn't?" Su Shanshan showed a sly smile, lowered her head and kissed Jiang Long on the neck, her voice soft and sticky. "Okay, don't be unhappy, let's go eat." Jiang Long nodded subconsciously, and the depression in his heart instantly disappeared. The two of them finished their sweet dinner. Jiang Long washed the dishes and was about to start a conversation when Su Shanshan took the initiative to mention the question he had always wanted to ask. "Jiang Long, do you still remember the rainy night when we first met? What I said to you?" Jiang Long nodded, recalling that night, the girl hiding from the rain, and the words she said at that time that he still remembered vividly. "Actually, I ran away from home not because of that reason." Susan took a deep breath, her eyes filled with complexity. Jiang Long raised his head and looked at her, his tone calm, but with a hint of inquiry. "So, my parents have been controlling my life. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I ran away." Susan's voice trembled a little. Jiang Long instantly thought of what she said in her hometown. "My family is in company management." His brows furrowed, and he vaguely guessed the complicated background behind Su Shanshan. "Your family isn't the same wealthy family as Lin Yushuan's, right?" he asked tentatively. Susan didn't answer, but nodded silently. The air suddenly became heavier, and Susan's eyes flickered with anxiety. She was worried that Jiang Long would feel pressured by her family background. Jiang Long was silent for a few seconds, then reached out and held her hand, his eyes gentle and firm. "Shanshan, I don't care what your past was like. I just want to know, are you willing to face the future with me?" Susan looked at him, her eyes slightly red, and the long-buried worry in her heart seemed to be comforted at this moment. "I do." She choked, and tears finally fell unconsciously. Chapter 146, checking on him? Susan said in a low voice. "Jiang Long, my family is actually more complicated than you think. The relationship between my parents is far from harmonious like your parents. I haven't told you because I haven't thought of a solution yet. Jiang Long was silent for a moment, looked into her eyes seriously, and said calmly, but with persuasion, Shan Shan, running away is not a solution. Susan nodded, but she had a deeper hesitation in her heart. I know, but I'm not ready to face it. I just want to be with you now. Jiang Long sighed and continued to ask, so, they don't know I exist, right? Susan looked solemn and nodded. I'm sorry, Jiang Long. Jiang Long looked at the girl in front of him, exhaled slowly, then raised his hand and rubbed her hair, his tone gentle but firm. It doesn't matter. No matter what happens in the future, I will be with you to face it together. Susan smiled sweetly when she heard this. Jiang Long, you are so nice. Jiang Long smiled and said, silly, I'm your boyfriend, and we are one. Whenever you decide to go home, I'll go back with you. As he spoke, he gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of doting. Susan nodded. Her heart seemed to be wrapped in sweetness. At this moment, she felt more at ease than ever before. The two of them tacitly did not bring up the topic again. In the evening, Jiang Long was typing seriously in the study, and Su Shanshan was sitting beside him reading a book. She secretly looked at Jiang Long, and her eyes could not help but fall on his focused profile. She held her chin and stared at him scrupulously. What are you thinking about? Jiang Long turned his head and caught her gaze, raising his eyebrows slightly. Susan blushed instantly and turned her head to the side. Stinky Jiang Long, I didn't think anything. Jiang Long teased. Nothing on your mind? Then why are you staring at me? Susan raised her head and pouted to retort. You are my boyfriend. Can I see you? Do you have any objection? Jiang Long waved his hands quickly. No objection. Absolutely no objection. That's better. Susan smiled like a little fox. Jiang Long looked at her gently. If you are tired, go back to the bedroom and rest. I still have to write for a while. Susan was reluctant to leave. I just want to watch you here. I won't be able to see you if I go back to the bedroom. Jiang Long shook his head helplessly and held her on his lap. Su Shanshan hooked her arms around his neck and snuggled in his arms. You've been watching for so long and still aren't satisfied? Jiang Long gently scratched her little nose with a doting tone. I can't get enough of you. Susan shook her head and blinked her big, watery eyes. I want to look at you 25 hours a day. Jiang Long couldn't help laughing. Shanshan, who taught you math? Where do you get 25 hours in a day? I just want to see you every moment, she said coquettishly. Don't you find it annoying to look at me all the time? Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Absolutely not. How could I find the baby annoying? I will never be annoyed. Susan quickly shook her head with a sincere look in her eyes. Oh, it's my honor. Jiang Long smiled and bent down to kiss her forehead. Susan's eyes lit up and she asked, what about you? Do you also want to see me every moment? Jiang Long deliberately stretched out his voice. I need to think about this question carefully. Bad Jiang Long. Su Shanshan pouted immediately and punched his chest with her little fist. Don't you want to see me? Jiang Long put one hand around her waist and grabbed her little hand that was beating her. He said with a smile, I just said I'd think about it, but you hit me. Aren't you too overbearing? Don't even think about this kind of question, because I was thinking about something else. Jiang Long's eyes fell on her lips, and he lowered his head and kissed her. After the kiss, Susan fell into his arms with a shaky breath and a flushed face. Jiang Long also calmed his breathing and said slowly, Shan-san, let me carry you back to the bedroom. Otherwise, I can't continue writing this book. Susan shook her head and said coquettishly, No, I just want to look at you. Jiang Long smiled helplessly and hugged her tighter. Why are you so clingy today? I just like sticking to you. Susan's voice was soft with a hint of sweetness. Jiang Long kissed her head gently, his heart filled with tenderness. Then how about I move the table to the bedroom? I can write a novel, and you can always watch me. Susan heard this and immediately nodded with a smile. Okay. Jiang Long put her on the bed, brought a table and a computer, and then he continued to write with peace of mind. Susan lay on the bed, looking at Jiang Long's back working hard, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, as if she had returned to the days of the rental house. She picked up her phone, activated the camera, and called out to Jiang Long. Jiang Long, what's wrong? Jiang Long turned around. At this moment, Susan pressed the shutter button to capture Jiang Long's smile. Hee hee, let me take a picture of you, she said proudly. Oh, are you still filming? Don't take any more photos. Just keep them for later viewing. Jiang Long smiled and turned back to continue writing. Su Shanshan suddenly remembered something and called him. Jiang Long, can I see your phone? Jiang Long threw his phone onto the bed without hesitation, raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you checking on me? Susan took the phone and raised her chin. No. Okay, the password is your birthday. Feel free to look at it. That's more like it. Susan laughed. Jiang Long looked at her lovingly. The bank card password is also your birthday. I didn't ask you for your bank card password. If you don't ask, I will confess. Susan giggled nonstop, and the room was filled with happiness and sweetness. Chapter 147, Token of Love. Jiang Long was typing attentively in front of the computer. Susan quietly picked up his phone and opened the photo album. She flipped through the photos one by one. There were photos of the two of them taken in Jiang Long's hometown, photos of them at the amusement park, and the moment when Jiang Long held her on the swing. The memories in the photos were full of sweetness, but when she continued to flip through them, she suddenly stopped. It was a photo of a girl named Xiao wearing a long white dress. Susan's expression suddenly became complicated, as if her heart was blocked and tears rolled in her eyes. She secretly glanced at Jiang Long, who was concentrating on writing, and tears finally fell from the corners of her eyes. She continued to flip through a few more photos, silently praying in her heart, hoping not to see similar photos again. Fortunately, there were no other photos except that one. But this one had made her so sad that she couldn't speak. Jiang Long finally finished typing and looked back, only to see Su Shanshan with her eyes closed, looking very worried. After washing up, he got into bed and tried to hug Su Shanshan from behind, but she broke free. Don't hug me. Susan's voice was filled with grievance. Jiang Long looked confused. Shanshan, what's wrong with you? You know it well enough, she said in a reproachful tone. Jiang Long was even more confused, and he quickly searched for the reason in his mind, but he couldn't figure out what went wrong. He tried to pick up her face, but saw her red eyes. Shanshan, please explain yourself clearly. Jiang Long asked anxiously. Susan handed him the phone and said, Look for yourself. Jiang Long was stunned for a moment and opened the album in confusion. He only saw some photos of them together until he turned to the photo of Xiao, and then he suddenly realized. He quickly explained, Shanshan, this photo was taken by Qin Xiao at the time, and I forgot to delete it after sending it to her. It really was not intentional. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten it long ago. Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long's sincere expression, and although she felt a little better, she still said sourly, You didn't keep it secretly and take it out to look at it from time to time? Jiang Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. I used to like her, but that's all in the past. Now the person I like is you, and the person I love is you. After he said that, he decisively deleted the photo, then threw his phone aside and hugged Susan tightly in his arms. Silly girl, don't let unimportant people affect your mood. Jiang Long said softly. Susan responded in a low voice. I know, but when I saw that photo, I was really sad. I thought you still couldn't forget her. Jiang Long kissed her forehead tenderly. Don't let your imagination run wild. You are the only one in my heart. No matter what problems we encounter in the future, as long as we face them together, there will be no difficulties that cannot be solved. Susan felt warmed by his comfort. She hugged Jiang Long tightly, leaned on his chest, listened to his heartbeat, and closed her eyes peacefully. The next day, Jiang Long came home from work, and Susan gave him a big hug. Jiang Long took out an exquisite gift box from behind and handed it to her. This is for you. Susan happily opened it, and inside was a wooden comb carved with lotus flowers, which exuded a faint sandalwood scent. She held the comb in her hands in surprise and smelled the fragrance. Jiang Long, it smells so good, I love it. Jiang Long smiled and said, This is the scent of jade sandalwood, specially made for you. Susan found the words in heart-shaped C carved on the comb and couldn't help asking, Did you carve this? Jiang Long scratched his head and said shyly, N stands for me, C stands for you. Su Shanshan felt warm in her heart after hearing this, and she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Jiang Long, I really like this gift. I don't want to use it. Silly girl, this wooden comb is much more comfortable to use than the plastic one. If you like it, use it more. I'll give you another one. Jiang Long said. Susan shook her head and said with a smile, No need. This one is enough. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere of happiness filled the room. After dinner, Susan suddenly mentioned, Jiang Long, my friend is coming to visit us tomorrow. Jiang Long was a little excited after hearing this because this was the first time she mentioned that her friend was coming to visit her home. Long secretly looked forward to the future life. Maybe it would become more colorful. Chapter 148. Women's mouths are deceitful. Shan, when will your friend come over tomorrow? Should we prepare anything at home? Long asked with concern. Susan smiled mischievously. Long, why do I feel like you're so happy when you heard that my friend is coming? Long reached out and rubbed her little head. Of course I'm happy that your friend is here as a guest. Susan blinked and smiled. My baby is really hospitable. Long nodded. Of course. By the way, should I take a day off tomorrow to accompany you? Susan shook her head and said, No, she may not arrive at any time, and she will stay at our house for one night, so she won't leave so soon. Long asked hesitantly, What is she like? When she comes, we have to entertain her well. She likes to eat sweets and drink alcohol. Susan pretended to think, then rolled her eyes and suddenly added with a smile, She is a very special boy. Boy. Long's expression froze instantly, and he asked suspiciously. Susan nodded. Yeah. What's the problem? Long was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, No problem. He kept encouraging himself in his heart. Susan's friend was just a boy. He would not be so stingy. He secretly made up his mind to be generous. Susan looked at his expression and couldn't help wanting to tease him, so she continued, Wow, my baby is so generous. In fact, he and I have a very good relationship. If we get a little intimate accidentally, you wouldn't mind, right? Long pretended to be calm. No, I'm not jealous. However, after he said that, he felt upset. He couldn't help but think of Susan and the boy talking and laughing, even holding hands, and his face gradually became gloomy. Susan deliberately added fuel to the fire and said, That's good. He's my best male friend. We usually get close to each other, hold hands, and so on. Leaning against each other? Holding hands. Long's expression was completely frozen. His face became darker and darker, and his tone became colder. Shan, you can't do that to him. No, I can't accept it. Susan secretly laughed and pretended to be aggrieved. Who said that you wouldn't be jealous? Why did you change your mind now? Long gritted his teeth and said, I'm not jealous. It's my pride as a boyfriend that's getting in the way. You are not allowed to hold hands with him in the future. Seeing that Long finally couldn't help himself, Su Shan leaned close to his ear and whispered, I was lying to you. She's a girl, Long was stunned at first, then realized that he had been fooled. He stood up angrily, chased Su Shan for a few steps, and after catching her, he slapped her on the butt a few times without any hesitation. You little liar, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Long said angrily, half-truthfully. Susan rubbed the red spot and pouted. Bad Long, spanking me again. Long smiled slyly. Who else should I hit if not you? Su Shan pouted and suddenly stretched out her hand to hit Long's buttocks twice in return, pretending to be disgusted and said, It feels really bad, not as good as mine. Long raised his eyebrows. You dislike my touch? Then what do you think feels good? Susan looked at him, her eyes slowly moving down to his flat abdomen. She suddenly smiled. Her hand slipped into his clothes and touched his abdominal muscles. Here, Long raised his lips proudly. You like it so much? Susan nodded shyly. Yeah, I feel so safe. Long heard this. He suddenly remembered some short videos he had seen recently. In order to attract tourists, a certain place actually sent a group of shirtless, muscular, handsome men to shoot a promotional video, and the girls in the common area were all like hungry wolves. Long's mind, and he whispered, Shan, if I lost my abdominal muscles and became a big belly, would you still feel safe with me? Susan's eyes widened, and she said without thinking, How could that be? But she suddenly stopped talking halfway, quickly pulled her hand back, patted Long on the shoulder, and said seriously, No matter what you become, I will always think you are the best. Long raised his eyebrows, not believing her lies. Her frowning expression just now could not escape his eyes. Women's words are indeed lies. Okay, you play by yourself for a while. I'm going to exercise. After Long said this, he walked towards the fitness equipment and silently made up his mind. No matter what, he must not let the little girl have the opportunity to see other people's abdominal muscles. Such a sweet and slightly bumpy daily life creates a warm and real atmosphere between the two. Although Long does not say it, his heart has already firmly established his deep affection for Su Shan, And Su Shanshan's little mischief is just because she wants to feel more security and sweetness in this relationship. The little temptations and twists and turns in love are the most precious seasonings in a relationship. Chapter 149, Best Assist. When Jiang Long was doing push-ups, Su Shanshan came over and said, "Jiang Long, I want to sit on your back." "Shanshan, stop making trouble. I'm exercising." Jiang Long said helplessly. "No, you don't let me sit. Is it because of your waist problem?" Susan pouted, trying to provoke him intentionally. Jiang Long was so excited that he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, come on up." Susan smiled like a sly little fox. "But I want you to be shirtless first." Jiang Long ripped off his t-shirt and threw it aside. "If you have any other requests, tell me at once." Susan shook her head. "No." So, she happily sat on Jiang Long's back, and Jiang Long carried her and started to do push-ups. Susan smiled like a child, enjoying the unique experience of sitting on her boyfriend's back. The next day, Xianu Anyuan, wearing a light green Lolita dress and twin ponytails, stood in front of the apartment door dragging a large suitcase. When Susan saw her, she was so excited that she almost jumped up and rushed over to hug Xianu Anyuan. "Anyuan, I miss you so much." "Shanshan, I miss you too." The two hugged each other tightly. Soon, they returned to the apartment. As soon as she entered the door, Xianu Anyuan heard a meow sound. Following the sound, she saw a kitten trapped in a cage and asked, "Is this my nephew Hua Hua?" Susan nodded. "Yes, Anyuan." She let Hua Hua out and introduced her with a smile. "Hua Hua, this is your sister Anyuan." Xianu Anyuan reached out to touch Hua Hua, but Hua Hua suddenly ran away and ignored her. Xianu Anyuan was so angry that she stared at him. "What does this cat mean?" Susan soothed her. "Don't be angry. Hua Hua isn't familiar with you, but they will get close to each other after a while." Xianu Anyuan curled her lips helplessly. "All right, I'll be a grown-up and forget about the little cat's faults." The two of them toured the apartment together. Xianu Anyuan sighed as she looked around. "Shanshan, you really look like a young wife now." Susan blushed. "Anyuan, stop making fun of me." Xianu Anyuan smiled meaningfully. "It seems like you and your little brother are doing well." Susan smiled shyly. "It's okay." At this time, Xianu Anyuan suddenly said mysteriously, "I brought you something good." She opened the big suitcase and took out two silky short nightgowns with suspenders, one red and one black, and smiled and raised her eyebrows. "Put on this, your little brother will definitely turn into a big bad wolf." Susan's face instantly turned red. "Anyuan, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Long would never do that." Xianu Anyuan smiled evilly. "Why? Is your little brother not good enough? He can actually remain calm when he sees you wearing this." Susan was anxious and quickly used a strawberry to cover Xianu Anyuan's mouth. "Of course Jiang Long can do it. Don't talk nonsense." Xianu Anyuan chewed the strawberry and said slowly, "Oh, you know so much about it. Have you tried it?" Xianu Anyuan's lewd words made Susan blush with shame. "Stinky Anyuan, you are getting worse and worse." "Shanshan, this is not bad. This is called being well-informed and knowing a lot." Xianu Anyuan smiled proudly. Just like some teachers in Sakura country, they also have profound knowledge. Susan waved her hands helplessly and said, Okay, you're right." She really couldn't win over this good friend who was so good at talking. Xianu Anyuan put the two nightgowns aside and solemnly reminded, "Remember to wear them for your little brother to see." "I know." Susan nodded shyly. Then, Xianu Anyuan took out several pairs of stockings of various styles from the box. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnet stockings, gradient pink stockings, suspender black stockings, etc. Susan's eyes widened. "Anyuan, why do you bring so many stockings?" Xianu Anyuan blinked and said, "Of course it's for you." Susan was a little speechless. "How can I go out wearing these?" "Who said you can wear these out? These are for you to wear at home," Xianu Anyuan said in an ambiguous tone, laughing secretly in her heart. If Shanshan wears these and walks around in front of her little brother, how can the little brother control himself? Susan finally understood what Xianu Anyuan meant, and her face turned red. This stinky Anyuan, her mind is full of these messed up things. Oh. She nodded helplessly. After taking out the stockings, Xianu Anyuan took out a maid outfit and a pair of cat ears. "This is for you too." Jiang Long, how can you thank me? Without these props I gave you, you would have had so many wonderful times. Xianu Anyuan was secretly proud of herself. Susan looked at the cat ears and the maid outfit and felt her face burning. She secretly glanced into Xianu Anyuan's suitcase and asked, Nuanyuan, is there anything else? Xiao Nuanyuan put the things away and spread her hands. No more. What do you want? Susan quickly waved her hands. No, 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 I don't want anything. Real? Really? Susan nodded vigorously. In fact, she thought she would see something even more shameful, but Nuanyuan showed mercy this time. Chapter 150 Must Apologize in Person. The sound of a cell phone ringing broke the silence in the room. Nuanyuan, your phone is ringing. Susan reminded. Xiao Nuanyuan picked up the phone, glanced at the name on the screen, curled her lips, and showed the phone screen to Su Shanshan. The note was Poisonous Tongue Man. Xiao Mingjie? Susan recognized the name. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, it's him. Why don't you answer it? Susan asked curiously. Let this sharp-tongued man wait a little longer, Xiao Nuanyuan said with a bit of pride. After the phone rang for a long time, Xiao Nuanyuan slowly picked up the phone. Xiao Mingjie. Do you want to talk to me about something? Xiao Mingjie on the other end of the phone was obviously angry when he heard her tone and asked through gritted teeth. Little potato, where are you now? Xiao Nuanyuan sneered. Hey, why did you take the initiative to look for me today? The sun is rising from the west. Xiao Mingjie suppressed his anger and said, Stop talking nonsense and tell me quickly. What can I do if I don't tell you? Xiao Nuanyuan asked provocatively. She knew Xiao Mingjie's methods and was no longer afraid of him as before. But Xiao Mingjie's next words made her sweat. It's okay if you don't tell me. I can find you myself. Su Shanshan and Jang Long might be implicated. She must not let him find her whereabouts. She quickly changed her tone, and her voice became much softer. Brother Xiao, what's the emergency? We can just talk on the phone. Susan was giggling on the side. Nuanyuan's attitude change was so sudden that it caught everyone off guard. Xiao Mingjie obviously didn't buy it. Little potato? Who told you I'm gay? Aren't you? Xiao Nuanyuan deliberately provoked him. Xiao Mingjie's tone turned cold. I'm not. And you even hired someone to investigate me, little potato. You're destroying my reputation. I advise you to apologize in person as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Xiao Nuanyuan's heart skipped a beat. Although she suspected Xiao Mingjie's sexual orientation, she really didn't want to make a big deal out of it. If he really came to Qing City to find her, things would be troublesome. She quickly apologized with a smile. Brother Xiao, I'm sorry, I was blind and made a mistake. Please don't bear grudges. However, Xiao Mingjie's voice was uncompromising. I said, I want you to apologize in person. Xiao Mingjie, are you done yet? Xiao Nuanyuan finally couldn't hold back anymore and spoke with anger in her tone. Oh, you don't want to act anymore, little potato? Xiao Mingjie sneered. Yes, that's enough of the acting. What can you do to me? Xiao Mingjie changed his tone and said threateningly, Then don't blame me for making the video public. What video? Xiao Nuanyuan was alert instantly, and her mind was quickly searching to see if she had left any evidence. But she didn't seem to have any shameful videos. Was Xiao Mingjie trying to scare her? However, the next second, she heard a ding-dong notification sound from her phone. I've sent you the video. If you don't come to see me within 3 hours, I'll make it public. After saying that, Xiao Mingjie hung up the phone mercilessly. Xiao Nuanyuan was stunned for a moment and hadn't come back to her senses yet. Susan, who had listened to the general situation, immediately reminded her. Nuanyuan, check out what that video is. Xiao Nuanyuan quickly opened WeChat and watched the video. After watching it, Su Shanshan covered her stomach and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Stupid Shanshan, you actually laughed at me. Xiao Nuanyuan was so angry that she reached out and pinched Su Shanshan's cheek. Susan tried to hold back her laughter. No, I didn't laugh at you. Unless I really couldn't help it. The video showed Xiao Nuanyuan struggling on the horizontal bar, and her embarrassed look was clearly captured by Xiao Mingjie. Susan thought the video was indeed funny, but it was extremely embarrassing for the person involved. Xiao Nuanyuan clenched her fists, and Xiao Mingjie's smug face flashed through her mind. This Xiao Mingjie is so insidious. He actually used this method to threaten me. She punched the sofa hard several times, mistaking the pillow for Xiao Mingjie's face. Susan patted her shoulder and said, Nuanyuan, I told you he was cunning. It seems that you can only apologize to him. But I'm in Qing City now. It's impossible for me to get back to the imperial capital within 3 hours. Susan thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. You can apologize to him via video. That would be considered an apology to him in person. After hearing this, Xiao Nuanyuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately kissed Su Shanshan. Shanshan, you're so smart. He but you should be nicer when you apologize. It's better to ask him to delete the video. Otherwise, he will always hold you as a handle. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely ask him to delete it. After she said that, she quickly hid in the study to prepare for the video call. Susan smiled and closed the door for her, picked up the kitten Hua, and sat on the sofa waiting for the result. Chapter 151 Chunshan is rubbing salt into her wounds. Xiao Nuanyuan walked out of the study with a somewhat unwilling look on her face. Nuanyuan, are you done? Susan asked with concern while teasing Hua. Xiao Nuanyuan thought about how she had said all kinds of nice things to Xiao Mingjie in the video and pouted her lips in grievance. Shan, Xiao Mingjie is such a bastard. I really had to swallow my anger this time. Susan quickly put Hua down and gave Xiao Nuanyuan a warm hug. It's okay, just get it done. Xiao Nuanyuan sighed. It was done, but he just refused to delete the video. Susan patted her back gently. Don't worry, Nuanyuan. How about we find a way to secretly take his phone and delete the video? But what if he has a backup somewhere else? Xiao Nuanyuan frowned, looking a little helpless. Yes, that's a difficult problem. Susan was also worried and had no idea what to do for a moment. Forget it. I don't want to think about these troubles. Xiao Nuanyuan shrugged and put the subject aside. As soon as the two sat on the sofa, Hua immediately jumped off the sofa and quickly fled far away, as if he had a big problem with Xiao Nuanyuan. Xiao Nuanyuan looked at this scene and was so angry that she crossed her arms and frowned and said, Shan, look at Hua. He is ignoring me again. He is simply the second dog man I have met recently. Susan also felt that Hua was acting strange today, so she quickly coaxed her. Nuanyuan, I'll go talk to it and ask it to stop being so cold to you. After that, she chased Hua and soon found it in the corner. Susan put her hands on her waist, pointed at Hua's head, and said with a little bit of blame in her tone, Hua, what's wrong with you today? Sister Nuanyuan is my best friend. If you treat her like this, my mother will be really angry. Hua meowed twice in dissatisfaction, staring with round eyes, looking unconvinced. Susan pulled its mustache helplessly. What's wrong with you? Hua suddenly turned around, walked back slowly with a bag of dried fish in his mouth, jumped onto the sofa, put the dried fish in front of Xiao Nuanyuan, and looked at her straight in his eyes. Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly realized, I remember now. I promised to buy you a lot of delicious food, but I forgot. I'm sorry, brother Hua. It's my fault. After hearing this, Hua meowed proudly, as if she had finally regained her dignity. Susan patted Hua's head with a smile. So that's what you wanted. You're such a foodie. Xiao Nuanyuan stood up, took Su Shanshan's hand and was about to go out. Come on, Shanshan, take me to buy Hua something delicious. I have to fulfill my promise. Okay, let's go to the pet shop where Hua is boarding. Susan said as she put Hua back into the cage. When Hua heard the word pet shop, he immediately thought of the silly teddy he met there last time. He couldn't help but meow a few times, not knowing whether the teddy was still there. Not long after, Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan came back with 2 large bags of cat snacks. Xiao Nuanyuan opened the cage and said to Hua with a smile, Brother Hua, I bought you a lot of delicious food and also got you a pet store membership card worth 500,000 yuan. Are you satisfied now? Hua changed his previous attitude and took the initiative to get close to Xiao Nuanyuan, happily letting her hold him in her arms, and even meowed softly to express his gratitude. Susan laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Hua, you little guy was bribed by snacks and membership cards. Hua nestled comfortably in Xiao Nuanyuan's arms and responded with meow, as if to say, no, I only forgive her because she admits her mistakes and is able to correct them. Just when they were getting along well, there was a sound of the door opening outside. Zhang came back from work. Xiao Nuanyuan heard the noise and immediately ran to the door, looking Zhang up and down. Zhang saw the little girl in a Lolita dress and pigtails at the door and guessed that this was the good friend Susan often mentioned, so he took the initiative to extend his hand and say hello. Hello, I'm Zhang. Xiao Nuanyuan smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand and shook his. Hello, I'm Xiao Nuanyuan. Just call me Nuanyuan. Susan arrived just in time and saw the 2 shaking hands solemnly. She couldn't help laughing. Look at the way you 2 are doing. If you don't know, you might think it's a meeting between leaders. Xiao Nuanyuan spread her hands and said, Shan, it's not me. It's your Zhang who is so formal, so I can only cooperate. Zhang scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, This is not the first time we meet. I want to appear more formal. Susan smiled and rushed over, giving Zhang Long a loving hug. You are afraid of leaving a bad impression on my friends. The three of them smiled at each other, and the atmosphere at home suddenly became warmer and more harmonious. Chapter 152. You two are enough. Xiao Nuanyuan curled up on the sofa, hugging Hua Hua while browsing her phone. In the kitchen, Zhang Long was busy cooking, while Su Shanshan was helping. Zhang Long, Nuanyuan is coming tonight, and I have to sleep with her, not with you. Susan put the washed tomatoes in the vegetable basket, with some reluctance in her tone. Okay, I understand. Zhang Long responded calmly and covered the pot. Seeing that Zhang Long had just finished his work, Su Shanshan suddenly walked to his side, hugged him from behind, put her head on his warm chest, looked up at him, and said coquettishly, "Then if I'm not here tonight, will you miss me?" Zhang Long smiled and rubbed her furry head. In fact, he always felt uncomfortable every time they slept separately, especially when they were in his hometown. They stayed apart for 2 nights, and he always felt empty in his heart. But he pretended to be calm and said, "It's okay." "What do you mean, all right? I just miss you a little bit." Susan puffed up her cheeks and complained deliberately. "When I was back home, I couldn't sleep all night. I tossed and turned thinking about you." Zhang Long felt warm at heart when he heard her say that. It turned out that they both had the same feeling. He lowered his head, put his hand around her waist, and scratched her nose with a smile. "I felt the same way then." "Really?" Susan blinked her big eyes. Zhang Long nodded solemnly. "Really?" Hearing his response, Susan smiled even sweeter. She hooked her arms around Zhang Long's neck and leaned towards him. "Then give me a kiss." Zhang Long asked knowingly. Shan, what do you want to do?" Susan stood on tiptoe and wanted to kiss him, but Zhang Long deliberately backed away so that she couldn't reach him. Susan was so angry that she stamped her feet and hit Zhang Long's chest, pouting and saying, "Bad Zhang Long, you won't let me kiss you, and I won't kiss you again." Hearing this, Zhang Long could no longer hold back and hugged her tightly in his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her. Susan pretended to struggle at first, but soon softened in his arms and responded obediently. At this moment, the kitchen door was suddenly pushed open with a creaking sound. Xiao Nuanyuan came in holding Hua Hua and happened to see the intimate scene between the two. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'll get a bottle of ice water. You two continue." After saying that, she took a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, walked out with a smile, and closed the door considerately. Su Shanshan nestled in Zhang Long's arms, her face red as a ripe apple, and she complained in a low voice, "Bad Zhang Long, if you hadn't kissed me, Nuan wouldn't have seen it." Zhang Long smiled helplessly and admitted his fault. "Yes, it's all my fault." But he secretly complained in his heart. "It was the little girl who insisted on kissing, and now she blames me." But of course he would not say these words out loud. Xiao Nuanyuan returned to the sofa, drank a sip of ice water, hugged Hua Hua again, and asked jokingly, "Brother Hua Hua, are your parents always so annoying?" Hua Hua tilted his head and meowed twice. Its helpless eyes seemed to say, "Yes, I am tired of seeing them every day, and I want to find a cat girlfriend, but they never care about my singleness." Soon, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan brought the hot meals to the table. Xiao Nuanyuan looked at the table full of exquisite dishes and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. "Zhang Long, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. You are really amazing." Zhang Long smiled and said, "Thank you, it's okay." Susan added proudly, "I can cook now, but it's still not as delicious as Zhang Long's." Xiao Nuanyuan's eyes widened. Shanshan, you can cook? This is incredible." Susan smiled and took Zhang Long's arm. "Zhang Long taught me this." Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help but joked. "It seems that Shanshan has even put down her airs for you. I want to try the food you cook tomorrow." Susan was full of confidence. "Okay, I'll let you taste my cooking skills tomorrow." Zhang Long took out beer and red wine and asked Xiao Nuanyuan, "Nuanyuan, which one do you want to drink?" "What's the point of just the 3 of us drinking?" Xiao Nuanyuan raised an eyebrow. Susan interrupted with a smile. "Can't you count? There are obviously 3 people. How dare you bring that up with your alcohol tolerance?" Xiao Nuanyuan laughed at her mercilessly. Zhang Long was trying to hold back his laughter. The girl's alcohol tolerance was really not good. Seeing Zhang Long snickering, Su Shanshan was so angry that she grabbed his arm and said, "Don't laugh." Zhang Long quickly suppressed a smile and said, "Okay, I won't laugh." Xiao Nuanyuan shook her head and sighed, "Stop flirting in front of me, both of you. Let's eat quickly." "Good, good." The two answered in unison. At night, Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan lay on the big bed together. Nuanyuan touched the soft quilt and said with emotion, Shan-san, your sheets and quilt covers are still new, right? Susan nodded. Of course. Xiao Nuanyuan smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to sleep with me. I feel embarrassed to separate you and Jiang Long as soon as I got here. Susan pulled up the quilt and said with a smile, No, I haven't seen you for a long time, so of course I want to sleep with you. She really wanted to chat with Xiao Nuanyuan and reminisce about the past. But in fact, she was a little conflicted. She wanted to be with her best friend, but she was reluctant to be separated from Jiang Long. It's a pity that the three of them can't sleep together. Chapter 153, I'm Thirsty. Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly thought of something and smiled. Shan, where's the nightgown I brought you? In the closet, Susan replied. Go put it on and let me see it. Xiao Nuanyuan suggested enthusiastically. We are all getting ready to go to bed, so let's not change. Susan hesitated. No, go change it quickly. If you don't, I'll take action. Xiao Nuanyuan said, and her little hand grabbed Su Shanshan's chest. Susan quickly hugged herself and said, Okay, I'll change. Is it okay for me to change? Xiao Nuanyuan smiled with satisfaction. That's right. Then what color do you want me to wear? Susan asked helplessly. Xiao Nuanyuan thought for a moment, raised her eyebrows and said, Red, please. Okay. Susan walked towards the closet helplessly. By the way, you are not allowed to wear underwear inside. Xiao Nuanyuan added. What on earth are you going to do, Stinky Nuanyuan? Susan frowned, her cheeks slightly flushed. Wearing underwear will affect the effect. Besides, who would sleep in underwear? It's so uncomfortable. Xiao Nuanyuan looked as if it was a matter of course. Susan actually knew this, but she felt a little embarrassed to not wear anything when she slept with Jiang Long. She sighed, walked to the closet, took off her pajamas and underwear, and put on the red nightgown. Susan looked down at her nightgown and felt a little uncomfortable. Nuanyuan, this nightgown is too revealing. It was almost like sexy lingerie. Shan, turn around and let me see. Xiao Nuanyuan said with a smile. Su Shanshan turned around helplessly. Xiao Nuanyuan looked from her head to her feet and seemed very satisfied. She stared at Su Shanshan's slender straight legs and the looming curves and commented leisurely, Shanshan, you are so tempting now. If I were a man, I would definitely pounce on you on the spot. Stinky Nuanyuan, you just know how to tease me. Susan blushed and turned to walk towards the big bed. Wait a minute, Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly called her. What's wrong again? Susan was a little helpless. Xiao Nuanyuan quickly put on her slippers and walked to Susan, pushing her out of the door. Of course I want you to go and see your Jiang Long. Susan's face suddenly turned even redder, and she shook her head quickly. I won't go. It's so embarrassing to be like this. Don't be shy. You'll have to show it to Jiang Long sooner or later. Xiao Nuanyuan laughed and pushed Su Shanshan to the door of the study. She knocked on the door, turned around, and ran away. Jiang Long heard the knock on the door and immediately got up to open it. The moment the door opened, he was stunned. Susan, who was standing in front of me, was wearing that sexy red nightgown. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks as red as apples. She gently tucked the hair around her ears and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, Jiang Long, do you like it? Jiang Long's eyes were almost glued to her. It took him a long time to react, and he nodded quickly. It looks good, so good. It was so eye-catching that his heart beat faster. Seeing Jiang Long staring at her, Susan shyly pulled at her nightgown and said, Let me in. Jiang Long suddenly came back to his senses, quickly pulled her into the study, and closed the door. This was bought for me by Nuanyuan. Su Shanshan explained hurriedly, fearing that Jiang Long would misunderstand that she did it on purpose. Well, Nuanyuan has good taste. Jiang Long couldn't help but stare at Su Shanshan's chest again while speaking, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Su Shanshan saw his little action, covered her chest, and deliberately complained, Stinky Jiang Long, why are you swallowing your saliva? Jiang Long coughed dryly. I'm thirsty. Then go drink some water, Susan said, pretending to be serious. Well, I'll drink it later. Jiang Long answered calmly. Manhwa insisted that I come and show you. Su Shanshan explained, her eyes flickering, and she felt a little nervous. Jiang Long's gaze on her was too hot, and she always felt that he might pounce on her at any time. Wait a little longer, don't leave in a hurry. Jiang Long said softly. Oh, Susan nodded. After all, Xiao Nuanyuan gave her half an hour. How about sitting on a chair or on the bed? Jiang Long asked. Susan looked around and finally chose the folding bed, Let's sit on the bed. She knew that if she sat on the chair, Zhang Long would definitely hold her in his arms, and she didn't want him to be restless when he held her. When the two of them sat on the folding bed together, the bed board made a slight creaking sound. Susan chuckled. Zhang Long, will we break the bed? Zhang Long's eyes were deep. No, as long as you don't do strenuous exercise. Vigorous exercise? Susan was stunned by his words. Zhang Long looked up at her, and then unconsciously glanced at her chest. The red nightgown slid down a little, revealing more of her beauty. He couldn't help but feel his throat dry, and his eyes gradually became hot. Susan looked at his red ears, bit her lower lip, and asked softly, Zhang Long, do you like me wearing red? Zhang Long nodded immediately. I like it. Don't you think it's inappropriate for me to wear this? She asked deliberately. It's good to try more, Zhang Long said in a hoarse voice. Nguyen Yuan also brought me a black one. Susan whispered. I like them all, Zhang Long said quickly. Susan smiled secretly, thinking that this stinky Zhang Long really wanted everything. She added quietly, Nguyen Yuan also brought a lot of stockings. If you like, I can wear them for you to see. Zhang Long nodded repeatedly. Okay. Happiness came too suddenly, and his heartbeat was almost out of control. The girl in front of him was wearing a suspender nightgown and stockings. This visual impact made Zhang Long's heat in his body more and more difficult to control. Chapter 154, I'll help you pull. Zhang Long held Susan's waist with both hands and gently lifted her onto his lap. As he did so, the folding bed creaked as if it couldn't bear the weight. Susan instinctively hooked her hands around Zhang Long's neck and asked shyly, Zhang Long, what are you doing? Zhang Long smiled softly and said calmly, I just want to hug you for a while. Susan looked down and found that her nightgown had slipped down to her thighs, revealing a small part of her underwear. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly reached out to pull her skirt down. But Zhang Long was one step ahead of her and gently helped her pull the hem of her skirt, his fingers brushing across her thighs. He coughed and pretended to be calm and said, It's leaking. I'll help you pull it out. Feeling the warmth of Zhang Long's hand, Su Shanshan became even more shy, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Zhang Long, put me down. Zhang Long hugged her tighter, his palms on her smooth back, and said in a low and hoarse voice, Hold me for a while longer. Susan could clearly feel the changes in Zhang Long's body. She couldn't help but panic. But you're, as already. It's okay. Zhang Long barely suppressed his inner impulse. The fragrance of the little girl kept pouring into his nose. He lowered his head and kissed her neck gently. Susan couldn't help shrinking her neck as she felt the tingling sensation. Her face turned red like a ripe apple, and she begged in a low voice, Zhang Long, don't plant strawberries. Nguyen Yuan will laugh at me. Zhang Long kissed her neck a few more times before reluctantly letting her go. He said in a low voice, Don't worry, there are no red marks. Shanshan, you go back first. Susan's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Zhang Long's body and quickly trotted out of the study. She ran into the bathroom, looked at herself in the mirror, her flushed face, immediately turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face, finally slowing down her heartbeat. When I returned to the bedroom, Xiao Nguyen Yuan had just put down her phone, her eyes full of gossip. Shanshan, what was Zhang Long's reaction when he saw you wearing that nightgown? Susan was immediately embarrassed. How could she tell Nguyen Yuan that she and Zhang Long had just hugged each other in the study? She could only vaguely say, he said it was pretty. And then, you're not going to tell me you didn't do anything? Do you think I'll believe it? Xiao Nguyen Yuan raised her eyebrows, her eyes full of ridicule. He and I hugged each other for a while. Susan's voice became smaller and smaller due to embarrassment. Xiao Nguyen Yuan laughed after hearing this. Hugging each other. And then he didn't do anything? Your Zhang Long is so honest? I don't believe it. No way. Su Shanshan immediately reached out and tickled Xiao Nguyen Yuan. Stinky Nguyen Yuan, I told you not to talk nonsense. Xiao Nguyen Yuan laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. She dodged and said, You dare not admit it even though you are right. It's too suspicious. Susan blushed and her heart beat fast, but she could only hum helplessly. The next morning, Zhang Long just walked out of the bedroom and saw Su Shanshan rubbing her sleepy eyes and walking out from another room. She threw herself into Zhang Long's arms with sleepy eyes and put her two small hands around his waist. Zhang Long touched her head and said, Shanshan, why did you get up so early today? I want to take you to work. Susan said softly. Zhang Long's mouth corners slightly raised. Okay, but you keep holding me, I'll be late if I don't wash up. Susan quickly let go of him and said, then go wash up and I'll make breakfast for you. Suddenly, Susan seemed to think of something and reached out to touch Jiang Long's chin. Feeling the prickly stubble, she smiled and said, let me help you shave. Jiang Long did not object and said with a smile, okay. He had long remembered that the girl had said before that she would help him shave, but she could never get up in the morning, so she got up early today. Soon, Susan finished shaving Jiang Long's beard and ran to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After Jiang Long washed up, he walked into the kitchen and saw porridge, steamed buns, and eggs on the table, which made him feel warm. It was rare for the two to have breakfast together. Jiang Long couldn't help but ask, Shan, what plans do you and Nguyen have for today? Susan shook her head. It's not decided yet. Let's wait until she wakes up. Jiang Long suddenly remembered that Xia Nguyen said last night that drinking with few people was boring, so he suggested, how about I call Daong and Lao Su tonight? They can make it more lively. Good idea, Susan replied with a smile. She had met Jiang Long as two friends before and felt that they were both quite interesting, and Xia Nguyen could easily get along with them. After chatting for a while, Jiang Long suddenly asked curiously, by the way, Shan, does Nguyen have a boyfriend? Su Shan frowned slightly when she heard this, with a probing look in her eyes. Stinky Jiang Long, why are you asking about Nguyen's situation? Jiang Long smiled helplessly and stretched out his hand to pinch her face. What are you thinking about? Daong and Lao Su asked me if I had any suitable girls to introduce to them, so I just asked casually. Susan suddenly realized and said with a smile, oh, so that's how it is. Don't worry, Nguyen is still single. Okay, then I understand. Jiang Long nodded. Before leaving, Susan stood on tiptoe and gave Jiang Long a sweet kiss before letting him leave. After Jiang Long left, she returned to the bedroom and lay on the bed to catch up on her sleep. In the evening, Jiang Long drove David and Su Fei to the apartment after work. When passing by the supermarket, they also bought a lot of food and wine to prepare for the upcoming lively night. Chapter 155, The Four Brothers of Taoyuan. Jiang Long drove David and Su Fei into the Xinyuan apartment district. David said with emotion, Brother Long, you and your sister-in-law live here. The houses here are not cheap. Your sister-in-law is really rich. Su Fei also nodded and agreed. I heard that there are many celebrities living here, Brother Long. Have you seen them? Jiang Long shook his head and smiled. No, I don't usually pay attention to those celebrities. I didn't know about it before you told me. Lao Su. What a pity. It would be great if we could meet a celebrity, take a photo with him, ask for his autograph or something. David looked regretful. Jiang Long smiled and said no more. They arrived at the apartment, parked the car, and then Jiang Long took the two of them upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, David and Su Fei greeted Susan. Then, Susan introduced Xia Nguyen to them, and they quickly became familiar with each other. Susan ordered takeout in advance, and with the food bought by Jiang Long and his friends, the table was immediately filled with delicious food. While everyone was preparing to eat, Jiang Long took David and Su Fei to visit the apartment. When they arrived at the study, David leaned close to Jiang Long and whispered, Brother Long, I didn't expect that my sister-in-law's best friend is not only beautiful, but also cute. Su Fei couldn't help but nod, so a beautiful woman's friend is still a beautiful woman. Jiang Long smiled and deliberately teased. Manhwa is single now. If you two are interested, you must seize the opportunity. David laughed at himself. She may not like me. Su Fei patted his shoulder and said, Don't think too much. Just be friends first. Jiang Long watched the two people joking with a smile and quickly took them back to the dining table. After dinner started, Xia Nguyen was cheerful and quickly got along well with David and Su Fei. Among the 5 people, except for Su Shan, who had a moderate alcohol tolerance, the others could drink. Seeing others raising their glasses frequently, Su Shan also wanted to drink more, but Jiang Long kept controlling her. While Xia Nguyen, David, and Su Fei were chatting animatedly, Su Shan quietly leaned over to Jiang Long's ear and muttered, Jiang Long, just let me drink more. Jiang Long laughed softly and said, Shan, if it were just the two of us today, I would definitely not stop you, but Nguyen is still staying at home today. Susan asked in confusion, What's wrong with Nguyen being here? Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and looked at her, lowering his voice, and said, Have you forgotten what you looked like last time after drinking with Daong and Lao Su? Susan looked confused. What's wrong with me? Am I drunk and crazy? Jiang Long pretended to be mysterious and asked, Do you really want to know? Susan nodded immediately. Yes, I do. Tell me now. Jiang Long deliberately left the question hanging. Come closer. Susan didn't suspect anything and moved closer. Jiang Long leaned close to her ear and whispered, when you were drunk, you kept pestering me to hug, kiss, and touch you while we were in the taxi. The driver couldn't stop laughing. Do you know how embarrassed I was at that time? Jiang Long finished speaking. Susan's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She covered her face and whispered, you stinky Jiang Long? Are you talking nonsense? I won't do that. Jiang Long smiled helplessly. If you don't believe me, I'll record it for you next time so you don't deny it. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this, Susan took the opportunity to reach out and pinch Jiang Long's waist. Jiang Long frowned in pain, rubbed the pinched area, and whispered teasingly, you did something even more outrageous that night, and I didn't tell you. What? Susan widened her eyes, extremely curious. Jiang Long pretended to say, I'd rather not tell you, for I'm afraid you'll pinch me even harder after you find out. Susan was itching to do it, but she couldn't act like a spoiled brat in front of her friends. She rolled her eyes, held Jiang Long's hand, scratched his palm with her nails, and coaxed him softly. Good Jiang Long, please, I promise not to use violence against you, just tell me. Jiang Long couldn't help laughing, and seeing her sincerity, he finally whispered, okay, I'll tell you. And then he leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. After hearing this, Susan's face became even redder, almost bleeding. She originally thought that Jiang Long had taken off her underwear after she got drunk, but she didn't expect that she had taken it off in front of him. She couldn't admit such a shameful thing. Jiang Long looked at her embarrassed look, smiled evilly, and said, don't be shy. It's not like you haven't touched me before. Su Shanshan was so embarrassed that she wanted to pinch him again, but Jiang Long immediately reminded her, you just promised not to do it. Jiang Long was afraid that she would really lose her temper in public, so he hurriedly and carefully reminded her. After all, if David and Su Fei saw him being beaten, he would definitely be laughed at. Susan glared at Jiang Long, but finally held back, fearing that her image would be ruined in front of her friends. At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan looked at them with a smile. You two have been hanging out for a long time. Is that enough? My eldest brother, second brother, and I want to play games. You guys come too. Big brother, second brother? What's going on? Su Shanshan looked at Xiao Nuanyuan with curiosity. Jiang Long's eyes also fell on David and Su Fei, puzzled by their meaning. Xiao Nuanyuan explained proudly, De Yong, Lao Su, and I got along really well, so we became sworn brothers. I'm the eldest brother, Deong is the eldest brother, and Lao Su is the second brother. After saying that, Xiao Nuanyuan suddenly thought of something and added, oh, by the way, I have a little brother named Hua, so we are the four brothers of Peach Garden. David and Su Fei looked at each other, then nodded together in agreement. Jiang Long watched the jokes and sighed in his heart that it had been a long time since he had seen such a lively atmosphere. He held Susan's hand with a gentle smile. Chapter 156, Secret Love Ceiling. Her Nuanyuan is really amazing. She became sworn brothers with Daong and Lao Su in just a short while. Susan smiled secretly. Nuanyuan, what game do you want to play? Susan asked Xiao Nuanyuan. Let's play Truth or Dare, a must-have game at the drinking table. Xiao Nuanyuan said, and then looked at the others. The others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Then let's start with me. Xiao Nuanyuan said, okay, good, can. After a few people responded, Xiao Nuanyuan began to turn the wine bottle, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the bottle. The wine bottle turned a few circles on the table and then stopped, with the mouth of the bottle pointing at Jiang Long. The first one goes to Brother Long, he. David said with a smile. At the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Long. What should I ask? Xiao Nuanyuan said as she thought about what question to ask Jiang Long. Nuanyuan, ask normal questions and don't ask weird questions. Susan Shan reminded Xiao Nuanyuan in a low voice. As Xiao Nuanyuan's best friend, Susan knows Xiao Nuanyuan very well. Shan, we're just playing games. Stop defending your Jiang Long all the time. Xiao Nuanyuan said. After Xiao Nuanyuan finished speaking, Su Shanshan didn't say anything else. Xiao Nuanyuan looked at Jiang Long and said, Jiang Long, Shanshan was dressed like that last night, but you didn't pounce on her. Are you sick? As soon as Xiao Nuanyuan said this, David and Su Fei couldn't help but laugh and gave Xiao Nuanyuan a thumbs up. Their eldest brother is really awesome. He dares to ask anything? At this time, Susan's face turned red with embarrassment. and her little hands under the table were stirring restlessly. What was this stinky Nuanyuan asking? Zhang Long looked a little embarrassed, cleared his throat, and said seriously, I'm fine, I'm normal. Zhang Long and Shan Shan have been in a relationship for such a long time, and they spend every day together, but there is still no progress. That's why Xiao Nuanyuan had some doubts. Xiao Nuanyuan turned to Su Shanshan, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, Shanshan, it seems that your Zhang Long will become a great man in the future. What? Susan asked in confusion. It means you have endurance and can endure a lot, Xiao Nuanyuan said. Susan blushed, stinky Nuanyuan. After the first round, Zhang Long started to spin the wine bottle. After a while, the bottle on the table stopped, and this time the bottle mouth was aimed at Susan. Brother Long, it's my sister-in-law's turn now. You are not allowed to let her win. David said. Su Fei echoed from the side. That's right, that's right. Yes, we want to hear the most explosive questions. Xiao Nuanyuan also said. Stinky Nuanyuan, I'm your best sister, and you treat me like this. Susan pouted at Xiao Nuanyuan. You've heard a saying, there are no fathers and sons in a casino, and no sisters at a wine table. But when we leave the wine table, we are still the best sisters, Xiao Nuanyuan said with a smile. Zhang Long originally wanted to ask the girl a simple question, but the situation seemed serious enough. Zhang Long thought about it for a while, then looked at the girl and said, Shan Shan, when did you fall in love with me? Zhang Long has always been curious about this question, but he has never asked about it before. A group of onlookers stood by and cheered. Yo, yo. Susan was a little embarrassed, but she looked at Zhang Long and told him the truth. Let's go to the beach to watch the fireworks or go a little further. She had fallen in love with Zhang Long a long time ago, but she herself couldn't tell exactly when. Watching the fireworks together, you two are quite romantic, Xiao Nuanyuan joked with a smile. Yeah, David said on the side. Brother Long and his wife are so loving. It's really enviable. When will he be able to watch a romantic fireworks display with his girlfriend? Hearing the fireworks, Su Fei remembered the night of Chinese Valentine's Day when he and Xiaoya went to the beach to watch the fireworks, but things had changed. He wished they hadn't watched the fireworks that night, so no one would have to mention them. He would involuntarily think of the fireworks they watched on the night of Chinese Valentine's Day. Su Fei picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Zhang Long's gaze stayed on the girl for a moment, and it turned out that the girl had liked him a long time ago. For some reason, Zhang Long felt inexplicably happy. He reached out and rubbed the little girl's furry head. Seeing the intimate interaction between Zhang Long and Su Shanshan, the other three were quite jealous. Can you two consider the feelings of the three of us single guys? Xiao Nuanyuan complained. That's right, said David. Susan was a little shy. Zhang Long took his hand away from the little girl's head. Shan, it's your turn. Susan turned the bottle, and after a while, it stopped, and the mouth of the bottle was pointed at David. Fuck, it's my turn, said David. Su Fei said at the right time, Sister-in-law, feel free to ask Daong anything you want to ask. Don't be shy. Fuck, Lao Su, wait for your turn. David patted Su Fei's shoulder heavily. Su Shanshan giggled, rolled her eyes, and then said, Daong, let me ask you, how many girls have you liked since you were a child? If you ask questions, ask interesting ones, otherwise it's better not to ask at all. When Susan asked the question, David started to count carefully on his fingers. I have to count carefully. In elementary school, I liked the monitor of my class. In junior high school, I liked my desk mate. In high school, I liked the most beautiful girl in my class. Later, the most beautiful girl transferred to another school, and I fell in love with my desk mate again. I didn't like that in college. Brother, you are amazing. You have been in love since elementary school, Xiao Nuanyuan said. David said to Xiao Nuanyuan somewhat awkwardly, Brother, these are all secret crushes. Not a single one of you has been successful in love. Xiao Nuanyuan raised her eyebrows. David nodded. It seems like you have a crush on the ceiling, Xiao Nuanyuan concluded. The others laughed. At this time, Su Fei also spoke up. Daong, I didn't expect you to have such a rich history of secret crushes. But you're only in elementary school. What do you know? You've fallen in love with a little girl? I'm precocious. Isn't that okay? David said. Okay. Su Fei nodded repeatedly. The others burst into laughter again. After laughing, David started to spin the bottle. Because David pushed so hard, the bottle spun extremely fast and almost flew off the table. Fortunately, Su Fei, who was standing next to him, held the bottle down. Daong, I know you are very strong, so take it easy. Got it? I'll use less strength. After this little episode, David continued to turn the bottle, and soon the bottle stopped turning and the mouth of the bottle was aimed at Jiang Long. "Ha, it's Brother Long again," David said with a smile. "Ask me something. Let me think about it." David was talking to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Jiang Long with ill intentions. "Brother Long, can you tell us when you and sister-in-law kissed for the first time?" After David asked, Su Fei and Xiao Nuanyuan looked at Jiang Long at the same time. They loved to listen to this kind of gossip the most. Jiang Long glanced at the little girl beside him and said, "Once, Shan got drunk, and that was the first time we kissed. To be precise, the girl kissed him when she was drunk." Susan was a little nervous. The first time she and Jiang Long kissed was when she secretly kissed him while he was asleep, not when she was drunk. But of course, Jiang Long didn't know that. Chapter 157, Have you been planning to do something bad to me for a long time? Yo, the cheering of several people sounded again. "That's it, what about the details?" Xiao Nianyuan said. "If you want to know the details, that's another question." Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Xiao Nianyuan curled her lips at Jiang Long, and then told David and Su Fei, "Big brother, second brother, when you go to Jiang Long, be sure to ask him for details." "That's all, big brother." "Okay," David and Su Fei responded. After playing a few more rounds, the game never got to Jiang Long again. Xiao Nuanyuan was puzzled. "Jiang Long, it's hard to hear the details from you." Jiang Long smiled and said, "It's God's will. You can't blame me. Shan when the time comes, and she will definitely tell me." Xiao Nuanyuan said as she looked at Su Shan. "Nuanyuan, you are cheating. I won't tell you." Susan pouted. Shan, now that you have Jiang Long, you have become disloyal. It really makes me sad." Xiao Nuanyuan pretended to be sad. Susan immediately put her arm around Xiao Nuanyuan and said with a smile, "No, I don't. I love my Nuanyuan the most." This time, it was Jiang Long's turn to be sad. His wife once swore to him that she loved him the most, but now she changed her mind. So, women's words are the least trustworthy. Soon, their battlefield shifted from the dining table to the living room. Xiao Nuanyuan, David and Su Fei played landlord. Jiang Long and Su Shan returned to clean up the table. Jiang Long, Nuanyuan, Daong, Su Fei, and the others are having a lot of fun. Su Shan said, "Well, it seems like the three of them met too late." Jiang Long said. Suddenly, Su Shan came close to Jiang Long, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Jiang Long and asked, "Jiang Long, when did you fall in love with me?" Jiang Long stopped what he was doing, put one hand around the girl's slender waist, and stroked her little head with the other. The black eyes met the girl's beautiful eyes, and Jiang Long spoke seriously. "To be honest, I don't know exactly when I fell in love with you. Maybe when I went back to my hometown, I was worried and wanted to take you with me, or maybe even longer ago. Shan is such a good girl. I will definitely fall in love with you if I spend every day with you." Su Shan giggled, put her arms tightly around Jiang Long's waist, and said coquettishly, Wan and the others are playing. Jiang Long, let's kiss secretly, he." Jiang Long chuckled, leaned down, and pressed his lips against the girl's. The two kissed for a while and then separated. After all, there were three other people in the living room. Jiang Long, actually, I have a secret to tell you, Susan said shyly. "What secret?" "I'm a little shy," Susan whispered. "Why are you being shy with me?" "Then I'll tell you." "Go ahead." "Actually, I kissed you secretly a long time ago." After saying that, Susan's eyes evaded somewhat uncomfortably. After saying this, Jiang Long raised his lips, paused, and said, "You kissed me secretly while I was sleeping?" Jiang Long asked with a raised eyebrow. He didn't know it except when he was sleeping. He was awake the rest of the time. Susan nodded. "So, you have been wanting to do something bad to me for a long time?" Jiang Long said with a smile. Hearing this, Susan raised her fist and punched Jiang Long on the chest. "Bad Jiang Long, I have no ill intentions. Kissing me secretly while I'm sleeping, isn't that a bad thing?" "Ah, I just like you and want to kiss you," Susan defended. "Oh, it turns out Shan likes me so much. It was such a wonderful thing to be secretly loved by a girl." And Jiang Long also fell in love with this girl without realizing it. Love that is mutually agreeable is called a two-way journey. Fortunately, this time, Jiang Long gained a mutual love. Susan nodded vigorously. "Yes, I like you. I like you very much. I like you even when you didn't like me. So you should like me very much too." Jiang Long held the little girl's face in his hands and looked at her intently. Shan, of course I like you very much. I will give you the rest of my life. Do you think this is okay? Susan laughed. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. You can't cheat. Good. Then they hooked their little fingers together. We'll make a promise to each other for 100 years and never change it. We'll make a promise to each other for 100 years and never change it. After both parties made promises to each other, Jiang Long spoke again. Shan Shan, can I ask you another question? Ask. Tell me the truth. How many times did you secretly kiss me while I was sleeping? Su Shanshan quickly ran away from Jiang Long. Just once, hurry up and pack your things. Really only once? Jiang Long obviously didn't believe it. Oops, twice. Really only twice? I only kissed you secretly twice, you stinky Jiang Long. Do you think I kiss you secretly every night? Susan quickly defended. Oh, so it was twice, then why wasn't there a third time? Jiang Long thought that since the little girl could secretly kiss him twice while she was sleeping, there should be a third time. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar, and the third time is natural. Just like when he kissed the girl, he was nervous and excited the first time, but the second time was much better, and he got used to it the third time. So, Jiang Long felt that it was reasonable for him to think this way. Susan, of course, thought about kissing Jiang Long secretly while he was asleep, but she controlled herself with her strong will. You didn't like me at that time, so I couldn't always kiss you secretly. Jiang Long's pupils shrank. Then why are there two previous times? Why do I feel that your words are inconsistent? Susan's cheeks puffed up with anger. Humph, I really couldn't control myself those two times. Jiang Long quickly reached out and smoothed the girl's fur, and said softly, I am yours now, you can kiss me however you want. Chapter 158. Jiang Long will definitely misunderstand. After Jiang Long and Su Shanshan finished cleaning up, they returned to the living room. The three of them were still playing landlord at this time. Hua Hua was also lying leisurely on Xia Nuanyuan's body, looking extremely enjoying it. David, who had lost 7 games in a row and drank 7 glasses of wine, saw Jiang Long coming over, as if he had seen a savior. David quickly stood up and dragged Jiang Long to his seat. Brother Long, come quickly and help me play a few rounds. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, David got up and ran away. What's wrong with Daong? Jiang Long looked at Su Fei. Daong was unlucky. We played less than 10 games in total. I think Daong lost 7 or 8 games. He had a drink for every loss. Su Fei said, It seems that Daong has bad luck today. Jiang Long said. Su Fei nodded and said, Yes, my brother is lucky. Then, Su Fei looked at Xia Nuanyuan. Xia Nuanyuan smiled and said, That's right, you two stop chatting and continue playing. Susan sat on the sofa next to Xia Nuanyuan. She took Hua Hua from Xia Nuanyuan's body and put it in her arms. While stroking Hua Hua's little head, she said to it, Hua Hua, let's cheer for your sister Nuanyuan from the sidelines. Hua Hua then cooperated very well and called out meow. Jiang Long glanced at the girl while drawing the cards and said casually, Shan Shan, why don't you two cheer for me? Su Shanshan giggled, held Hua Hua's little paw, and shook it towards Jiang Long. Come on, Hua Hua, cheer for your dad. Jiang Long looked very proud. Su Fei quickly lowered his head. The dog food that Brother Long and his sister-in-law were showing off was simply heartbreaking. After playing a few more rounds, Jiang Long lost all the landlord's hands and drank several glasses in a row. Jiang Long fell into deep self-doubt. His skills were usually not that bad. How come he lost all these games? This was too unscientific. What's more, the girl was watching him. It was embarrassing to keep losing cards in front of his woman. Daong fell into the toilet. Why hasn't he come back yet? Daong's position is definitely unlucky. Otherwise, whoever sits here between Daong and me will lose. Jiang Long said to himself. It's possible he... Su Fei nodded. Sometimes there is a certain metaphysical element involved in playing cards or mahjong, and you cannot deny it. Hua Hua, come on, let's cheer for Dad again. Susan said from the side. Hua Hua called out meow. Jiang Long was in a state of panic at this time. The 4 twos in his hand were no longer attractive. He thought, could he fight for something this time? At this time, David came back. Jiang Long quickly stood up, pushed David to his seat, and handed the cards in his hand to David. Why did you come back just now? Come and play. I'm going to go get some water. David looked at the cards in his hand with a proud look on his face. With such good cards, he was sure to win. As a result, he was slapped in the face and lost again. After finishing the cup, David shouted, I can't drink anymore. I don't want to play anymore. In order to verify whether it was a problem with David's position, Xia Nuanyuan insisted on playing a few more rounds, but she didn't have to drink if she lost. Only then did David agree to continue playing. After playing a few more rounds, if David called the landlord, he would lose. If David didn't call the landlord, whoever sided with him would lose. There was simply no way to reason. Facts proved that it was indeed a problem with David's position. After a while, David and Su Fei left first. After all, they had to go to work tomorrow. After taking a shower, Xiao Nuanyuan fell asleep on the bed. When Susan came back from taking a shower, she saw Xiao Nuanyuan sleeping soundly. Susan covered Xiao Nuanyuan with a quilt, then reached out and poked her little face, but saw that she had no reaction. Susan rolled her eyes, so taking advantage of the good opportunity that Nuanyuan fell asleep, she would of course go find Jiang Long. Susan happily trotted to the door of the study. She reached out her hand and gently pushed open the door, then poked her little head to look inside. Jiang Long was seen lying on a folding bed, with one arm bent and his big hand half clenched into a fist covering his eyes. Susan wondered, was Jiang Long asleep? Why didn't he change his clothes or cover himself with a blanket? Susan carefully opened the door and walked in, slowly coming to Jiang Long. Tonight, except for Susan, the other four drank a lot of wine. That's why Xiao Nuanyuan fell asleep so quickly, and Jiang Long would also fall asleep so quickly, Susan thought. Susan frowned as she saw Jiang Long still wearing the same clothes he wore to work. Jiang Long must be very uncomfortable sleeping like this. Or should she help Jiang Long change his clothes? But isn't it a bit embarrassing for her to help Jiang Long change his clothes? Besides, would helping Jiang Long change his clothes wake him up? Susan hesitated for a moment, but decided to help Jiang Long take off his socks first, and then help him take off his pants. Jiang Long was wearing a t-shirt on his upper body, and it wouldn't be a big problem if he didn't change it. Compared to his upper body, it would be more uncomfortable to sleep in pants all night. With this idea in mind, Susan began to take action. She first took off the white sports socks on Jiang Long's feet, and then Susan came to Jiang Long, while her eyes stayed on Jiang Long's jeans. Susan is preparing herself mentally. Jiang Long is her boyfriend. His boyfriend was drunk. As his girlfriend, it was normal for her to help him take off his pants. Susan nodded and said, "Well, this is normal." Then, Susan started to act. She lifted up Jiang Long's black t-shirt, and the belt around Jiang Long's waist was immediately revealed. Susan looked at Jiang Long's face and saw that Jiang Long was still in the same state as before. It seemed that he was already fast asleep. This is also good. If Jiang Long suddenly wakes up when she is helping him take off his pants, Jiang Long will definitely misunderstand you. However, Susan felt that she should be more careful so as not to wake Jiang Long up. Susan carefully untied Jiang Long's belt, then slowly unzipped his jeans. Suddenly, her fingers seemed to feel something. Susan's face immediately flushed, and she bit her lip gently. Then I zipped up my jeans more carefully. Helping Jiang Long unzip his jeans, Susan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, her face was even redder. Fortunately, she completed the most difficult step. Chapter 159. I've been teasing him. Susan came to Jiang Long's feet again. Her two little hands grabbed Jiang Long's two trouser legs and slowly pulled them down. Susan pulled twice and found that Jiang Long's pants didn't move at all. She became a little anxious. When she pulled Jiang Long's trouser legs again, she unconsciously increased the strength in her hands. At this moment, the folding bed creaked, and in the quiet room, the sound was extremely loud and harsh. Susan quickly looked at Jiang Long. Luckily, Jiang Long showed no signs of waking up. This folding bed makes too much noise, which is not good at all. Susan complained deeply about it in her heart. After complaining, Susan looked at the pants that had been taken off a little, with a look of delight on her face. Great, finally got some down. This stinky Jiang Long is really heavy. I didn't expect it would be so hard to help him pull up his pants. Susan continued to pull Jiang Long's trouser legs. The folding bed made another creaking sound. Susan ignored him and continued to pull Jiang Long's trouser legs. At this time, Jiang Long sat up suddenly. Susan was startled and almost fell to the ground, but luckily she grabbed Jiang Long's trouser leg to keep herself steady. Jiang Long was a little dazed. After he calmed down, he looked at his pants, which were half pulled down. He looked at the panicked girl again, his forehead throbbing. What is this little girl going to do? Susan was extremely embarrassed. She never expected that when she was halfway through, Jiang Long suddenly woke up. Susan's face flushed, and she quickly explained. Jiang Long, don't get me wrong. I saw that you fell asleep and was worried that you would be uncomfortable sleeping in your pants, so I thought of helping you take them off. Unexpectedly, you woke up halfway through the process. After saying that, Susan's little head drooped uncomfortably, and she stood on the ground, very well behaved, looking very lovable. Jang Long hit his head. He originally wanted to take a nap on the folding bed, but he fell asleep unexpectedly. Jang Long looked at the half-removed pants, and suddenly he wanted to tease the girl. Oh, so that's the case, Shan Shan. I'm still a little dizzy and a little weak. Look at my pants. Zhang Long said this while looking at his trousers. Su Shanshan immediately understood what Zhang Long meant, and she quickly said, I'll help you take it off. Okay, thank you, Shanshan. Fine. After that, Susan leaned over and took off the remaining half of Zhang Long's pants. Zhang Long looked at the girl who was serving him seriously and felt inexplicably proud in his heart, and the corners of Zhang Long's mouth rose unconsciously. After finishing, Susan took Zhang Long's pajamas and asked him with her big eyes, Zhang Long, can you put on your pajamas by yourself? Zhang Long raised his eyebrows. If he said he couldn't wear it, would the girl help him put on his pajamas? Ahem, he should not make things difficult for such a good girlfriend. Shan Shan, give me some time to relax. I can put it on by myself. Then let me help you put it on. No need, Shan Shan, just take a rest. Zhang Long took Su Shanshan's arm and pulled her to sit beside him. At this time, the folding bed made a creaking sound again. This bed is really terrible. It creaks all the time. I don't know what we think we are doing. Zhang Long complained. Su Shanshan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then said, Zhang Long, does your head still hurt? Somewhat. Then lie down and I'll rub it for you. Hearing what the little girl said, Zhang Long lay down obediently. Susan saw that Zhang Long was only wearing a pair of underwear and felt that it was inappropriate. So he pulled the quilt over and wrapped Zhang Long tightly from head to toe. Zhang Long saw that he was wrapped up like a dumpling by the little girl. He looked helpless and said, Shan Shan, you were trying to give me a heat rash. Susan looked at her masterpiece and couldn't help giggling. It seemed that she had wrapped Zhang Long too tightly. I did wrap you up too tightly, but you look so cute now like a big silkworm chrysalis. Hearing the little girl talking about silkworm pupae, Zhang Long instantly thought of the protagonist in The Lord of the Rings being wrapped like a silkworm cocoon. Zhang Long curled his lips and said, Shan Shan, I don't want to be a silkworm pupa. Please help me quickly. Hee hee, if my baby is a silkworm pupa, it will be the most handsome and lovely silkworm pupa. After that, Susan moved the quilt from Zhang Long's neck to his waist, and Zhang Long suddenly felt that his breathing became much smoother. Is it okay this time? Susan asked. Zhang Long nodded and said softly, Susan smiled and stretched out her two little hands to gently press on Zhang Long's temples. Not to mention, after being pressed by the girl for a while, Zhang Long felt extremely comfortable. Unexpectedly, the feeling of lying on the bed and being served by the girl was quite good. Zhang Long felt very happy. Unconsciously, Zhang Long closed his eyes in enjoyment. Susan's eyes were fixed on Zhang Long's face. She didn't know why she liked him more, and more the more she looked at him. Anyway, you can never get enough of looking at her. Fortunately, Zhang Long is hers. Slowly, Susan stopped massaging her hands, and her fingers gently slid across Zhang Long's cheek. Feeling a little itchy on his face, Zhang Long suddenly opened his eyes. When their eyes met, Susan's eyes were filled with shyness. She didn't know whether to withdraw her fingers that were touching Zhang Long's cheek or to keep them there. She whispered, I just want to touch you. Oh, touch it. Zhang Long curled the corner of his mouth and stared at the girl's face. Susan's eyes were filled with joy. She gently traced Zhang Long's eyebrows with her fingers, then slowly moved to Zhang Long's lips and pressed them. Baby, your lips are so soft. Yours is softer. Baby, your lips are so beautiful. Yours looks better. At this time, Susan noticed that Zhang Long's apple bulged when he spoke, which seemed particularly interesting. Her little hand came to Zhang Long's apple again. I touched it playfully with my fingers. Seeing Zhang Long's apple rolling up and down, Susan laughed even more happily. Hee hee, this is fun. The little girl thought it was fun, but Zhang Long was the one who suffered. The little girl never tires of playing with Zhang Long's apple. Zhang Long finally couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the girl's wrist and pulled her directly onto him. At the same time, the folding bed made a loud noise. Creak. Susan saw that she was lying on Zhang Long's body. Her face immediately flushed and her heart began beating uncontrollably. Bad Jianglong. What are you doing? I'll tell you to behave yourself. After saying that, Jianglong hugged the girl tightly. Susan put her little head on Jianglong's chest and murmured softly, "It's just playing with your Adam's apple. Why are you so stingy? Is this a question of whether to play or not? Who can stand it if you keep teasing him?" Jianglong grabbed the girl's waist with both hands and lifted her up. Then he kissed the girl on the neck. Ah! A moving note came out of Susan's throat uncontrollably. Suddenly, she felt the force in Jianglong's mouth become stronger. Susan was actually a little scared. Chapter 160, I just miss my brother. Su Shanshan quickly pushed Jianglong away and jumped off the bed from Jianglong's body. This stinky Jianglong, he drank so much he wouldn't want to do something crazy. Actually, she wasn't actually against it. But Nuanyuan is still with them. Jianglong didn't expect the girl to push him, so he was pushed away so easily. Jianglong, go to bed early. I'm going back first, otherwise Nuanyuan will come looking for me. Su Shanshan fled from Jianglong's room with a red face. Looking at the little girl running away, Jianglong raised the corner of his mouth. She kept flirting with him, but in the end she was the one who ran away. She really deserved a beating. It seems like she will have to be spanked one day. The next day, at lunchtime, Jianglong, David, and Su Fei got together. The three of them drank a lot last night, so they all had headaches today. Are either of you interested in Nuanyuan? Jianglong asked curiously. Brother Long, the three of us have become sworn brothers now. David curled his lips. Su Fei nodded. Brotherly relationships are more reliable than relationships between men and women. Jianglong and David looked at Su Fei at the same time, and then smiled at each other. It seems that Lao Su is traumatized by his last relationship. Jianglong picked up the food from the plate and put it into his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it into his stomach. Jianglong took another mouthful of rice and looked at Su Fei and said, Lao Su, look at this rice. If you eat bugs, you will feel disgusted. You probably won't be able to finish the meal. But can you not eat again in the future just because you ate a bug in this meal? Su Fei shook his head no. That's right, Jianglong said, and stuffed the rice on the chopsticks into his mouth. Did you hear that? Brother Long is well educated, and what he said is the truth. David said quickly. Su Fei nodded. Got it. The three of them continued to eat for a while. David suddenly said, I can always see X-Man Ice and Snow World on TikTok now, but it's very popular now. When can I go and see it? After Su Fei swallowed the food in his mouth, he said quickly, I want to go see it if I have a chance. When I open a certain audio app and watch the video of the Ice and Snow World, it is really spectacular. Damn it, he flirts with me 800 times a day, but I'm just an employee, so I can only work every day. How about we both quit our jobs and go out and have fun? David chuckled. Su Fei, you're just going to end up with nothing after playing around, right? Just resign yourself. David, if you don't go, I won't go either. Jianglong also often sees short videos of a certain ice and snow world. This year, a certain bin has become very popular. Tourists from all over the country and even many countries are flocking to this beach. Jianglong has never seen snow in his life. To be honest, he does have a deep yearning for snow. It's like people who have never seen the sea always have a deep obsession with it. If there is a chance, Jianglong really wants to go see the snow. If we can get wet in the snow together one day, we can grow old together in this life. It must be a beautiful and romantic thing to walk in the snow hand in hand with the one you love. Jianglong thought that he must take the girl to see the snow in the future. Brother Long, why didn't you say anything? Don't you want to go? David asked. Jianglong came back to his senses, nodded, and said, I want to go. Su Fei, Brother Long wants to go with his sister-in-law. David, that's it. Jianglong, the four of us can go together. David, I've seen you and your sister-in-law showing off their affection all along the way. Do you think you're going to let me and Lao Su live? Su Fei, that's right. Jianglong raised his eyebrows. Okay, stop dreaming. None of us can go there now, so why think about it? Just watch it on TikTok and consider it as having been there. David, looking at the plums to quench your thirst, you know. At this time, Su Fei suddenly spoke again. Brother Long Down, let me tell you something. My gaming partner is coming to Qing City soon. She wants to meet me. What do you think I should do? Hearing this, David's eyes lit up. Old Su, is this going to work? There's no chance of success. She and I have been playing games together for 2 years. She happened to come to Qing City this time, so I wanted to meet her. Su Fei said, Jianglong, it's up to you. If you want to see me, then see me. If you don't want to see me, then forget it. Brother Long, it's as if you didn't say anything. David complained. I asked you to, because I can't make up my mind. Su Fei said. Just meet her. The girls aren't afraid, so why are you afraid? Or are you afraid that the girls will cut your waist? After saying that, David chuckled. Su Fei. Fuck, I didn't meet her to get a room. At most we just had a meal. Why would I cut her kidneys? David. Then see you. Su Fei. Okay, I'll think about it. After the three of them finished their meal, they happened to meet Lin Tinga on their way back. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. The three of them greeted Lin Tinga one after another. Lin Tinga nodded slightly and responded, yeah. Lin Tinga passed by Zhang Long. His eyes unconsciously lingered on Zhang Long for a moment. Zhang Long's gaze did not linger on Lin Tinga for even a second. After Lin Tinga retracted his gaze, he walked forward inside the apartment. After Susan finished typing, she returned to the bedroom and saw that Nguyen, the lazy little pig, was still sleeping, so she ran back to the study. Susan's novel, The Little Fairy Comes to Earth to Punish Evil and Promote Good, has reached nearly 300,000 words. For Susan, a novice author, it was her first time to write so many words, and she felt very happy. However, as the number of words in the novel increased, Susan felt that she had reached a creative bottleneck, and her typing efficiency had been decreasing recently. Susan felt that her debut novel should be finished. However, Susan still wanted to hear Jiang Long's opinion. Susan picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and found the My Boyfriend dialog box. Susan was about to type some words when she suddenly laughed. Then Susan cleared her throat, pressed her finger to speak, and called out, "Brother," and sent it over. Jiang Long had just returned to his office when he heard the sound of a cell phone. Jiang Long quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket. When he saw that it was a message from the girl, the corners of his mouth curled up. After Jiang Long clicked on the voice message, he heard a voice that made his whole body numb. This little girl flirted with him last night and is teasing him again now. It seems like I have to give her a good beating tonight. Jiang Long held down the button and sent a voice message. What are you going to do? I just miss my brother, Susan said in a hoarse voice, and then covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. Jiang Long really couldn't stand the little girl's voice. He took a deep breath and calmed down. This time I typed and sent the message. Chapter 161. Love is enough. My boyfriend, talk well. Susan sent another voice message in a pinched voice. Brother, why didn't I speak properly? My boyfriend needs to be punished, doesn't he? Seeing the text sent by Jiang Long, Susan pouted immediately. You stinky Jiang Long. You are the one who deserves to be punished. Susan tapped her fingers on the phone screen and clicked send. Shan. Humph, you stinky Jiang Long, you have no interest at all. Shan, I have something serious to ask you. Followed by an emoticon with a pouting mouth. My boyfriend Shan, what's up? Followed by a kissing emoticon. Shan, I think my novel is finished. What do you think? Jiang Long has been reading Xiao Nizi's novel. He feels that there is still a lot to be written about Xiao Nizi's novel, and there is no need to finish it now. My boyfriend, why do you want to end it so quickly? Shan, I don't know how to continue writing, so I want to finish it. After Jiang Long saw the message sent by Su Shan, he thought about it seriously, typed on the screen of his mobile phone, and sent it. My boyfriend Shan, your situation is very normal. It is often encountered by many novice authors. You can put the novel aside for now. Pick it up again in 2 days and continue writing. Don't rush to make a decision. Shan, okay, I'll listen to you. Susan felt that what Jiang Long said must be right. My boyfriend, I speak from experience. Shan, yes, I believe you. You have the experience of completing a novel with a price of 2 million. My boyfriend, your first novel is really good, much better than mine. So my Shan is very smart and great. Susan laughed when she saw the message from Jiang Long. Jiang Long seemed to be coaxing her like a child. Just as Susan was about to ask Jiang Long to reply, she saw Xiao Nuanyuan, who looked sleepy, walk in with a lollipop in her mouth. Shan, I'm hungry. Okay, I'll get you something to eat. Susan replied to Jiang Long as she walked. Shan, Nuanyuan is up. I'll go get her something to eat. Let's not talk for now. I love you. Followed by a kissing emoticon. My boyfriend quickly responded with a kiss emoticon. Shan, are you chatting with your Jiang Long on WeChat? Xiao Nuanyuan asked. Susan smiled and nodded. Yeah, you two are so annoying. No, Susan retorted. She was just asking Jiang Long questions just now. There was no way she was being annoying. It was obviously Nguyen who was talking nonsense. Imperial Capital. Inside the Student Union office of Imperial Capital University. Xiao Mingjie was sitting at his desk working hard when his cell phone suddenly dinged twice. Xiao Mingjie frowned after seeing the photos on the phone. This little potato didn't hang around him. It turned out that she was playing with other boys. Xiao Mingjie sneered, "Ha! They are two boys, little potato is really good." Xiao Mingjie put down his phone and continued working on the computer. His fingers had just touched the keyboard when they suddenly stopped. Xiao Mingjie picked up the phone on the table again. Opened WeChat. Found Xiao Tudo's WeChat avatar. Clicked on it. It turned out that I couldn't view Tudo's circle of friends. Xiao Mingjie's face turned even darker. This little potato actually blocked him. Xiao Mingjie's 5 fingers holding the phone tightened unconsciously. Xiao Nuanyuan had just finished her meal when she received a video call on her phone. Xiao Nuanyuan picked up her phone and shook it towards Su Shanshan. Shanshan, this is a video sent by Ruoxue. Nuanyuan, don't answer it. Su Shanshan said quickly. If I accidentally expose her, I'll be doomed. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded and then hung up the video. As soon as Xiao Nuanyuan hung up the phone, she immediately received a message from Ning Ruoxue. Shanshan, Ruoxue won't give in, so I'd better send her a video call first. Xiao Nuanyuan said. Okay, don't expose me. Susan said again and again. Don't worry. After Xiao Nuanyuan gave the instructions, she went to the study. After a while, Xiao Nuanyuan came out of the study. Ruoxue, ask me what's going on in my circle of friends? Xiao Nuanyuan asked. What's wrong with your circle of friends? Susan asked, blinking her big eyes. A photo of me, my eldest brother, my second brother, and Hua. Xiao Nuanyuan paused, then continued. A photo of the 4 heroes of Peach Blossom Land. After saying that, Xiao Nuanyuan smiled. We took pictures. Could it be that you 3 added each other as friends? Of course, the 3 of us have also formed a group. Susan was full of admiration and gave Xiao Nuanyuan a thumbs up. Suddenly, Susan seemed to think of something and asked quickly, will your circle of friends be seen by your father? I blocked him a long time ago. That's good. Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan stayed in bed watching TV series for the entire afternoon. Time flies and it's time for Jiang Long to get off work. Jiang Long came back, and the 3 of them had dinner and then went out. Jiang Long sat in the driver's seat, while Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan sat in the back seat. Xiao Nuanyuan was grumbling in her heart. Shanshan's current living standard was too poor. The house was ordinary, and the car was even more ordinary. However, when she saw Shanshan and Jiang Long together, she was happy from the bottom of her heart, and as her sister, she was also happy for her from the bottom of her heart. There is a saying. Xiao Nuanyuan quickly searched for this word in her mind. Suddenly, she uttered, love is enough to satisfy one's hunger. Yes, that's the word. This word is most appropriate for Shanshan and Jiang Long. Jiang Long secretly glanced at the girl through the rearview mirror, and Su Shanshan seemed to have telepathy, and her eyes met Jiang Long as in the mirror. Susan laughed and opened her mouth towards the mirror. Jiang Long saw clearly the little girl's lip shape, which was the 2 words, I love you. Jiang Long smiled. His heart seemed to be filled with honey. At this moment, Xiao Nuanyuan seemed to have noticed the little movements of these 2 people. Shanshan, what are you happy about? Susan waved her hands repeatedly. It's okay. I'm just happy. Hey, why didn't I see you so happy when I was at home during the day? I think you were so happy because you saw Jiang Long. Xiao Nuanyuan teased. Susan felt a little guilty after her thoughts were guessed. She immediately took Xiao Nuanyuan's arm. Stinky Nuanyuan, stop talking nonsense. I'm happiest when I'm with you. In order to comfort her Nuanyuan, Susan had no choice but to say this. Jiang Long, did you hear that? Shanshan said it herself. She is happiest when she is with me. You're right, Jiang Long responded. That is. Chapter 162 Lin Huyin. Imperial Capital. Su Family Manor. A middle-aged woman with elegant temperament and beautiful appearance walked out of the Buddhist hall and returned to her room. She came to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. She leaned back on the chair and put her hands casually on her legs. Lin Huiyin's face was expressionless, her eyes staring blankly ahead, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Huiyin just sat there blankly, not knowing how long she had been there. She entered the password and took out a photo from the drawer. She took the photo in her hand and stared at it. The photo showed a little boy about 3 or 4 years old. The boy had delicate features and a lovely smile on his face. Anyone looking at the photo of the little boy will be unconsciously attracted by his smile, but no emotional changes can be seen on Lin Huiyin's face. Lin Huiyin looked at it quietly for a while before she put the photo back into the drawer. She took out another photo from the drawer, looked at it for a few seconds, then put it back, closed the drawer, and locked it. Soon, Zhang Long drove the car and took the girl and Xian Yuanyuan to the destination. The place they came to today is called Magic Paradise. If Xian Yuanyuan hadn't suggested coming here, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan really wouldn't have known there was such a place in Qing City. After Zhang Long and the other two entered, they saw 2 rows of beautiful women and handsome men in different clothes standing on each side. They all smiled and waved to greet them. Zhang Long had never seen such a scene before and was really shocked by what he saw. Zhang Long took a quick look and saw a row of beauties standing there. Some were dressed as queens, some were dressed as cat girls. There are maid costumes, nurse costumes, playful Lolita costumes, hot girl costumes, dodgy costumes, and so on. When Susan saw Zhang Long, his eyes sweeping over the girls who were dressed differently, she immediately became unhappy. She immediately put her arm around Zhang Long and held him in her arms. Smelly Zhang Long, what are you looking at? Zhang Long quickly turned his gaze to the little girl. Shan, don't misunderstand. Zhang Long didn't know how to explain it. After all, he had indeed seen it just now. And most importantly, he had never seen such a scene before. These girls standing in a row do look pretty good, but Zhang Long always feels that their faces look similar. He wonders if it's because they have too much makeup or if they had plastic surgery. Don't look at them, Susan ordered in a low voice. Zhang Long nodded quickly. To be honest, no matter how much makeup these girls put on, they were not as pretty as the girl. No matter how pretty and well-built the girl is. If the little girl wears clothes like that, the picture will be very special and beautiful. Well, those girls are not as pretty as Shanshan. Why should I look at them? I only look at you. Look at Zhang Long's damn desire to survive. Hearing this, Susan's beautiful eyes curved into a smile, as if containing star dragons. Zhang Long glanced at the handsome guys in another row. Some were dressed like overlords in suits, some were dressed like professors with gold-rimmed glasses, some were dressed like milk dogs, some were dressed like muscular men, some were dressed like the male protagonists in Korean dramas, some were dressed like male foxes, and so on. These boys have good looks and figures just like those girls. I didn't expect that a place like Magic Park is so full of mysteries. Shanshan, you are not allowed to look at them either. Zhang Long said. Susan laughed and said, I'm only looking at my baby. At this time, Xian Yuanyuan's eyes were still wandering around these little brothers. Which one should I choose to play with? It's so confusing. After all, they are all very handsome. Suddenly, Xian Yuanyuan turned her gaze to Su Shanshan and Zhang Long and saw the two of them sticking together like conjoined twins. She almost got goosebumps. Now that we're out playing, the two of you shouldn't stick together. Choose a playmate each. Although Xian Yuanyuan said this, she could see that Shanshan and Zhang Long would not choose their own playmates, and they would definitely stick together all the time. As soon as Xian Yuanyuan said this, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan shook their heads at Xian Yuanyuan at the same time. Zhang Long, you see so many beauties of all kinds of styles, but you're not attracted by any of them. Xian Yuanyuan said deliberately. Chona Yuanyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Shanshan said quickly. Her Shanshan, Zhang Long hadn't said anything yet, but she was so anxious that she couldn't keep her composure at all. Sister, isn't this helping you test your man? This couldn't be seen. Xian Yuanyuan shook her head helplessly. Zhang Long looked at Xian Yuanyuan and said righteously, No, I'm only attracted to my Shanshan. Xian Yuanyuan was so jealous that she almost died. Ouch! She didn't expect to eat dog food. Su Shanshan was extremely happy after hearing what Zhang Long said. I know you are determined about my Shanshan. Xian Yuanyuan finished speaking to Zhang Long. She turned to Su Shanshan and said, Shanshan, what about you? Would you consider choosing a handsome boy to play with you? Susan quickly shook her head. No, I have Zhang Long, which is enough for me. It seems that she is the only one who can choose her playmates. However, it would be a waste if those beautiful ladies have no one to choose. Xian Yuanyuan suddenly thought of something in her mind, and she smiled. Then Xian Yuanyuan took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to the Taoyuan Four Brothers group. Brother One, Big Brother, Second Brother, come quickly. Then Xian Yuanyuan sent the location to the Taoyuan Four Brothers group. She picked up her phone again, recorded a video of beautiful young ladies standing in a row with different clothes on, and sent it to the group. Yuanyuan, what are you doing? Susan asked. I'll ask my eldest and second brothers to come over. Otherwise, these young ladies would be wasted. Xiao Nuanyuan raised her eyebrows. Will they come? Susan asked. Xiao Nuanyuan held up the phone in front of Susan and Jiang Long. As a result, Susan and Jiang Long saw the message in the Peach Garden Four Brothers group. Brother Young, I'll be there soon. Fei Erdi received, leaving right away. Jiang Long couldn't help but complain in his heart. These two guys, usually I didn't see them so active, but today they were quite active. After a while, David and Su Fei arrived at the magic park. David was so excited when he saw the beauties standing in a row. They were all so beautiful. Su Fei's eyes were also constantly looking back and forth at these beautiful young ladies. In the end, Xiao Nuanyuan chose a handsome young man wearing a suit and a domineering look to play with her. For some reason, Xiao Nuanyuan thought the young man in a suit looked a bit like Xiao Mingjie, so she chose this young man. David chose a sweet-looking girl in a maid outfit. You can't find such a girl in real life, and it's also very nice to play with her. Su Fei chose a beautiful woman who was dressed as Daji and looked enchanting and charming. After all, who doesn't want to be King Zhou? Finally, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan were in one group. Xiao Nuanyuan and the domineering young man in a suit were in one group. David and the sweet girl in maid outfit were in one group, and Su Fei and the charming Daji were in one group, forming four groups. There are all kinds of things to play in the magic park. It can be said to be varied. There is nothing they don't have, only what you can't think of. The four groups decided to play their own games, which would be more interesting. Chapter 163, Magic Paradise is full of fun. Afterwards, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan came to the game room. There weren't many people here. Jiang Long saw that everyone who came here, whether male or female, had a playmate. It seemed that he and the girl were the only ones like them. Moreover, Jiang Long also noticed a man grabbing dolls in front of a claw machine. The playmate next to him was a beautiful girl in a maid outfit. It can be seen that in the magic park, there are countless of the same type, beauties and handsome guys. Shanshan, whichever doll you want, I'll grab it for you, Jiang Long said. Susan looked inside the claw machine with her beautiful eyes and finally pointed at a white kitten with her little hand and said to Jiang Long, I want this one. Okay, I'll catch it for you. Jiang Long, come on. Susan cheered Jiang Long on the side. The first time, Jiang Long caught nothing, and he was a little embarrassed. I think we can catch him next time. Susan smiled and nodded. Yeah, I believe you. After Jiang Long inserted the coin, he tried again, but again came up empty-handed. Jiang Long scratched his head in embarrassment. Susan reached out and immediately held Jiang Long's hand, closing her eyes and muttering something. Jiang Long couldn't see the girl's mouth moving inside the mask. He could only see that the girl had her eyes closed. Shanshan, what are you doing? Jiang Long was a little confused. Susan muttered, opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Long. I'm chanting a spell. I'm passing the power to you. You'll be able to catch the doll soon. Jiang Long curled his lips, raised his hand and rubbed the little girl's furry head and said with a smile, You are really a clever little ghost. Susan laughed and said, Of course. Just as Jiang Long was about to put in the coin, he glanced at the claw machine next to them. The beautiful woman in maid clothes happily spun around in front of the man, looking at him with admiration, and said in a coquettish voice, Master, this is amazing. Master, this is awesome. Master, you are so handsome. The man was almost grinning from ear to ear. Susan also noticed the movement next to her. The man seemed to be enjoying it. I wonder if Jiang Long likes that too. Jiang Long threw the coin again, and this time, Jiang Long caught the doll in one go. Jiang Long, you are so great, Susan said with a smile. Jiang Long's mouth curled up. He picked up the white cat toy and stuffed it into the little girl's arms. Thanks to the strength Shanshan passed on to me. This white cat doll can be given to Huahua to play with. How about making it his girlfriend? Susan asked, blinking her big eyes. I think Huahua must want a real kitten girlfriend rather than a toy girlfriend. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Oh, give Huahua a toy kitten girlfriend for now, and then find him a real kitten girlfriend later, Susan said. Jiang Long nodded. A few hours later, the five people walked out of the magic park. Jiang Long noticed that Daong and Lao Su had always had happy looks on their faces since they came out, and it seemed that they had a good interaction with the beautiful girls who played with them. Su Fei was not with them, so he took a taxi home by himself. Jiang Long happened to send David back on the way. Back home, as soon as Jiang Long arrived at the study, the cell phone in his trouser pocket started ringing. Jiang Long sat on the chair, opened his phone, and saw the message that popped up in the Sanjik group. Jiang Long left his phone behind, and took a quick shower. He was not sleepy yet, so he picked up his phone and logged into the back end of Tomato Novel. Jiang Long's new novel has entered the verification period. Jiang Long looks at the comparison of updates and bookshelf, and it is pretty good. After all, there are some old readers, so Jiang Long is still confident that this book can be popular. Of course, Jiang Long hopes that this book will become a big hit, and he also wants to become a great writer soon. By the way, which novelist doesn't want to become a great writer? Jiang Long was lying on the folding bed, typing on the Tomato Novel Writer Assistant on his mobile phone. Although it is not as fast as typing in front of a computer, typing while lying down is much more comfortable than sitting in a chair. Inside the bedroom, on the bed, Su Shanshan asked, Wan, I remember you chose a handsome guy in a suit to play with. I saw that you came out with another handsome guy. I changed 5 playmates in total. Xiao Nuanyuan said. Susan's face looked a little surprised. Why did you choose so many? If it feels boring, just change to the next one. Xiao Nuanyuan responded. Susan looked at Xiao Nuanyuan, who didn't seem to be in a very good mood, and asked, Nuanyuan, are you not having fun? It's okay, Xiao Nuanyuan said lightly. These playmates kept trying to please her, which Xiao Nuanyuan found too boring. Oh, let's go to bed early, Susan said. I'm not sleepy yet. I'll play with my phone for a while. If you're sleepy, you can go to bed first, Xiao Nuanyuan said. Susan looked a little conflicted. What should she do if Nuanyuan didn't sleep? Chapter 164. What more could a husband ask for? Shan, you're not going to sneak away and look for Jiang Long while I'm asleep, are you? Why wait until I fall asleep? If you want to find Jiang Long, just go ahead. I won't stop you, Xiao Nuanyuan said to Su Shanshan while playing with her phone. Of course, Susan knew that Nuanyuan would not stop her. But tonight, she not only wanted to find Jiang Long, but also wanted to change her equipment and go find Jiang Long. Nuanyuan isn't sleeping again. It would be so embarrassing if she saw me. Xiao Nuanyuan noticed Susan's tangle and thought about it. Shanshan wanted to secretly look for Jiang Long while she was asleep. There must be a special meaning behind it. Otherwise, Shanshan would not have wanted to wait until she was asleep before going. Xiao Nuanyuan's eyes rolled around, and an idea suddenly came to her head. Shanshan must have seen the various outfits those girls wore tonight, and she also wanted to change her clothes to show her Jiang Long. Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, Shanshan wouldn't look so embarrassed now. This is exactly the case. Xiao Nuanyuan really guessed Susan's little thoughts. Why? Don't you want to find Jiang Long? Xiao Nuanyuan asked deliberately. Susan nodded and said, Yeah. Then why don't you go? I'll go later. Why not go now? Just wait a moment. Do you want to wait until I fall asleep? Susan nodded subconsciously. Yeah. Suddenly, Susan's face turned red. Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Susan looked embarrassed. After laughing, Xiao Nuanyuan said, Shanshan, if you want to dress up and go meet Jiang Long, then go ahead. What's the big deal? I won't laugh at you. Susan, whose thoughts were guessed, did not try to hide her thoughts. She really wanted to wear a maid outfit and go find Jiang Long. So she admitted it to Xiao Nuanyuan. Susan standing on the ground and nodded to show her satisfaction. Shanshan, go find Jiang Long quickly. Oh, I'll go then. Can you come back to sleep at night? Xiao Nuanyuan joked. Stinky Nuanyuan, of course I'll come back and sleep with you. Xiao Nuanyuan waved her hand and said, Go. It's okay if you don't come back. I'm back. Soon, Susan appeared at the door of the study. Susan pushed the door open and stuck her little head in. Jiang Long, who was lying on the bed typing, heard the noise and immediately looked towards the door. He saw a girl with her hair in 2 ponytails and pink glitter lip gloss on her lips. Jiang Long suddenly sat up from the folding bed. The girl had painted her lips and tied her hair into 2 ponytails late at night. It was obvious that she had dressed up carefully. She came to see him dressed like this late at night. Could it be that she was giving him some benefits? Jiang Long felt very happy. Shanshan, why don't you come in? Jiang Long said. Susan smiled at Jiang Long, then opened the door, walked in slowly, and closed the door. When Jiang Long looked at the girl standing at the door, his eyes widened and he swallowed unconsciously. The girl was wearing a maid outfit and high white stockings on her legs. This look is absolutely stunning. Jiang Long was originally lying on the folding bed typing. His head was a little groggy, but now he is completely awake. Su Shanshan took small steps to Jiang Long and then turned around in front of him. A sweet smile hung on her delicate little face. Her pink and sparkling little mouth was slightly open, and her voice was sweet. Master, I am beautiful. That's how the girl in maid outfit in Magic Paradise called the man next to her, so she should also call Jiang Long the same. For a moment, Jiang Long was a little dazed, his eyes still fixed on the little girl, and he nodded mechanically. It looks good. Moreover, the little girl's words. Owner. It really made Jiang Long feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Master, you can tell me to do something. After saying that, Susan covered her mouth and giggled. Since she's wearing a maid outfit tonight, then let Jiang Long experience the feeling of being a master. Hey, look what a good girlfriend she is. Jiang Long licked the corner of his mouth, cleared his throat, and gave an order, help me massage my legs. Yes, master. Then, Su Shanshan came to Jiang Long, half squatted, and started massaging Jiang Long's thighs. When the girl was massaging his thighs, her ponytail swept across Jiang Long's arms from time to time as she moved, making his arms itchy. Jiang Long suddenly said, "Don't press it." What's wrong? Is the master dissatisfied? Susan blinked her big eyes at Jiang Long and said, trying not to laugh. Jiang Long's Adam's apple rolled up and down, satisfied, but I have something more important for you to do. What? Be my girlfriend. Master, I'm just a little maid. I cannot be your girlfriend. After Susan finished speaking, she couldn't help but giggle. Jiang Long also laughed, and then he hugged the girl on his lap. At this moment, the folding bed made a loud, creaking sound. Susan did not continue to act. She put her hands around Jiang Long's neck and said with a smile, Jiang Long, do you like it? Jiang Long nodded. I like it. With a girlfriend like this, what else could a husband ask for? I knew it. When we were in the magic park, I saw you seem to envy the man who was catching dolls next to us. I don't have any. You have it, but you still don't admit it. Susan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long mischievously. Jiang Long did not deny it anymore. He was indeed a little envious at that time. However, his little girl has completely satisfied him. Jiang Long, this big hand touched the white silk on the girl's thigh. This is good. Susan laughed and then made a request. Look, I've already satisfied you. Can you satisfy me when the time comes? Satisfy you? How do you want to be satisfied? Jiang Long asked with a raised eyebrow. Susan's beautiful eyes turned around, and suddenly, she thought of something. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her little hand caressed Jiang Long's neck intentionally or unintentionally. I want you to disguise yourself as a puppy and act like a spoiled brat to me. Susan finished speaking, and then added, by the way, you'd better call me sister because little puppies are the kind of brothers who like to act like spoiled brats. In Susan's memory, she had never seen Jiang Long act like a spoiled child towards her. I don't know what it will be like if Jiang Long acts like a spoiled child towards her. It must be interesting. Susan is really looking forward to it. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Long's expression froze for a moment. He bit his back teeth and frowned. Let him act like a little puppy brother, call the little girl sister, and act coquettishly to the little girl. Fortunately, the little girl could think of it. Jiang Long thought this was too difficult. By the way, he doesn't even know how to act like a spoiled child. Shan, can you please change someone? I really can't act like a little puppy and act coquettishly. Jiang Long said. Susan pouted and shook her head. No, I want you to act like a little puppy and act like a spoiled brat to me. I really don't know how to do this. Jiang Long was a little embarrassed. How could it not be possible? You are too stupid. Susan said disdainfully. Yes, I'm stupid. It doesn't matter if you're stupid. I won't do it. I just want to watch you act like a spoiled brat. Chapter 165, I was dumbfounded. After saying that, Susan put her little mouth on Jiang Long's mouth and kissed him, then quickly left. A pair of big watery eyes looked at Jiang Long and said softly, Jiang Long, I just want to see you act like a spoiled child to me, please. How about another day? Wait until I'm ready. The girl is now wearing this maid outfit, and Jiang Long feels that he simply cannot act coquettishly towards her. Right now, the most important thing is to calm the girl down first. Maybe she will forget about it by then. Susan pouted and compromised. Okay then. Jiang Long stared at the girl's shiny pink lips and raised his eyebrows slightly, strawberry flavor. What? Susan said, then immediately reacted and nodded. It tastes good. What do you want to do? Susan said with a smile. What do you think? After saying that, Jiang Long kissed her. His mouth tastes like strawberry. The next day, when Jiang Long came home from work, he learned that Xianu Anyuan had suddenly left for something. During the meal, Jiang Long saw that the girl didn't eat much and looked uninterested. Jiang Long knew that she must be reluctant to leave Nuan Nuan. After washing the dishes, Jiang Long returned to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and held the girl in his arms. Shan Shan, when Nuanyuan is free, you can ask her to come to our house anytime. It's not like we won't see each other anymore in the future. Jiang Long comforted her. Susan buried her little head in Jiang Long's arms and nodded. Yeah, she was indeed reluctant to let Nuanyuan go, but it was only a matter of time before Nuanyuan left, so she had to treat it with a normal attitude. Where there is reunion, there is separation. Where there is separation, there will be the next reunion. What's more, she and Nuanyuan can still contact each other via WeChat, so it's not like they can't get in touch. The two hugged for a while, and Susan suddenly thought of something. She raised her little head from Jiang Long's arms and said softly, Jiang Long, your birthday is coming up in a few days. We should celebrate it properly. No need to do anything special. Jiang Long responded, That won't do. This is the first birthday you and I have spent together. Of course we have to celebrate it properly. Susan continued immediately after she finished speaking. By the way, how did you celebrate your birthday in the past? In the past few years, I have basically just had a drink with Daeong and Lao Su. Jiang Long said. Since Jiang Long went to college, he is not with his parents and basically celebrates his birthday with Daeong and others. Oh, I see. Susan was a little confused after hearing this. What's wrong? Do you want to go drinking with Daeong and Lao Su on your birthday this year? Su Shanshan looked at Jiang Long with her bright eyes, waiting for Jiang Long's answer. In fact, on Jiang Long's birthday, she hoped that they would spend it alone. However, if Jiang Long wants to live with Daeong and Lao Su, then they can live together. Jiang Long certainly understood what the girl meant. You can do whatever you want. I'll listen to you, Jiang Long said. After all, every year on his birthday, it was his mother who remembered and sent him red envelopes or something. Jiang Long then knew that it was his birthday, and then he called Daeong and Lao Su to have a drink together. He himself doesn't care that much about his birthday. Su Shanshan giggled. Well, we'll spend your birthday alone. If you want to drink with Daeong and Lao Su in the future, how about you drink together? Jiang Long nodded. Okay, then I have to think carefully about how to celebrate your birthday. At night, after Jiang Long finished typing, he finally lay back on his familiar big bed. After lying on the folding bed for several days, Jiang Long suddenly lay back on the big bed and felt very comfortable. Jiang Long and Su Shanshan hadn't slept together for several days. After lying on the same bed again, they both felt a little excited. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage, and it felt a bit like that when they slept together again. In the bed, Susan's little hand slowly moved from around Jiang Long's waist to inside his clothes. The soft little hand was placed on Jiang Long's chest. Occasionally, I would playfully scratch it. She is so happy that she can hug Jiang Long without restraint again. As for Jiang Long, his arm was resting on the girl's head, and his big hands were on her back, hugging her. Nothing made him feel more secure than now. Jiang Long, I've thought about it. Let's set up a tent on the top of the mountain on the night of your birthday, and spend the night there, okay? Susan's soft voice floated into Jiang Long's ears. Jiang Long nodded. Okay. He liked whatever the girl liked. I just checked, and I heard there might be a meteor shower that night. I hope we'll be lucky enough to see it. After saying that, Susan laughed. Jiang Long kissed the little girl on the forehead. No matter if I can see the meteor shower on my birthday, as long as you are by my side, I will be the happiest. Hearing this, Susan rubbed her little head against Jiang Long's minibus and said with a smile, Of course I will be with you on the night of your birthday. So let's look forward to seeing the meteor shower that night. Well, my Shanshan is a lucky girl. I guess we should be able to see the meteor shower then, Jiang Long said. That's right. On the night of your birthday, we watched the night sky on the top of the mountain, looking forward to the meteor shower. The next morning, we could watch the sunrise together. Okay, Jiang Long responded. Thinking about Jiang Long's plans for his birthday, Susan felt particularly happy. Because when you are with the person you love, no matter what you do, you are happy from the bottom of your heart. She wanted to watch every sunset with Jiang Long and witness every sunrise with him. When she meets someone she loves very much, she will only have him in her eyes and heart, and she is willing to do anything with him. Whether it is a small thing like eating, taking a walk, or a romantic thing like looking at the stars, the moon, and the star dragon. Whether it's cloudy, rainy, or sunny. No matter if the road ahead is smooth or full of difficulties and obstacles. As long as the person next to him is him, he only has her in his eyes. She was delighted and happy. In a blink of an eye, it was Jiang Long's birthday. After work, Jiang Long drove happily and rushed home eagerly. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Long was dumbfounded. Chapter 166. She's gone. Normally, when the little girl heard him open the door, she would run to him and give him a big hug like she did every day. But tonight, Jiang Long changed into his slippers. He called the girl's name several times, but no one responded. Jiang Long suddenly had a bad feeling. Jiang Long noticed a gift box on the coffee table with a note next to it. Jiang Long took the note in his hand, on which was the girl's beautiful handwriting. Jiang Long, I'm sorry, I can't spend your birthday with you. I'm leaving. I'll come back to find you. After seeing this note, Jiang Long's face turned extremely bad. He staggered back a step and almost fell to the ground. How could the girl leave without saying a word and just leaving him a note? This is unbelievable. Jiang Long shook his head. Something is wrong. There's definitely something wrong. Jiang Long ran to the bedroom, then to the kitchen, study, and bathroom. He searched the room inside and out, but there was no sign of the girl. The little girl left just as she wrote on her note. She really left, leaving without a word. Jiang Long held the note tightly in his hand and steadied his steps. He quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a video call to the girl, but no one answered the call until he hung up. Jiang Long was unwilling to give up, so he dialed the girl's number. Hearing the female mechanical voice reminding him, Jiang Long had to hang up the phone. Jiang Long gave a bitter smile and finally fell down on the sofa. The phone you dialed is powered off. Why is the girl's cell phone turned off? So, she left quietly. I didn't even have time to tell him in person. For his birthday, the little girl has been preparing these days. They had clearly agreed to go to the top of the mountain tonight, set up a tent, watch the stars together, and look forward to the arrival of the meteor shower. They had clearly agreed on this. But the little girl broke her promise. Does the little girl have any compelling reasons? He had told the girl before that if she wanted to go home, he would go back with her. What's her problem? He will face it with her. Why did she leave alone? Jiang Long leaned back on the sofa, still holding tightly in his hand the note left by the little girl. His eyes were staring blankly ahead, and I wonder what he was thinking about. Suddenly, Jiang Long's eyes fell on the gift box on the coffee table. Jiang Long opened the gift box and found a belt in it that was exquisitely crafted and obviously very expensive. Jiang Long knew that this must have been carefully prepared by the little girl. So the little girl must have wanted to give him this birthday present personally. If that was the case, why did the girl just leave a note and leave? Jiang Long punched his head hard. He thought about everything that had happened before and after. Suddenly, Jiang Long seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that, at this time, Jiang Long heard Hua Hua's cry in the cage. Since Jiang Long came back, Hua Hua in the cage has been meowing all the time. Finally, Jiang Long heard its cry. Jiang Long came to the cage and opened it. Hua Hua jumped out in a flash. It seemed to see that Jiang Long was in a bad mood, and it kept rubbing Jiang Long's trouser legs, as if to calm Jiang Long's emotions. Jiang Long reached out and touched Hua Hua's furry little head with a bitter smile on his face. Jiang Long squatted on the ground like this for a very long time, until there was a knock on the door. Only then did Jiang Long's thoughts finally come back to his senses. Jiang Long's eyes immediately showed joy. Could it be that the note the little girl left for him was just another joke? Yes, it must be like this. The little girl just wanted to play a trick on him. She is always so naughty. Jiang Long quickly stood up and rushed to the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a delivery man wearing the standard uniform of a certain regiment standing at the door with a large cake box in his hand. Jiang Long's originally excited mood instantly fell to the bottom of the lake. He thought it was a little girl, but it turned out not to be. This time, the little girl really left and was not joking with him. Hello, sir. I delivered it here once before, but no one answered the door, and the phone was turned off when I called. Sorry. Jiang Long's voice was hoarse when he spoke, and he nodded to apologize to the delivery man. Fine. Thank you. Jiang Long took the cake from the delivery man and mechanically closed the door. Jiang Long walked back to the sofa, put the cake on the coffee table, and opened the cake box. I saw a picture of a boy and a girl holding an umbrella together on the cake. This scene is exactly the one when Jiang Long and Su Shanshan first met. How could Jiang Long not know the girl's feelings? Jiang Long sat quietly on the sofa. I don't know how long it took. The cake on the coffee table slowly melted, and the boy and girl on the cake merged together little by little. The next day, Jiang Long went to work as usual, just like any other day, but his dark circles under his eyes betrayed him. The girl told him that if she came back to find him, he would wait for her and she would not lie to him. At noon, Jiang Long, David, and Su Fei got together. Zhang Long stuffed rice into his mouth with an expressionless face, but after a few bites, he didn't want to eat anymore. David, Brother Long, you had a lot of fun with your sister-in-law last night. Unexpectedly, David and Su Fei remembered Jiang Long's birthday. When they learned that Jiang Long was going to celebrate it with Susan, they did not ask Jiang Long to go drinking with them. Daong, that's for sure with Brother Long and sister-in-law. Don't you see how good their relationship is usually? Su Fei said with a smile. There was no change on Jiang Long's face. He said to David and Su Fei, I'm done eating. I'm going back first. Then he stood up and left. David and Su Fei were really confused. David, Lao Su, why do I feel like something is wrong with Brother Long? Su Fei nodded in agreement. Could it be that Brother Long and sister-in-law are having a conflict? It's possible. It's normal for young couples to have conflicts. David said, well, I guess Brother Long and sister-in-law will reconcile in a couple of days. Su Fei, yeah, we fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Back in the office, Zhang Long sat blankly in the chair in front of his desk. I heard there was no meteor shower last night. Because the little girl is not here. There was no meteor shower? In the evening, Zhang Long went home after work. As soon as he entered the door, there would no longer be that familiar figure running up to Zhang Long and giving him a big hug, smiling sweetly at him. There will no longer be a girl waiting for him. Zhang Long changed his shoes and walked in. He scanned the room. The little girl was no longer in the huge house. I don't know why it seems so deserted and quiet. If I hadn't heard Hua Hua's meow meow sound, this house seems to be dead silent. Zhang Long released Hua Hua from the cage. He came to the coffee table and cleaned up the cake that had melted last night. If the girl was here last night, they would have spent an unforgettable birthday together, but there are no ifs. Zhang Long wanted to clean up the room again. The little girl might come back at any time, so he had to clean the house. The little girl liked cleanliness the most. After Zhang Long finished cleaning up, he went to the balcony and took down the girl's clothes. There is a set of pink pajamas for the little girl, as well as a pink bra and a pair of pink panties for the little girl. Every time Zhang Long folded a piece, he would sniff it. For some reason, even though these clothes had already been washed, Zhang Long still felt the smell of the little girl in his nose. Chapter 167. Whether you accept this money or not, you can't be with our eldest lady. At night, Zhang Long lay on the big bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. I really miss the feeling of having my little girl by my side. I really want to hold my little girl while I sleep. But the little girl is no longer with him. She left. She told him she'll come back for him. She asked him to wait for her. Without the little girl, this home seemed cold and lonely to Zhang Long, as if there was no warmth at all. During the day, Zhang Long would focus on his work, and when he got home at night, when he is typing, he will try his best to focus all his energy on the novel. After doing all this, he lay on the bed, his mind full of the little girl. I wonder if the little girl is asleep now? How long will it take for her to come back? 3 days later, Zhang Long finally couldn't hold back any longer. The note the girl left for him asked him to wait for her to come back, but now he didn't want to wait any longer. Zhang Long had no news of the little girl since she disappeared on his birthday. He felt very uneasy and frightened. It was not until Zhang Long decided to look for the girl that he realized that he didn't even know where to find her. For some reason, a deep feeling of powerlessness suddenly filled Zhang Long's body. Zhang Long picked up his phone and called Xianu Anyuan. Zhang Long only knew that the little girl had Xianu Anyuan as a friend, and he knew nothing about the other friends. He also didn't know where to get any news about the little girl. After the call was connected, Xianu Anyuan's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Nuan, I'm Zhang Long. Can you tell me where Shanshan's home is? What's going on? Xianu Anyuan was a little confused when she heard Zhang Long's words. Zhang Long told Xianu Anyuan about the girls leaving. Shanshan returned to the Su family, but Xianu Anyuan found it very strange that there was no movement at all. Could it be that Uncle Su had taken confidentiality measures and didn't want anyone to know about Shanshan? Xianu Anyuan felt that this must be the case. Zhang Long, do you know Shanshan's identity? Xianu Anyuan asked. Shanshan only told me that her father runs a management company, nothing else. Zhang Long said truthfully. Xianu Anyuan was a little confused. Since Shanshan hadn't told Zhang Long her true identity, would it be a bad idea to tell Zhang Long through her? Although, she could see that Zhang Long was really anxious to find Shanshan, Xianu Anyuan still thought that she should wait until she went to the Su family to find out. Zhang Long, don't worry. I'll contact you after I finish my investigation. Seeing that Xianu Anyuan had said this, Zhang Long had no choice but to hang up the phone. Zhang Long couldn't sit still any longer if he was asked to just wait like that foolishly. At this moment, Zhang Long's cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Long picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Long was puzzled for a moment, then answered the phone. After a while, Zhang Long appeared in a private room of a coffee shop near the community. Sitting opposite Zhang Long was a middle-aged man wearing a suit, a pair of glasses on his nose, and his hair was neatly combed. The middle-aged man spoke first. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Let me introduce myself first. I am He Qingshu, the secretary of the president of Su Group." "Hello, Mr. He." Zhang Long responded politely. Mr. Zhang may not know much about the Su Group. If the Su Group I am talking about is the Su Group of Su Mingxing in the imperial capital, I believe Mr. Zhang should know something about it. He Qingshu said. Hearing Su Mingxing's name, Zhang Long was obviously stunned. Zhang Long not know Su Mingxing's name? This is the name of a big boss that we always hear on TV news. Everyone knows him. Suddenly, Zhang Long seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that the little girl is... The expression on Zhang Long's face froze for a moment. He Qingshu smiled and spoke again. I think Mr. Zhang has already guessed that Miss Su Shanshan is the daughter of Mr. Su Mingxing and the only heir to the imperial capital Su Group. After hearing what He Qingshu said, Zhang Long was completely stunned. Zhang Long suddenly felt as if his worldview had been overturned. The girl who used to be by his side and act coquettishly towards him every day turned out to be the daughter of the richest man. Zhang Long never thought that the little girl would have such an identity. He had imagined it countless times. The only thing I didn't expect was that the little girl was such an unattainable and high-ranking person. He Qingshu had expected Zhang Long to react like this. Mr. Zhang, the eldest lady has returned to the Su family. Mr. Su is very grateful for your care for the eldest lady for so long. Here is a check for 100 million yuan. Please accept it. After saying that, He Qingshu pushed the check for 100 million in front of Zhang Long. Mr. Su means that he hopes you will not contact the eldest lady in the future. Zhang Long's face turned pale, and he clenched his hands on the table in a fist subconsciously. He calmed down and said, Mr. He, please tell Mr. Su that I don't want this money. Shanshan is my girlfriend, and I will not separate from her. He Qingshu sneered. Mr. Zhang, with your status, do you think you are worthy of our family's high and mighty eldest daughter? Such a sentence directly crushed Zhang Long's dignity. Yes, he is just an ordinary person without any family background. As for the little girl, she is a darling of heaven. Their identities can be said to be one in heaven and one in hell. For a moment, Zhang Long didn't know how to refute. However, He Qingshu's next words completely drove Zhang Long to the bottom of the lake. What's more, our eldest lady has already confirmed her marriage with the third son of the Shao family in the imperial capital. Only a man of such noble status as the third young master Shao is a good match for our eldest lady. Mr. Zhang, whether you accept this money or not, you can't be with our eldest daughter. I advise you to accept this money so that you can basically have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Chapter 168, Please Stop Controlling Shanshan's Life. After leaving the coffee shop, Zhang Long walked towards the apartment with heavy and mechanical steps. He didn't know how long he walked before he returned home. The words that He Qingshu said in the coffee shop kept echoing in Zhang Long's mind. The girl is Su Mingxing's daughter and the heir of the imperial capital Su Group. She is indeed the richest lady. Also, the little girl actually has a marriage partner. The man who is marrying the girl is a suitable match for her. Zhang Long sneered. One stumbled and fell to the ground. So when he and the girl met on that rainy night, she was trying to escape the marriage arranged by her family, and that's why they met. Zhang Long understood this is it. So, for such a long time, the little girl never mentioned going home. Zhang Long had figured out everything, and he understood it clearly. The biggest variable that caused the little girl to run away from home was meeting him. They fell in love. Now the little girl has returned to her original life. The life she was supposed to live. But many things will never be the same again. Zhang Long saw clearly Su Mingxing's attitude towards him. In Su Mingxing's eyes, Zhang Long was indeed a poor loser who was not worthy of Su Mingxing's daughter. Zhang Long's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a bitter smile. He didn't expect that the plot in the TV series would actually happen to him. 100 million was thrown in front of him, telling him not to bother the girl again. Zhang Long sneered, haha. He has never seen 100 million in his life. Maybe at his current rate of earning money, he will never be able to earn 100 million in his lifetime. But the relationship between him and the girl cannot be measured by money. Jiang Long shook his head vigorously, a face of distraught. I don't know how the little girl is doing now. Will the little girl sleep, well, every night during these days of absence? Jiang Long gradually thought more and more. Jiang Long was also extremely upset. He brought a few bottles of wine and drank them by himself. After drinking a few bottles, Jiang Long still didn't feel drunk at all. At this moment, he really hated why he could drink so much. Why is it so hard to get drunk? The next day, Jiang Long was woken up by the alarm and found himself lying on the floor of the living room. There were a pile of empty bottles beside him. It seemed that he was drunk last night. At this time, Jiang Long noticed that Hua had been lying beside him without him noticing. At this moment, she was looking at him with a pair of cute big eyes. Jiang Long reached out and touched Hua's little head. I wanted to speak, but I realized my voice was very hoarse. Jiang Long paused for a moment before speaking. Hua, Mama's not here now. You have to be good. Your mother won't abandon us. Hua seemed to understand Jiang Long's words. It meowed and called meow and meow. Jiang Long rubbed his temples and struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at the messy wine bottles on the ground and ignored them. After Jiang Long prepared something to eat for Hua, he left for the company. Jiang Long felt dizzy this morning. He drank too much last night and didn't eat anything, so he was in low spirits. At noon, when having lunch, David and Su Fei were a little surprised that they didn't see Jiang Long coming. After lunch, David came to Jiang Long's office. As soon as he entered the door, David saw Jiang Long lying on the table. It's noon, and Brother Long didn't go to eat. Why is he still lying on the table? David felt more and more that something was wrong. Brother Long? David called out. After hearing the voice, Jiang Long raised his head with difficulty and looked at the person who came. David was worried when he saw Jiang Long, whose face was pale, sweat was pouring out of his forehead, and he looked extremely weak. Brother Long, what's wrong with you? It's okay. Jiang Long opened his pale lips slightly and uttered these two words. David frowned slightly. Brother Long didn't look like he was all right. Brother Long, are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital. David said quickly. Jiang Long waved his hand and said, It's okay. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. You can go back first. Brother Long, I'd better take you to the hospital. David was still worried. No need. It will be fine in a moment. Jiang Long said lightly. Seeing that Jiang Long was determined to do so, David did not force him and said, Brother Long, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately. Good. Imperial Capital. Su Family Manor. Lin Huiying had just come out of the Buddhist hall and returned to her room when she saw Su Mingqing standing in her room in a dark blue suit. Lin Huiying walked to the chair and sat down. Su Mingqing watched Lin Huiying's actions, frowned, and asked, You deliberately led the people I sent to find Shan to Haisher, didn't you? Lin Huiying looked at Su Mingqing without much expression on her face, and she nodded slightly. Why did you do this? Su Mingqing raised his voice unconsciously. If they had not received the wrong guidance, the people sent by Su Mingqing would have found Su Shanshan long ago. Lin Huiying spoke slowly, her tone calm and without any waves. Mingqing, we should respect Shanshan's wishes and not force her to do anything. Hearing this, Su Mingqing sneered. Oh, what a joke. Shanshan is my daughter, Su Mingqing. Her identity is here. As a member of the Su family, she must shoulder her responsibilities. Lin Huiying shook her head helplessly. Her mood still did not change much. We made a mistake back then. Do you still want Shanshan to follow in our footsteps? Hearing this, Su Mingqing's face turned a little ugly. He was silent for 2 seconds and then spoke again. Even if it was a mistake back then, isn't it good now? Very good. What Su Mingqing called very good only represented Su Mingqing's own thoughts. Lin Huiying never thought so. Mingqing, you have gained wealth and fame. Isn't that enough? Please don't control Shanshan's life anymore. Lin Huiying said earnestly. Our lives were also controlled back then. Neither you nor I had a choice. In order to protect this family business, Shanshan must fulfill her obligations. Su Mingqing's attitude was firm. Mingqing, since you understand that we had no choice back then, can't you let Shanshan make her own choice this time? Huiying, I do this for the entire Su family. Lin Huiying closed her eyes and opened them again and ordered him to leave. Go out, I need to rest. Su Mingqing glanced at Lin Huiying and walked away. Chapter 169. Like or not, it has nothing to do with marriage. Imperial Capital University, Student Union Office. Xianu Anyuan, wearing a light blue Lolita dress, white stockings on her legs, and black leather shoes, rushed in. Xiao Mingjie, who was working at his desk, looked up at the person who came and happened to meet Xianu Anyuan's eyes. Xianu Anyuan stood in front of the desk, looking at Xiao Mingjie opposite her. He waved to Xiao Mingjie and said, "Hello, Brother Xiao, long time no see." After all, Xiao Mingjie still had the video of her being hung on the horizontal bar, so Xianu Anyuan felt that she had to be polite when facing Xiao Mingjie. What's more, this time, the matter between Shanshan and Zhang Long is urgent, so she still has to ask Xiao Mingjie for clarification. "Little potato, why don't you play with others? Why are you looking for me?" Xiao Mingjie spoke in a cold tone. "Others?" Xianu Anyuan looked confused. She had no idea who Xiao Mingjie was referring to. "It seems that there are too many people playing with you, and you can't remember them all." Xiao Mingjie raised his eyebrows. Listening to Xiao Mingjie's sarcastic tone, Xianu Anyuan felt uncomfortable, but she had to keep her composure at the moment. Xianu Anyuan smiled at Xiao Mingjie and said, "Brother Xiao, I don't understand what you mean. Please explain it more clearly." Xiao Mingjie crossed his arms, leaned back on the chair, and stared at Little Potato. He said calmly, "My friend's circle blocked me." Hearing the circle of friends, Xianu Anyuan reacted instantly. She quickly opened her phone, found Xiao Mingjie's WeChat dialogue box, and pretended to be shocked. "Oops, sorry, maybe my hand slipped, I'll fix it now." After saying that, Xianu Anyuan started to operate on her mobile phone. When she was done, she raised the phone and shook it in front of Xiao Mingjie. "Brother Xiao, you see I have changed." Since the one-week trial couple ended, Xianu Anyuan blocked Xiao Mingjie's circle of friends. Unexpectedly, he actually went to see her circle of friends. But why did Xiao Mingjie go out of his way to check her circle of friends? "The photos are good," Xiao Mingjie said again. Xianu Anyuan quickly opened her moments and saw the photo of the four brothers of Peach Blossom Land. Xianu Anyuan smiled and said, "That's my eldest brother, second brother, and little cat brother." Xiao Mingjie's pupil shrank, and I don't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Xiao Mingjie's attitude seemed to be better, Xianu Anyuan hurried to his side. "Brother Xiao, you work so hard every day. Let me give you a shoulder massage." After Xianu Anyuan finished speaking, she noticed that the chair Xiao Mingjie was sitting on had a high back, so she couldn't massage his shoulders. Xianu Anyuan suddenly had an idea, and she directly pulled one of Xiao Mingjie's arms. "I'd better massage Brother Xiao's arm." After that, Xianu Anyuan slowly massaged Xiao Mingjie's arm. Xiao Mingjie looked at Little Potato with strange eyes. Anyone who is trying to please you for no reason is either a villain or a thief. Xianu Anyuan felt that based on Xiao Mingjie's previous reaction, he should have pulled his arm back immediately. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingjie actually let her give him a massage obediently. It seemed a little abnormal, or maybe he was in a good mood today. Xianu Anyuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, can I ask you a few questions?" "You say." "Look, the fox's tail is revealed." Xiao Mingjie knew that Little Potato was being courteous to her and was definitely going to cause trouble. "Do you like Shanshan?" Xiao Mingjie shook his head and answered bluntly, "I don't like it." "Since you don't like Shanshan, will you still marry her?" Xianu Anyuan asked again. "Whether you like it or not has nothing to do with whether or not to form an alliance." Xiao Mingjie responded. Hearing this, Xianu Anyuan unconsciously increased the force on Xiao Mingjie's arm. How could Xiao Mingjie be like this? Since he doesn't like Shanshan, why does he insist on marrying her? What should Shanshan do if Xiao Mingjie doesn't change his mind? Is Shanshan really going to marry Xiao Mingjie? Shanshan doesn't like Xiao Mingjie at all. She only likes Zhang Long. What should Zhang Long do then? Xianu Anyuan was almost pissed off by Xiao Mingjie. "If you already have someone you really like, will you still agree to the marriage?" Xianu Anyuan thought for a moment and asked again. "I don't have anyone I really like, so this assumption doesn't hold true." "So, what you mean is that you have decided to marry Shanshan, right?" Xianu Anyuan spoke again, her voice unconsciously raised by a few decibels. The marriage was decided by the two families before. Xianu Anyuan directly shook off Xiao Mingjie's arm. He looked at Xiao Mingjie angrily and said, "Shanshan already has someone she likes. She doesn't like you and doesn't want to marry you. Since you don't like Shanshan, please be a good person and break up the marriage with Shanshan, so that Shanshan can be with the person she likes, okay?" Xianu Anyuan finished speaking in one breath, her chest rising and falling violently. In order to help Shanshan and Zhang Long, she deliberately approached Xiao Mingjie and wanted him to like her. But in the end, she failed. Now that Shan Shan has been found by Uncle Su, Shan Shan and Jiang Long may face more difficulties in the future. Some time ago, when she was in Qing City, she saw Shan Shan and Jiang Long together. Shan Shan was happy from the bottom of her heart. She also felt Jiang Long's strong love for Shan Shan. Shan Shan is her best friend, and she really wants to see Shan Shan be happy. She also very much hopes that Shan Shan and Jiang Long, the couple of lovers, can finally get married and live happily forever. Xiao Mingjie looked straight at Xiao Nuanyuan. This is the first time that he and Xiao Nuanyuan have known each other for such a long time. This was the first time I heard such serious words from Xiao Nuanyuan. Xiao Mingjie seemed to realize something in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Mingjie's expression became serious. So, Xiao Nuanyuan, you approached me in the first place because you wanted me to fall in love with you and then destroy my marriage with Susan, right? Xiao Mingjie asked. Xiao Mingjie's eyes were fixed on Xiao Nuanyuan, afraid of missing any expression on her face. Xiao Nuanyuan looked a little unnatural. This was indeed the fact, but she seemed a little embarrassed to be exposed in public by the person involved. If she admitted it, Xiao Mingjie would definitely feel that he had been fooled by her for such a long time, and he would probably want to strangle her to death. If she didn't admit it and lied to Xiao Mingjie again, Xiao Nuanyuan would feel a little bit reluctant. Xiao Nuanyuan saw the scary look in Xiao Mingjie's eyes. Shan Shan's problem was not solved by Xiao Mingjie. If she angered Xiao Mingjie, wouldn't it be even more difficult for her to take action against him in the future? She quickly made an excuse. Oops, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, Xiao Nuanyuan turned around and tried to run away. The chair Xiao Mingjie was sitting on turned slightly, and he grabbed Xiao Nuanyuan's thin arm with great force. Between lightning and flint, Xiao Nuanyuan threw herself on Xiao Mingjie, and their lips happened to touch each other. Chapter 170 Elevator Incident. Xiao Nuanyuan and Xiao Mingjie were both stunned. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, and they both forgot to separate. Until a boy wearing black-framed glasses and holding documents pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Jie. When the boy in the black frame saw the scene in the office, he was so scared that he ran away quickly. No, sorry, you guys continue. Xiao Nuanyuan was extremely embarrassed and tried to get up from Xiao Mingjie in a panic. Unexpectedly, the more panicked she became, the more mistakes she made, and Xiao Nuanyuan fell into Xiao Mingjie's arms again. At this moment, Xiao Mingjie let out a muffled groan, hiss. He subconsciously arched his body and reached down. His hand just covered Xiao Nuanyuan's hand. At this moment, Xiao Nuanyuan really felt what she was holding in her hand. Even though Xiao Nuanyuan usually talks nonsense, when she encounters real power, she is still a girl after all. Xiao Nuanyuan instantly lost her composure. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly pulled her hand away. I have something else to do. I'll go first. After stumbling over these 8 words, Xiao Nuanyuan quickly fled the scene. Xiao Mingjie frowned, his big hand still covering that place. He watched Xiao Nuanyuan's back finally disappear from his sight. After work, Jiang Long drove towards the apartment in a daze. Jiang Long drove very slowly today. When Xiao Nizi was around, Jiang Long would rush home impatiently after work every day, because he knew the girl would want to see him first. So Jiang Long would involuntarily speed up his return journey. But now, Jiang Long went back to face a cold room where the little girl was not. He seemed to have no idea what was the point of going back. After getting off the car, Jiang Long walked into the elevator. Just as the elevator door closed, a hand reached in, then a girl wearing a black mask on her face, black sunglasses on her eyes, a black baseball cap on her head, and a denim dress walked in. Jiang Long's expression froze. He subconsciously thought the girl who entered the elevator was a little girl. The girl was always fully armed when she went out, just like this girl. Jiang Long couldn't help but smile bitterly. The girl in the denim skirt came in, pressed the floor number, and stood in a corner of the elevator. Jiang Long was standing in another corner of the elevator. Slowly, the elevator slowly rises, until the elevator jolted and then fell into darkness. The girl in the denim skirt suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! When the elevator just fell into darkness, Jiang Long was nervous for a moment, and then the elevator stopped shaking and fell into darkness. Jiang Long calmed down, thinking that the elevator just had a problem. However, after hearing the screams of the girl in the denim skirt, Jiang Long frowned. I took out my cell phone and saw that there was no signal and I couldn't make any calls for help. With the dim light from the mobile phone screen, Jiang Long noticed that the girl in the denim skirt was squatting on the ground in the corner, holding her head tightly with both hands. Jiang Long quickly turned his phone to flashlight mode and looked at the girl in the denim skirt and asked, "Are you okay?" I believe that anyone who encounters this situation will ask this question. The flashlight was much brighter than the phone screen, and Jiang Long could clearly see that the girl in the denim skirt was trembling all over. It looked as if it had been frightened of some kind. Jiang Long walked towards the girl in the denim skirt. He didn't know what was going on with the girl in the denim skirt, but Jiang Long felt that something was wrong with her. After all, when Jiang Long was watching the news before, he heard about someone who won the mahjong game and was so excited that he almost fainted. No one can predict what will happen if a girl in a denim skirt encounters an emergency in an elevator and cannot bear it psychologically or physically. Jiang Long kindly comforted him. "Don't worry, someone will rescue us soon." At this time, Jiang Long noticed that the girl in the denim skirt was shaking even more violently. In the closed elevator, Jiang Long seemed to feel that the girl in the denim skirt was breathing rapidly. Suddenly, Jiang Long realized the seriousness of the problem. Jiang Long quickly squatted down, forced the girl's head up, and took off the mask on her face. The girl was breathing rapidly, and wearing a mask would only make her breathing more difficult. The situation was urgent, so Jiang Long didn't care about anything else. Saving lives was the most important thing. "I took off your mask because I wanted to make it easier for you to breathe. I didn't mean anything else," Jiang Long explained. "The security guard will find someone to rescue us as soon as he sees the surveillance. Just hang in there, we'll be out soon. You must hold on." In fact, Jiang Long didn't know what to say. It's just that the girl in the denim skirt looked too scary in her current state, and Jiang Long wanted to save her as much as possible. It seemed that Jiang Long's words had some effect, and the girl in the denim skirt was not shaking as violently anymore. Jiang Long finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and found the piano piece to Alice downloaded on his phone and started playing it. The girl had played this piece for him in the concert hall of Qingdao University. Jiang Long himself also likes this piano piece very much. Sometimes when he is typing, he will play it to listen to it. After listening to it, Jiang Long felt very happy. As the piano music to Alice sounded, the mood of the girl in the denim skirt eased a little. At this moment, Jiang Long's mind was filled with the image of the little girl playing the piano piece for him. The girl said that this song to Alice was given to him. When she played it, she was like a fairy. When Xiao and I finished playing, many people gathered in the music hall and applauded her. The little girl pulled him away from the crowd. Jiang Long's eyes, frame by frame, like a movie, clearly visible. Unconsciously, he had gone through so much with the little girl. The piano piece to Alice will automatically repeat itself after it finishes playing. The beautiful melody makes the enclosed and dark space seem less scary. Jiang Long did this to calm the girl in the denim skirt down. I don't know how many times Funny Alice played when the elevator door finally opened. Jiang Long narrowed his eyes subconsciously when faced with the sudden light. When Jiang Long opened his eyes completely, he saw a group of people gathered at the door, including property management staff, elevator maintenance staff, etc. At this time, a woman rushed into the elevator, helped the girl in the denim skirt who was squatting on the ground, covered the girl's face, and quickly left the scene with her. "Are you okay?" At this time, someone began to ask about Jiang Long's condition. Jiang Long waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Then he walked out of the elevator, walked through the crowd, walked up several flights of stairs, and finally returned home. Chapter 171. It's so painful. As soon as Jiang Long entered the room, he heard Hua Hua's cry. Jiang Long quickly released Hua Hua from the cage, and Hua Hua immediately ran away happily to play. When the little girl was at home, Hua Hua was never put in a cage. Hua Hua can play happily with the little girl. Now, Hua Hua will only come out of the cage when Jiang Long is off work. Jiang Long knew that Hua Hua must not like the current situation, but he had no choice. He also didn't want to leave Hua Hua alone at home. Jiang Long looked at the wine bottles lying on the ground intact. He took a large garbage bag and put them all in it one by one. Jiang Long hadn't eaten all day, and he drank a lot of wine last night. He had a stomachache at noon, but it was much better in the afternoon. At this time, Jiang Long's stomachache started again. Jiang Long covered his stomach and went back to bed. In a daze, Jiang Long heard the ringing of his cell phone. He answered the phone and heard David's voice coming from the receiver. "Brother Long, please open the door." "I'm at the door." "Good." Jiang Long responded and got out of bed with difficulty. After standing at the door and knocking for a long time, Jiang Long didn't come to open the door. David thought something had happened to Jiang Long and was really scared. After a while, Jiang Long came to the door and opened it. When David saw Jiang Long, with a pale face, appear in front of him, he hurriedly helped Jiang Long sit on the sofa. "Brother Long, are you still having stomachache?" David asked. Jiang Long nodded. "You didn't eat dinner either?" David asked again. Jiang Long nodded again. "Yeah." David had indeed noticed that Jiang Long seemed to be a bit strange these days. He became silent and seemed to have aged a lot. David thought that the conflict between Brother Long and his sister-in-law had not been resolved. Brother Long didn't even go to eat lunch this afternoon, and he didn't look well. If Xiao Nuanyuan hadn't sent a message in the Peach Garden Four Brothers group just now, David wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. "Brother Long, do you have any stomach medicine at home?" David asked. Jiang Long pointed to the cabinet at the door and said, "It's in the medicine box." David quickly got the stomach medicine, boiled some hot water in the kitchen, and poured a cup for Jiang Long. Under David's care, Jiang Long took some stomach medicine, drank some hot water, and then laid down on the sofa. David usually doesn't know how to cook, so he ordered 2 takeouts, 1 bowl of white porridge and steamed buns for Jiang Long, and 1 bowl of beef noodles for himself. Jiang Long has stomach discomfort now, and David thinks that this is the only thing Long can eat now. After a while, the takeaway arrived. After the two of them had their meal, Jiang Long's stomach gradually got better. David saw that Jiang Long was in good condition, so he thought about it for a while before speaking. "Brother Long, even though my sister-in-law is not at home right now, you still have to take care of your body. When your sister-in-law comes back and sees you like this, she will definitely be heartbroken," David comforted. "I know, I won't do it again next time," Jiang Long promised. Daong was right. If the girl saw him like this, she would definitely feel very distressed. So, he must be fine. But when will the little girl come back? "Brother Long, can you tell me what happened to my sister-in-law?" Xiao Nuanyuan only briefly mentioned in the group that her sister-in-law had left, and David didn't know the details. David is currently confused. Jiang Long thought about it and decided not to hide it from David. He told David the whole story. After hearing this, David was so shocked that he could swallow an egg. It took a while for David to digest this matter. If Lao Su hadn't been unable to come tonight due to some matters, he would have been as shocked as Brother Long when he heard his story. "Unexpectedly, my sister-in-law turned out to be Su Mingqing's daughter. This is simply incredible. So, Brother Long has been in love with the daughter of the richest man, and he and Lao Su have actually become friends with the daughter of the richest man." David felt that this kind of bizarre experience usually only appeared in novels he had read. Who would have thought that the novel would become reality? Brother Long is like the male protagonist in the novel, and my sister-in-law is the female protagonist in the novel. This is simply outrageous. David shook his head vigorously. Novels are novels and reality is reality. He should stop daydreaming. David quickly calmed down, looked at Jiang Long and asked, "Brother Long, what are you and sister-in-law going to do?" My sister-in-law's father did not agree to let Brother Long and my sister-in-law be together, and he gave Brother Long a check of 100 million yuan. In the world of rich people, maybe 100 million is as simple as 100 yuan in his pocket, David thought. Jiang Long pulled up a bitter smile and shook his head. To be honest, he really didn't know what to do now. He's just a poor loser. He has no identity, no status, no wealth. How can he be worthy of this little girl? The girl's marriage partner is a gentleman of the same noble status as her. And what can he compare with others? What can he compare with others? Jiang Long did not answer. He stood up and fetched a few bottles of beer. He said to David, "Daong, let's have a drink." David quickly stopped him. "Brother Long, your stomach is just getting better. Don't drink anymore." When David went to find stomach medicine for Jiang Long, he saw a large garbage bag full of wine bottles. Can Long keep drinking like this? What's more, he had a stomach problem before. "I'm so fucking miserable. It's so painful." Jiang Long could no longer control his emotions. The repression he had been holding for the past few days burst out, and 2 hot tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. David had never seen Brother Long like this before, and for a moment, he didn't know how to comfort Brother Long. David opened 2 bottles of wine and placed one in front of him and one in front of Jiang Long. "Brother Long, I'll accompany you tonight. After tonight, please don't harm your body anymore." David could see that Brother Long must have been very depressed these days, and he really needed to vent. Jiang Long raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes and said to David seriously, "Thank you, Daong." David patted Jiang Long on the shoulder and said, "We are all brothers, don't talk about that. Come, Brother Long, let's drink." Chapter 172. Today's takeaway is especially delicious. The sky was turning pale, and a new day began. Imperial capital, Su family manor. In the huge, luxurious princess room, Susan was sitting in front of the dressing table, holding the jade sandalwood comb that Jang Long had given her. Susan's slender fingers gently slid across the twin lotus flowers carved on the jade sandalwood comb and slowly stroked the last letters of their two names carved by Jiang Long himself, as well as the heart shape in the middle. She was thinking that when Jiang Long was carving them, he must have been thinking of her in his heart. Slowly, Jiang Long's face appeared in front of Susan, and Susan unconsciously increased the strength of her fingers holding the sandalwood comb. Jiang Long, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Do you eat on time every day when I'm away? Will Huahua be sad if I can't take care of it anymore? Now, there are only you and Huahua at home. You must take good care of yourself. You must take good care of yourself too, right? Do you know? I lie alone in bed at night and miss you so much. I miss your embrace, your warmth, your scent, your kiss, everything about you. Unconsciously, Susan's eyes turned red, and a few crystal tears slowly slid down her face. She picked up the jade sandalwood comb in her hand and gently combed her long hair. Thinking of the day she left Qing City, Susan felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Zhang Long's birthday that day, and they had clearly agreed to go to the top of the mountain to watch the meteor shower and the sunrise together. But she broke her promise. That birthday should have been a wonderful day, but she made it the worst day ever. She wanted Zhang Long to have an unforgettable and wonderful birthday. But in the end, she only brought sadness to Jiang Long. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Jiang Long. I really didn't mean it. Susan's hands were still moving, but in the mirror, the girl's beautiful face was already covered with tears. Last night, David drank with Jiang Long until very late. David was worried about Jiang Long's condition, so he stayed at Jiang Long's house. David looked at Jiang Long, who was lying on the bed with a haggard face and still sleeping. He secretly asked for leave for Jiang Long, ordered a takeaway for Jiang Long, and then went to the company. As soon as David entered the company, Su Fei came over. Daong, is Brother Long okay? Su Fei asked. It's a long story. I'll tell you in detail during lunch break. David's words left Su Fei confused. What did you do last night? David asked Su Fei. I went to have dinner with my gaming partner. It's a long story. Okay, let's go to work first and take a lunch break later. Oh. Lin Yuxuan, who had been having a good time abroad for a while, didn't see Jiang Long when he arrived at the company, and he was a little puzzled. After Lin Yuxuan made the call, David soon appeared in Lin Yuxuan's office. Brother Xian, David called out. Lin Yuxuan nodded in response, then asked, What's wrong with Jiang Long? He's on leave. I know. Lin Yuxuan paused and continued to ask. Why did he ask for leave? He just didn't get in touch with the little girl, and Jiang Long asked for leave again. What's going on? David didn't understand why Brother Xian cared so much about Brother Long, so he told Lin Yuxuan the truth. He's in a bad state because of emotional issues. Hearing this, Lin Yuxuan raised his eyebrows, as if he understood something. Lin Yuxuan waved at David. You go back first. Okay, Brother Xian. After David left, Lin Yuxuan sat in the office chair with his legs crossed, looking out the window, wondering what he was thinking about. Jiang Long woke up in a daze. It was almost noon. Jiang Long dragged his heavy steps out of the bedroom and saw the takeaway food on the coffee table in the living room. Jiang Long's mouth twitched. When he went to the bathroom, he noticed that the garbage bag he had placed by the door was gone. Moreover, Jiang Long found that there was only half of the cat food left in Huahua's food bowl. I didn't expect that Daong is such a thoughtful guy. After a quick wash, Jiang Long reheated the takeaway that David had ordered for him that morning and ate it. For the sake of the girl and his good brother, he couldn't harm his own body. Jiang Long had just finished his meal when he received a message from David. Society, you are brave, brother. Brother Long, are you up? Society, you are brave, brother. After getting up, heat up the takeaway on the coffee table and eat. Jiang Long stared at the phone screen for a long time. He tapped the screen with his fingers and clicked send. Long Daong, today's takeaway is really delicious. I ate it all. Society, you are brave, brother. That's good. Followed by a grinning emoticon. Company, lunchtime. After David finished telling Su Fei about Jiang Long and Susan, the shock on Su Fei's face was even greater than that on David's last night. It took Su Fei a while to digest it. Su Fei frowned and looked at David. Daong, Brother Long and his wife are going to have a hard time in the future. David nodded. It's not that Brother Long is bad. It's just that Brother Long is just like us, with no status, no position, and no money. It's too difficult to be with my sister-in-law. Moreover, Su Mingche's attitude towards Brother Long is tough, so it seems impossible for my sister-in-law to be with Brother Long. Su Fei sighed heavily. Alas. It's a pity that Brother Long and his wife love each other, but cannot be together. Shall we go visit Brother Long tonight? Su Fei said. He had something to do yesterday and didn't go, so how could he know that Brother Long had been through so much? Don't go. Let's see how Brother Long is doing tomorrow. David said. Okay then. Su Fei nodded. As for what Brother Long encountered, his brothers could not help in any other way except providing emotional value. At this time, David remembered to ask Su Fei, Old Su, what happened to you last night? Su Fei said, Last night, I had dinner with my gaming partner, and I ran into Xiaoya and her ex-boyfriend. David raised his eyebrows and smiled. The plot is so exciting. What happens next? David asked quickly. My gaming partner seemed to have seen the relationship between Xiaoya and me. She called me dear in front of Xiaoya and her ex-boyfriend, pretending to be my girlfriend and helping me out. Oh my God, you're such an awesome gaming partner, David exclaimed. Su Fei nodded. He really didn't expect that his gaming partner was so powerful. Does the girl have a crush on you? David raised his eyebrows. Stop wondering about it. Girl, are you pretty? Good. How old? No. Fuck. Why don't you ask? Why are you asking that? You have nothing better to do. TSK tisk, David smacked his lips. Chapter 173, Where is the girl in front of me? After dinner, Jang Long tidied up the house and went to the study. He sat in the chair in front of the computer desk, turned on the computer, and entered the Tomato novel writer backstage. After seeing the above data, Jang Long was stunned on the spot. Jang Long hasn't written for several days. He has been saving drafts of his novels regularly. Unexpectedly, his new novel suddenly became a hit. Jang Long still remembers when he first started writing this novel. The girl sat on his lap, and they clicked on the application to sign the contract together. The girl smiled and said to him, Baby, I believe your book will be a hit. My baby must be the best he. Then the little girl gave him a sweet kiss. The scene at that time was still clearly visible in Jiang Long's eyes. Jiang Long twitched the corner of his mouth and said to himself, Shan Shan, my new book is a big hit. Shan Shan, did you see it? Shan Shan, don't worry. I will definitely continue writing this book well. At this time, Jiang Long seemed to hear a knock on the door. He left the study and indeed heard the knocking sound on the door more clearly. Jiang Long came to the door, opened it, and saw two girls standing at the door. A girl wearing a light blue skirt, a black mask on her face, and a black cap on her head, revealing a pair of bright eyes. However, these eyes seemed to be full of timidity and panic, but Jiang Long still recognized this girl at a glance. She was the girl in the denim skirt in the elevator yesterday. The other girl was wearing a tight, long-sleeve sports t-shirt on the upper body and the same style of sports wide-leg pants on the lower body. She was very beautiful and had a good temperament, and she looked like a star on TV. The girl in sportswear saw Jiang Long. The expression on her face moved slightly. She quickly said, Hello, Mr. Jiang, please forgive me. I heard about you from the property management. My sister and I came here to thank you today. I heard from my sister that you were the one who comforted her in the elevator yesterday. Thank you very much. It's okay, don't take it to heart. I think your sister met someone else in the elevator at that time, and others would do the same. Jiang Long said. The girl in sportswear smiled at Jiang Long and said, Mr. Jiang is really kind-hearted. After that, she said to the girl in the blue skirt beside her, Xiaoji, come and thank Mr. Jiang. After hearing this, the girl in the blue skirt bowed deeply to Jiang Long and slowly uttered two words, Thank you. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Long felt that the girl in the blue skirt seemed a little strange. At this time, the girl in sportswear spoke again. Mr. Jiang, could you please pour me a glass of water? My throat is very uncomfortable now. Originally, Jiang Long thought that since they thanked him, they would leave. Unexpectedly, she asked him for a glass of water. Jiang Long nodded at the girl in sportswear and said to her, Wait a moment. I'm so sorry to bother you. Fine. Seeing Jiang Long walking into the house, the girl in sportswear standing at the door took out a bank card from her bag and placed it in a corner of the cabinet at the door. She took out her cell phone again and switched to the camera function. Jiang Long, who had taken a bottle of water from the kitchen, was walking towards the door. The girl in sportswear moved her fingers slightly while holding the phone, and then she quickly put the phone into her bag. Zhang Long handed the water to the girl in sportswear and said, "Here you go." "Thank you." After the girl in sportswear took the bottle of water, she immediately said, "Mr. Jiang, we won't bother you anymore." Zhang Long nodded at them. Before leaving, the girl in the blue skirt bowed deeply to Zhang Long again and was then dragged away by the girl in sportswear. Zhang Long closed the door and went back to his study to write. At this time, Hua strolled into the study. Zhang Long was concentrating on typing when he suddenly felt an itch on his calf. He looked down and saw Hua beside his legs. Zhang Long picked up Hua and put her on the table. He reached out and touched Hua's little head and said to Hua, "When I was writing, your mother liked to watch secretly. Now I allow you to watch openly." After Zhang Long finished speaking, Hua cooperated very well and called out meow. At night, before going to bed, Zhang Long took a bath in the bathtub. He had always taken showers before, but this was the first time he had soaked in the bathtub for such a long time. The little girl likes to take a bath very much. She will take a bath for a long time, every time. Zhang Long closed his eyes, and he seemed to see the little girl sitting opposite the bathtub without realizing it. Her long hair was soaked, with a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. A sweet smile hung on her pretty face. The pink and moist lips are like cherries waiting to be picked. Her eyes were wet. Her skin was white and translucent, and her delicate collarbone was exposed. The whiteness in the bathtub is even more vague. Suddenly, Zhang Long opened his eyes. "Where's the little girl in front of me?" Zhang Long felt disappointed, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The water in the bathtub had already turned cold before Zhang Long came out. Zhang Long went to the bedroom, opened the closet, found some clothes to change into. He looked at the little girl's clothes placed aside. Zhang Long reached out and gently touched the girl's clothes. When Zhang Long saw the pair of white high stockings, he remembered that the girl was wearing a maid outfit that night, with her legs wrapped in the pair of high white stockings. Zhang Long took it in his hand, touched it again and again, sniffed it again and again, and then reluctantly put it back into the closet. Zhang Long lay in bed, trying to fall asleep early, but couldn't. Finally, Zhang Long took out the high-top white silk stockings that he had just put back into the closet and put them in his quilt. It was as if the little girl was by his side. The next day, Zhang Long got up on time. In the bathroom, Zhang Long looked in the mirror at the long stubble on his chin. He picked up the razor that the girl bought for him and shaved. He prepared some food for Hua and some for himself. He changed into clean clothes, tied the belt that the girl gave him the day she left, and then went out. Imperial Capital, Su Family Manor. In Susan's luxurious room, Susan, wearing a pink bunny-patterned nightgown with her long hair draped behind her, was standing on the balcony, holding a violin in her hands. Slowly, the girl closed her eyes and quietly played the song to Alice. The leaves rustled, and the breeze gently blew the girl's long hair, like a beautiful painting. When the song ended, Susan walked out to the balcony with her violin and saw Su Mingsheng, who had appeared in the living room at some point. Chapter 170, For Their Feelings Are Not Flowers in the Mirror or the Moon in the Water. Su Shanshan called Su Mingsheng Dad, and then put down the violin in her hand. Su Mingsheng responded and walked to the sofa and sat down. Su Shanshan stood aside and looked at Su Mingsheng quietly. "Shanshan, have you figured it out?" Su Mingsheng sat on the sofa with an attitude of a superior. Susan shook her head. "Dad, the person I like is Jiang Long. He's the only one I like in my life. I will never get married." Susan's eyes were full of determination, as if she was swearing an unswerving oath. Hearing this, Su Mingsheng's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head. "Shanshan, you and Jiang Long are not from the same world at all." Susan immediately retorted, "It's because Jiang Long doesn't have a lot of money that you think he and I are not from the same world, right, Dad?" After the accumulation of the past few days, Susan was a little excited, and her face turned red because of the excitement. She then said, "If Jiang Long had a lot of money, you wouldn't think that Jiang Long and I were not from the same world, right? I am right? So, in my father's world, money is always the most important thing and the standard for judging a person." In the past, Su Shanshan always acted cute and well-behaved in front of Su Mingsheng. This was the first time that Su Mingsheng heard such aggressive words from Su Shanshan. Su Mingsheng's face looked a little ugly at this time, and he said coldly, "Shanshan, how can you talk to your father like this?" "Dad, I'm just saying what's on your mind," Susan said bluntly. Su Mingsheng's face darkened. "No matter what you think, You and that poor boy can't be together. You must get married." Hearing Su Mingqing's decisive words, Su Shanshan's nose felt sore and tears instantly filled her eyes. She shook her head desperately. "Dad, I really love Jianglong. I would never marry him even if I die. You already have a lot of wealth. Why do you want to sacrifice my happiness? I think in this world, you don't have to have a lot of money to be happy. Jianglong and I were together. He didn't have a lot of money, but I was really happy and blessed with him." Seeing Su Shanshan start to cry, Su Mingsheng frowned deeply. "Shanshan, you're used to a luxurious life. When you met that poor boy, you were exposed to a life you had never experienced before. All of this is just a temporary novelty for you. If you continue to live like that for a long time, you won't be able to endure it." The tears on Susan's face slowly fell down her cheeks, and she looked very pitiful at this moment. She cried and said, "No, as long as I am with Jianglong, I can live with him no matter what kind of life I live." Su Mingqing stood up and handed Su Shanshan a tissue. "Wipe your tears." Su Shanshan did not take the tissue handed to her by Su Mingqing and turned her face to the side. Su Mingqing didn't care about Su Shanshan's behavior. He spoke again. "Shanshan, it's not easy for our Su family to get to where we are today. If you want to keep your current wealth, your marriage with Xiao Mingjie is the best choice." After Su Mingqing said this, Su Shanshan cried even harder. She looked at Su Mingsheng and said, "Dad, I am a living person. Please don't use me as a tool for you to keep your wealth. Okay. You are my daughter. This is your duty." Su Mingqing said firmly. The tears on Susan's face fell like pearls from a broken string, and she cried and said, "Then I'd rather not be your daughter." This sentence really made Su Mingqing very angry. He instantly crushed the tissue in his hand. "For that poor boy, you don't want to be my daughter, Su Mingsheng Shanshan. What kind of magic potion did that poor boy give you?" Su Mingqing said angrily. Su Shanshan wiped the tears from her face and said to Su Mingqing seriously, "Dad, have you ever heard this poem? I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him till old age. It's not that Jianglong has drugged me with some kind of love potion. It's that my whole heart is with him, and I only want to be with him in this life. If you force me to marry Xiao Mingjie, I will die." Su Mingsheng didn't expect that during the short time that Shanshan ran away from home, she and the poor boy actually had such a deep relationship. This really gave Su Mingsheng a headache. If Shanshan had not developed feelings for that poor boy during the time she ran away from home, it would not be as difficult to arrange marriage between Shanshan and Xiao Mingjie after finding her back. If Su Mingsheng continues to force Shanshan now, he knows that it will backfire. He is even more afraid that Shanshan will really do something stupid, and then the game will be counterproductive. Su Mingqing narrowed his eyes and thought about something. Then his expression softened, and he spoke again in a gentle tone. "Shanshan, I know you like that boy very much now, and you have deep feelings for him. But what about his feelings for you? Can you guarantee that his feelings for you will be as deep as your feelings for him? Human nature is selfish, and emotions will not remain unchanged." "Dad, I know what you're going to say next. You want to tell me that money won't work, right?" After Su Shanshan said this, the expression on Su Mingqing's face, which had just relaxed, became ugly again. "Jianglong and I is not just a passing fancy. Every bit of experience he and I have together is real. Although I was with him for a short time, feelings are never judged by the length of time. For some people, a glance is enough to last a lifetime. Dad, please don't question the relationship between Jianglong and me. Susan is determined to protect the love between her and Jianglong. She knew from a young age that her father and mother had a bad relationship. In Susan's memory, her parents had always been separated. She also knew that her father and mother had married for the benefit of both families. Their family had everything except warmth. When she was young, every time she went out, Susan was particularly envious when she saw other children being accompanied by both their fathers and mothers. Whenever she went out to play, she was usually accompanied by a nanny. They rarely accompanied her out to play. Susan felt that her father would not understand the poem lines like, "I wish to win the heart of one person and stay with him till we are old. Shanshan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Su Mingqing said this and left. Susan ran back to the bedroom, threw herself on her princess bed, and cried heart-wrenchingly. Chapter 175. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. At noon, while eating, David and Su Fei saw that Jiang Long was in good condition, so they felt relieved. In the evening, Jiang Long returned to the apartment. He first released Hua Hua from the cage and gave her some food. Jiang Long prepared himself some simple food. Just as he finished his meal, the video call on Jiang Long's mobile phone rang. Jiang Long picked up the phone and saw that it was a video call from his mother. Jiang Long hesitated for a moment before answering the video call. As soon as the video was connected, Jiang's mother's face appeared on the phone screen. Jiang Long called out to Jiang's mother on the phone screen, "Mom." Jiang's mother saw Jiang Long. A kind smile immediately appeared on her face. "Xiao Long, have you eaten?" Jiang Long nodded. "I've eaten. Are you busy at work recently?" "Good." "Xiao Long, what is Shan Shan doing? Can you show it to Mom?" After hearing what his mother said, Jiang Long's heart skipped a beat. His little girl has been away from him for many days. Jiang Long didn't plan to tell his mother about the little girl. He made up an excuse. "Mom, Shan Shan is not here. She went to her friend's house." "Xiao Long, tell me honestly, are you and Shan Shan having a conflict?" Jiang's mother asked worriedly. "Mom, no, Shan Shan and I are fine. Her friend is sick and has no one to take care of her, so Shan Shan has gone to take care of her friend these 2 days." Jiang Long had no choice but to continue writing. "Oh, that's good. Mom tells you Shan Shan is a good girl. You two should be happy together." Jiang's mother said, "Mom, don't worry. If you dare to mess with Shan Shan, I will punish you when you get home. How dare I mess with her? By the way, you and Shan Shan haven't gotten married yet, so you must be careful about your relationship with her." Jiang's mother said again. Jiang Long nodded. Yeah. His mother had secretly told him this when he brought the girl back to his hometown. After the mother and son chatted for a few more words, they hung up the video call. Jiang Long put down his phone, feeling a little uncomfortable. After a while, Jiang Long picked up his phone and called Xianu Anyuan. Soon, the call was connected and Xianu Anyuan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Jiang Long." "Nu Anyuan, can you see Shan Shan?" Jiang Long asked. Xianu Anyuan shook her head. "I can't see it. I plan to go to the imperial capital." In fact, Jiang Long had already thought about it when he was lying in bed last night. Xianu Anyuan, on the other end of the phone, was stunned. In fact, she felt that Jiang Long's visit to the capital was of little significance. She couldn't see Shan Shan, so Jiang Long couldn't possibly see Shan Shan. However, Jiang Long insisted on doing so she would see if she could think of a way to help him then. "Jiang Long, when do you plan to come over?" "The day after tomorrow." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone with Xianu Anyuan, Jiang Long returned to his study to type. The day after tomorrow, he will go to the capital. Before going to the capital, he needs Hua Hua to settle down first, the company needs to take a leave, and he also has to write his novel. This novel is what the little girl has been looking forward to, and he will definitely write it well. After coding for an hour, Jiang Long took a break. He picked up his phone and opened Tomato Novel, entering the girl's novel. The little fairy descends to the earth to punish evil and promote good. I saw a lot of comments from readers. A reader, author, why don't you update yet? Reader XX, please update quickly. Reader XXXX, why haven't you updated yet? Triple X reader, there has been no update for so many days. The author will not log in? Reader Triple X, the author, please send me your address. I have some special products that I want to send to you. After seeing so many messages from readers, Jiang Long also posted a message. October Dragon, little fairy, I will wait for you to come back. Jiang Long had just put his phone on the table and was about to continue typing. The phone on the table rang. Jiang Long picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After the phone rang 3 times, Jiang Long pressed the answer button. "Hello." Jiang Long spoke first. "Jiang Long, it's me." After hearing the familiar voice of the little girl, Jiang Long's pupils trembled, and the 5 fingers holding the phone tightened subconsciously. It's a little girl. It's Shan Shan, the girl he longed for. Jiang Long's heartbeat accelerated with excitement, and his lips trembled slightly. After a long pause, Jiang Long finally spoke. "Shan Shan, are you okay?" "I am fine, and you?" At this time, Jiang Long could hear clearly that the girl's voice was a little hoarse. "She must have cried. I must have cried." The image of the little girl with tears on her face instantly appeared in front of Jiang Long. Jiang Long's heart felt as if a knife was scraping it. His nose felt sore, and he almost couldn't control his emotions. "Shan Shan, I'm fine too." "That's good." After 3 seconds of silence in the receiver, "I miss you so much. I miss you so much." At this moment, their thoughts were transmitted to each other's ears at the same time through radio waves. For a moment, it seemed to be worth more than 1,000 words. After a few seconds, Susan asked, "Jiang Long, Do you eat on time every day? Sure. What about you? Me too. I'm really sorry for your birthday. Don't say that, little idiot. It's just a missed birthday. We still have a lot of birthdays to celebrate together in the future. Yeah, you're right. Did you use the belt? It's tied around my waist right now. How about I take a picture and send it to you? And include your favorite abdominal muscles as well. Zhang Long didn't want their conversation to be so sad, so he made a joke on purpose. You stinky Zhang Long, I don't want to see a photo of your abs. Su Shanshan quickly defended herself. Oh, really? Could it be that my feeling is wrong? How do you feel? Every time I take off my clothes, someone's eyes are always on me. Susan, who was holding the phone, blushed. I didn't, you stinky Zhang Long, stop talking nonsense. I didn't say anything about you. You admitted it on your own initiative. Stinky Zhang Long, so annoying. Well, I hate it. So, Shanshan, just admit it honestly. You just like my abdominal muscles, right? Susan no longer said anything stubborn and said confidently, I like it, so what if I admit it? No duplicity this time, good. You are mine. You can like me wherever you want. Oh, what else do you like about me besides my abs? Zhang Long paused and teased her deliberately. My stinky feet. I don't like your stinky feet. The two chatted about Hua for a while. Susan heard a knock on the bedroom door and said quickly, Zhang Long, I may not be able to go back to see you so soon. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Chapter 176, Going to the Imperial Capital. After hanging up the phone, Susan's face was filled with a happy smile. She ran and opened the bedroom door with her phone in hand. Susan handed the phone to Lin Huyen and said to her with a smile, Thank you, Mom. Lin Huyen took the phone. Her eyes swept from Susan's smiling face to her bare feet and said lightly, Well, I'll go back first. After Lin Huyen finished speaking, she turned and left. Goodbye, Mom. Susan had long been accustomed to Lin Huyen's cold personality. Since she returned to the Su family, including this time, Lin Huyen had come here to see her twice. Unexpectedly, when she asked her mother to use her cell phone to make a call, her mother agreed. Susan ran back to her princess bed, lay on it, and slapped the bed with her little feet happily. The happiest day for Susan since she came back, because she had a phone call with Zhang Long today. She heard Zhang Long's voice. Zhang Long's voice is still as beautiful as ever. They expressed their longing for each other on the phone. They talked a lot more. Susan's little head was filled with the scene she had just talked about with Zhang Long. It was as if they were not on the phone, but chatting face to face. Zhang Long, sitting in front of the computer desk, slowly calmed down his happy mood. After so many days, he finally got news about the girl he had been thinking about. The moment he heard her voice, nothing could make him feel more at ease. But when I think of the little girl's slightly hoarse voice, Zhang Long felt very upset. This little fool must have cried many times. She was still telling him on the phone that she was fine. Little liar. You are always lying to him. Don't think he doesn't know. The next day, when Zhang Long went out in the morning, he accidentally saw a bank card placed on the corner of the cabinet at the door. Zhang Long took the bank card in his hand and looked at it. There was actually a password written on the back. Zhang Long felt a little strange. When did a bank card with a password written on it appear on the cabinet? Zhang Long thought about it and felt that it was most likely left by the two girls who came to thank him that day. Zhang Long nodded slowly. They must have been afraid that he would not accept it, so they secretly put it on the cupboard when he went to the kitchen to get bottled water. Zhang Long put the bank card back on the cabinet. He was just helping someone inadvertently in the elevator. Zhang Long thought it was nothing. No matter how much money is in the bank card, he will not touch it. When he arrived at the company, Zhang Long asked for leave from the HR department. When he returned to his office, he happened to meet Lin Yuxuan, who was coming towards him. Brother Xian. Zhang Long greeted Lin Yuxuan. Zhang Long, where have you been? Lin Yuxuan asked. I'm going to ask for leave. How do I ask for leave? I have some personal matters to attend to. I have to go on a long journey. Going to the imperial capital? Brother Xian, how did you know? At this moment, Zhang Long looked at Lin Yuxuan with surprise in his eyes. Guessed it. Lin Yuxuan patted Zhang Long on the shoulder and walked away. Brother Xian, your guess is quite accurate. Zhang Long said to himself. Lin Yuxuan returned to his office and sat leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed. Zhang Long finally took action to go to the imperial capital, but Lin Yuxuan felt that it was of little use. The Su family will not give up the marriage easily. It should be difficult for Zhang Long to be with the little girl. However, Zhang Long has the courage to go to the imperial capital and face it all. No matter what the outcome is, it proves that this guy is still responsible. Lin Yuxuan then picked up his phone, found a number, and dialed it. A soft female voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Brother Xian. Baby, what time will filming end today? About 4 in the afternoon. Okay, I'll pick you up and take you to a good place then. Imperial Capital, Su Group, inside the president's office. Su Mingqing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside. He frowned unconsciously. It is unlikely that Shanshan will give up that poor boy. Right now, we can only start with that poor boy. I gave that poor boy money, but he didn't want it. It seems we have to think of other ways. In order to protect the Su family's wealth, Shanshan must fulfill her obligations. While Su Mingqing was thinking, the phone on the desk rang. Su Mingqing picked up the phone, and after listening to the words on the other end of the phone, his expression became solemn. Zhang Long had just got home from work when he received a call from his mother. Zhang Long was puzzled. His mother didn't contact him very often. Besides, she sent him a video last night. Why did she call him again today? Is there something urgent? Zhang Long quickly answered the phone. Zhang's mother's voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Xiaolong, are you off work? Mom, I just got home. Is there something wrong? No, Zhang's mother said with a smile. Oh. Zhang's mother hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiaolong, have you met any strange people recently? Mom, no. Why are you asking? Zhang Long felt that his mother was a little strange today. Xiaolong, don't let your imagination run wild. I just had a weird dream, and I'm worried, so I'm asking you. Mom, dreams are all fake. Yes, Mom knows. You haven't eaten yet, right? Hurry up and eat something. Mom has nothing to do. Hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Long first sent Hua to the pet store for foster care. Then he returned home and ate a bowl of noodles. Zhang Long went to the study and started typing. Not long after, Zhang Long finished coding a chapter. His eyes were fixed on the phone on the table. I wonder if the girl will call him tonight. He was really looking forward to the girl's call. However, that night, Zhang Long never received a call from the girl. The next day, Zhang Long drove to the imperial capital. After several hours of driving, Zhang Long finally arrived in the imperial capital. Zhang Long drove the car to the downstairs of the Su Group's building. Zhang Long got out of the car and looked up at the towering Su Group building. He couldn't help but feel inferior. Suddenly, Zhang Long seemed to understand Su Mingqing's tough attitude towards him. He has nothing. How can he be worthy of this girl? When Xia Nuanyuan walked over, she saw Zhang Long had a very depressed expression on his face. Zhang Long. Xia Nuanyuan called out. Zhang Long came back to his senses and looked at Xia Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, you're here. Yeah, Xia Nuanyuan responded and continued. The Su family's businesses are not only the Su Group, there are many more. Zhang Long laughed self-deprecatingly. Nuan, do you also think that I am not worthy of Shan Shan? Hearing this, Xia Nuanyuan quickly shook her head. She wanted to reach out and pat Zhang Long on the shoulder to comfort him. Zhang Long's shoulder with her outstretched hand, so she patted Zhang Long's arm. Zhang Long, you must not think like that. Wealth is only external. Feelings are more important. You love Shanshan, and Shanshan loves you. Your love cannot be bought with any amount of money. Thank you. Zhang Long, who was very depressed at the moment, felt a little relieved. You're welcome. Zhang Long, you want to talk to Uncle Su in person, right? Zhang Long nodded. Yes. He knew clearly that Su Mingqing would not take him seriously at all. But in order to be with the girl, he is willing to try even if there is a glimmer of hope. Chapter 177, like a huge cage. Zhang Long, I'm afraid you will never see Uncle Su here. Then how can I see him? Go wait for him outside the Su family manor. Maybe you will see him. Is Shanshan there? Xia Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, but we can't see her. Hearing that the girl was there, Zhang Long's heart immediately became excited. Although he couldn't enter the Su family manor to see the little girl, if he stood outside the Su family manor, how could the distance between him and the little girl be so far? I know, Nuanyuan. Let's go to the Su family manor now. Xia Nuanyuan picked up her phone and checked the time. It would probably take Zhang Long several hours to drive to the capital. It's already noon. Judging from the situation, Zhang Long must not have had lunch. Zhang Long, come over after you finish your lunch. Zhang Long immediately shook his head. I'm not hungry. If you go there now, you'll still have to wait outside the manor. You'd better eat first, Xia Nuanyuan said kindly. I'm really not hungry, Zhang Long said, and then reacted. Wan, are you hungry? Xia Nuanyuan rolled her eyes, then reached out to cover her stomach, and her acting skills instantly came to her. Don't mention it. I'm actually a little hungry. Why don't we eat first? At the same time, Xiao Nuanyuan secretly said in her heart, if Shanshan knew that her son Jianglong was hungry, she would definitely feel distressed. She had no choice but to help. She really worries about the happiness of Shanshan and Jianglong. Jianglong nodded. Okay. It was already troublesome for Nuanyuan to come to the capital, and no matter what he said, he couldn't let her help him on an empty stomach. Afterwards, the two of them had a simple meal nearby and returned to the car. Jianglong drove towards the Su family manor according to Xia Nuanyuan's instructions. Not long after, Jianglong's car arrived at the gate of Su's manor. Let's go down and take a look, Xia Nuanyuan said. Okay, Jianglong responded. Soon, the two of them arrived at the gate. The black gate outside the manor was closed, and the manor was surrounded by high walls. Jianglong couldn't see anything inside the manor from outside. So his little girl lives here now. Jianglong feels that the Su family's manor is like a huge cage. The Su family manor is fully enclosed, and the security here is very strict. If Uncle Su comes back, he will definitely pass through this gate. Xiao Nuanyuan said. Okay, thank you, Nuanyuan. Don't be polite to me. Where are you going later? I'll take you there. Xiao Nuanyuan waved towards Jianglong. No need, my housekeeper is on the way. Given the girl's identity, Jianglong had long expected that Xiao Nuanyuan must also be a rich lady. After a while, a limited edition Lamborghini stopped next to Xiao Nuanyuan. A middle-aged man walked out of the Lamborghini, bowed to Xiao Nuanyuan, and respectfully called out, Mississippi. Yeah, Xiao Nuanyuan responded to the middle-aged man, then said goodbye to Jianglong and left. To be honest, I just saw the interaction between the middle-aged man who got off the Lamborghini and Xiao Nuanyuan. Jianglong felt somewhat uncomfortable. Jianglong had only seen such scenes in novels or on TV. So the little girl should also live this kind of life. It seems that the gap between his and the girl's lives is really too big. Jianglong returned to the car, holding his head with both hands and resting his elbows on the steering wheel. Jianglong thought back to the time when he and the girl first met, and recalled every little thing they had experienced from that rainy night to the present. To the little girl, his life was like heaven and earth compared to hers. I didn't expect that the little girl had lived with him in poverty for such a long time. A young lady like Xiao Nizi must not have to do anything when she is at home, as she has someone to serve her. Unexpectedly, during this period of time, the little girl learned how to cook, and she often cooked for him. The hands that should have never touched water, but for him, they cooked and did housework. Jianglong waited until the early morning, but Su Mingqing still didn't come back. Jianglong did not receive the girl's call that night. However, Jianglong knew that the girl was in the Su family manor with the gates tightly closed. He was very close to the girl, so Jianglong felt particularly at ease. During this period, Xiao Nuanyuan kept in touch with Jianglong. Jianglong had to guard the gate of Su's manor. Xiao Nuanyuan also specially sent someone to deliver food to Jianglong. The next morning, the limited edition Lamborghini appeared again at the gate of the Su family manor. Xiao Nuanyuan got out of the car and sat in Jianglong's car. Seeing Jianglong's exhausted face, Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help but curl her lips. Jianglong, Uncle Su didn't come back last night, so you don't have to keep waiting here. Go to the hotel and have a rest first. At worst, you can come back in the evening, Xiao Nuanyuan said to Jianglong. Jianglong shook his head. His attitude was very firm. No, I'm afraid of missing it. Xiao Nuanyuan looked helpless. She took out her cell phone and said, I'll call my dad to see if he knows where Uncle Su is. Thank you so much, Nuanyuan. Xiao Nuanyuan waved at Jianglong. It's okay. Then, Xiao Nuanyuan found her father's phone number and dialed it. It took a long time before the call was connected. Dad, why did you answer the phone just now? Xiao Nuanyuan asked immediately. I was sleeping. Xiao Nuanyuan then remembered that her father had gone abroad, and it was now midnight there. Sorry, Dad, I forgot. Do you know where Uncle Su is? I don't know. Why are you asking your Uncle Su? It's okay. I'll hang up now. Bye, Dad. After Xiao Nuanyuan hung up the phone, she spread her hands and said, My father doesn't know either. It's okay. It's okay. Jianglong, what are your plans next? I want to continue waiting here. Sit back and wait. Xiao Nuanyuan raised her eyebrows. Jianglong didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Xiao Nuanyuan felt that Jianglong was wasting his time. Xiao Nuanyuan rolled her eyes and said, Jianglong, I'll take you to see someone. Who? Zhang Long asked. Your love rival. Chapter 178. On a rainy day like this, she missed Jiang Long even more. My love rival? Jiang Long asked with a frown. Xiao Nuanyuan smiled and nodded. Yes, Shan Shan's marriage partner. Jiang Long thought about it and said, it's not a good idea for me to go find him. What's wrong with that? If you persuade him to back off, wouldn't it be easier for you and Shan Shan to be together? Xiao Nuanyuan said. This is the truth, but Jiang Long always felt it was too strange to go to someone without permission. Nuanyuan, I'm still not going. Jiang Long said. Xiao Nuanyuan curled her lips and said, well, you continue to wait here. I'll leave first. Good. After Xiao Nuanyuan left, Jiang Long sat in the car and looked through the window at the closed black gate of the Su family manor not far away. He didn't know whether he could see Su Mingqing today, let alone when he could see the girl. Jiang Long couldn't help feeling disappointed. After Xiao Nuanyuan got into the limited edition Lamborghini, she ordered the butler to drive to Imperial Capital University. Not long after, Xiao Nuanyuan appeared in the office of the student union president of Imperial Capital University. After seeing Xiao Mingjie, Xiao Nuanyuan couldn't help but think of the embarrassing incident last time. Xiao Nuanyuan quickly shook her head, then smiled and said to Xiao Mingjie, Brother Xiao, you are busy. Xiao Mingjie put down the pen in his hand, looked up at Xiao Nuanyuan, and said, Excuse me for interrupting you. After Xiao Nuanyuan finished speaking, she walked to Xiao Mingjie's side. She took out her mobile phone, found a video, clicked on it to play, and held it in front of Xiao Mingjie. Brother Xiao, look, this person is Jiang Long, the person Shan Shan likes. He drove over from Qing City yesterday and has been waiting outside the gate of the Su family manor. Now he is still waiting outside the gate of the Su family manor. Jiang Long wants to meet Uncle Su and ask him to agree to let him and Shan Shan be together. Xiao Nuanyuan played the video of Jiang Long standing outside the gate of the Su family manor to Xiao Mingjie. Soon, the video of more than 10 seconds was finished. After watching it, were you moved by the love between Shan Shan and Jiang Long? Xiao Mingjie raised his eyebrows, looking disapproving. So, what else do you want to say? Xiao Nuanyuan quickly smiled and said, There's a saying that it's better to destroy a temple than to ruin a marriage. Since you don't like Shan Shan, why don't you help Shan Shan and Jiang Long get together? After a pause, Xiao Mingjie sighed, looked at Xiao Nuanyuan, and said seriously, Little potato, I'm telling you the truth. This is not something I can decide. Hearing this, Xiao Nuanyuan's expression turned a little ugly. Can you explain it more clearly? Okay, I'll tell you everything today. Susan is the only heir to the Su family, and her future husband's status must match hers. My current status and abilities may be what Su Mingqing likes, so Su Mingqing and my father arranged a marriage for me and Su Shanshan. I am the third child in the Xiao family. I have an older brother and a younger brother. It is not my turn to inherit the Xiao family business. My mother was my father's later wife. My elder and second brothers didn't take my mother and me seriously at all. That's why I work so hard. I want to make myself stronger. I don't want them to look down on me, and I don't want them to look down on my mother. Of course, Xiao Mingjie did not tell Xiao Nuanyuan why his elder and second brothers were so hostile to him and his mother. After hearing this, Xiao Nuanyuan was surprised. It turned out that all this was far from as simple as she thought. Xiao Mingjie looked at Xiao Nuanyuan's dazed expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It took a long time for Xiao Nuanyuan to recover. Xiao Mingjie, so your life can only be arranged by your father, just like Shan Shan? If his abilities were strong enough and he had enough strength, he would not be manipulated by his father, and he would not let them look down on him and his mother. But now he does not have enough ability and strength. He must rely on the Xiao family and obey his father's arrangements. Xiao Mingjie smiled bitterly. Xiao Nuanyuan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. She didn't expect Xiao Mingjie's life to be like this. She looked at Xiao Mingjie with a hint of sympathy. Xiao Mingjie and Shan Shan's lives like this? At this time, Xiao Nuanyuan was very grateful that she could live her life freely and without any constraints. She could make her own decisions about love and marriage. The air was quiet for a moment, and Xiao Mingjie suddenly said, That Jiang Long, he is very brave. Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, even though Jiang Long knows the huge gap between him and Shan Shan, and knows that Uncle Su opposes him and Shan Shan being together, he will still work hard for his and Shan Shan's love. If possible, I would like to be friends with him. Su Mingjie, who is far away in Country M, is in a high-end sanatorium. After he saw a video on his phone, he frowned and finally told the person on the other end of the phone, "Don't worry about him." At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Nuanyuan went to find Jiang Long again. "Jiang Long, you should rest in the hotel first, take a shower and change your clothes. I will send my servants to help keep an eye on you," Xiao Nuanyuan said kindly. Jiang Long didn't want to trouble Xiao Nuanyuan, so he refused directly. "Thank you, Nuanyuan, but it's not necessary. Look at the way you are now. If Shanshan saw you, she would definitely be worried. Just listen to me." Hearing this, Jiang Long fell silent but finally listened to Xiao Nuanyuan. Jiang Long found the nearest hotel, took a quick shower, changed his clothes, and then returned to the gate of the Su family manor. Until after 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Long still hadn't waited for Su Mingqing to show up. Moreover, the black gate of the Su family manor was kept closed, and no one entered or left. For 2 consecutive days, Jiang Long still found nothing. He couldn't wait for Su Mingqing to show up. These 2 days, Xiao Nuanyuan would occasionally come to see Jiang Long. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Xiao Nuanyuan came again. Xiao Nuanyuan asked Jiang Long, "Jiang Long, it's not a good idea for you to keep waiting here?" Jiang Long nodded. "I know. If I still can't see Shanshan's father by this time tomorrow, I will decide to go back to Qing City." Xiao Nuanyuan nodded. "Okay. After all, there's no point in wasting time like this." Xiao Nuanyuan and Jiang Long chatted for a while. Xiao Nuanyuan left. The sky slowly sank until it was completely dark. Jiang Long was standing next to the car. Suddenly, he felt something dripping on his face. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Oh, it's raining. At the same time, in the Su family manor, Susan heard the sound of rain outside. She unknowingly came to the balcony. The balcony of her room was large and semi-enclosed. Susan stood quietly in the rain. Her eyes closed, a smile appeared on her face unconsciously. It was on such a rainy night that she and Jiang Long met. For some reason, on a rainy day like this, she missed Jiang Long even more. Chapter 179 Shanshan, Here I Come. The rain was getting heavier. Jiang Long sat in the car, staring ahead with empty eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It was raining all night, but Jiang Long still didn't wait for Su Mingqing to show up, nor did he receive a call from the girl. Jiang Long looked frustrated. He just wanted to fight for his and Xiao Nizi's happiness. "Why don't you give him any chance?" "Why? Why is that?" Jiang Long slammed his clenched fist on the steering wheel. It was not until around 6 in the morning that the rain finally stopped. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Long, who was sitting in his car with a tired look on his face, saw a medical vehicle passing by his car. Jiang Long got out of the car quickly and saw that the gate of the Su family manor, which had been tightly closed, was finally opened. After the ambulance drove into the Su family manor, the gate of the Su family manor was closed again instantly. At this moment, Jiang Long's heart couldn't help but become nervous. Someone is sick in the Su family manor. Who could it be? Please don't let it be his little girl. Jiang Long prayed silently in his heart. In the Su family manor, in Susan's room, in the bedroom, Susan lay on the bed with her eyes closed. The medical staff is giving her a comprehensive examination. After several hours, Susan's fever finally subsided, but she still showed no sign of waking up. Medical staff and servants stayed by Susan's side the whole time. Jiang Long has been waiting outside the gate of the Su family manor since the ambulance entered the manor. He was very worried and had a bad feeling that his little girl might be sick. In the afternoon this time yesterday, Xiao Nuanyuan came over, and Jiang Long was about to leave the imperial capital. As Shanshan's best friend and a witness to their love, she said she would see Jiang Long off no matter what. "Jiang Long, let me treat you to a meal before you leave," Xiao Nuanyuan said. Jiang Long shook his head. "Nuanyuan, thank you, but I don't plan to leave now." "What's wrong?" "An ambulance entered the Su family manor this morning. I was afraid that Shanshan was sick." Hearing this, Xiao Nuanyuan also became worried. The medical staff who can enter the Su family are all top-notch. "Jiang Long, don't worry. If Shanshan is sick, she will be fine." Jiang Long nodded. Xiao Nuanyuan had something else to do, so she left without staying with Jiang Long for too long. However, before she left a message for Jiang Long. "When you leave the imperial capital, you must tell me." By the evening, Susan's physical indicators had basically stabilized, but she was slow to wake up, and the medical staff and servants were still guarding Susan. Outside the gate of Su's manor, Jiang Long was extremely anxious. The ambulance had not left the Su's manor since the morning. What was going on? Jiang Long didn't close his eyes for a single moment that night. The next morning, the medical staff gave Susan another comprehensive examination and still found no problems. Suddenly, Susan, who had her eyes tightly closed, opened her lips slightly and whispered softly, "Jiang Long, Jiang Long, Jiang Long." Two hot tears unconsciously slid down from the corners of Susan's eyes. A few more hours passed, during which time Susan would occasionally murmur, "Jiang Long." The doctor finally understood the situation. He said to Butler Zhang, "The reason why the young lady is still unable to wake up is not due to any external factors. It may be due to a mental illness. It should be related to the person she calls Jiang Long." "Okay, I'll tell you now, master." Butler Zhang then reported the news to Su Mingxing. After Butler Zhang hung up the phone, he repeated what Su Mingxing had told him to do on the phone. The master said that you should go back first. Good. After receiving the instructions, the medical staff left. Jiang Long breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the ambulance driving out of the Su family manor. The ambulance left, proving that the sick people in the Su family manor were fine. Jiang Long originally planned to leave the imperial capital soon, but for some reason, he still felt uneasy when looking at the closed door of the Su family manor, and he couldn't tell why he had such a feeling. Jiang Long decided to leave after tonight. It was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Long looked at his cell phone, but there was still no movement. Jiang Long couldn't help but smile bitterly. Another hour later, Jiang Long suddenly felt a bright light outside the car window. Jiang Long subconsciously narrowed his eyes, then slowly opened them, and he saw that the gate of the Su family manor was opened. A car slowly drove out from the gate of the Su family manor and stopped next to Jiang Long's car. Jiang Long hurriedly got out of his car and happened to meet the eyes of Butler Zhang, who also got out of the car. Butler Zhang saw Jiang Long and spoke first. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Long got into Butler Zhang's car in a daze, and then followed Butler Zhang's family into the Su family manor. After the car entered the Su family manor, the gate of the Su family manor was immediately closed. Through the car window, Jiang Long saw that they were driving on a road with 2 rows of street lights on both sides and green belts on both sides of the road. As the car moved forward, Jiang Long noticed that there were some small buildings inside. The lights were dim at night, so Jiang Long couldn't see clearly. After driving for an unknown number of minutes, their car finally stopped in front of a detached villa. After getting off the car, Jiang Long was shocked by the luxurious building in front of him. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me." After Butler Zhang said this, he led the way in front, and Jiang Long followed behind Butler Zhang. Jiang Long followed Butler Zhang through the luxurious first-floor lobby, and then went up to the second floor. Along the way, Jiang Long felt shocked and upset. What shocked him was that the Su family was even richer than he had imagined. The sad thing is that Jiang Long felt that the gap between him and the girl was like a galaxy apart. In a trance, Jiang Long was brought to Susan's bedroom by Butler Zhang. The moment Jiang Long saw the little girl lying on the bed with her eyes closed, his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. Little girl. It's his little girl. It was the girl that haunted his dreams. Jiang Long excitedly ran to Susan's bed and held the little girl's hand in his palm. Jiang Long looked at the little face he had been thinking about day and night. At this moment, the little face had become thinner and the complexion was even paler. Jiang Long's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a needle, and his eyes instantly turned red. Jiang Long's lips trembled, slowly opened, and softly called out the name of his beloved girl, Shan Shan. "Shashan. Shan Shan, I'm here." Butler Zhang left on his own and closed the bedroom door. Jiang Long called the little girl's name over and over again. "Shashan. Shan Shan, wake up." Jiang Long sat beside Susan's bed, looking at the girl who had been sleeping, calling her name over and over again. Jiang Long couldn't control his tears. He reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair. Slowly, his hand touched the little girl's brow, her eyes, her nose, her lips, her cheeks. Jiang Long's hands moved very gently, as if he was touching a rare treasure in the world. Chapter 180. Don't cry, I feel bad. A tear fell from the corner of Jiang Long's eye and slowly dripped onto Su Shanshan's face. Jiang Long quickly wiped away the tears from the little girl's face with his fingertips. Then, Jiang Long reached out and wiped the tears from his face, trying his best to control his emotions. In her dream, Susan seemed to be in a fog. She ran desperately, trying to escape from the fog. But no matter how far she ran, She was still in the fog and couldn't escape. Susan squatted there, her hands folded on her thighs, tears on her face. Where exactly is this place? Why is she here? Why can't she escape from this fog? She didn't want to be here. She didn't want to be here for a moment. There is no one here except herself. She was really scared, really scared. If Zhang Long was here, Zhang Long would definitely hold her tightly in his arms and not let her feel scared. But where is Zhang Long? Zhang Long, where is he? Susan, squatting on the ground, burst into tears. She hasn't seen Zhang Long for a long time. Haven't seen him for a long time. She really missed him. I miss him so much. Suddenly, Susan heard a familiar voice. Susan's heart trembled. This voice belonged to Zhang Long. He was calling her name softly. Susan sniffed and stopped crying. She was afraid it was her illusion. After all, she sometimes heard Zhang Long's voice. But in the end, she found out it was all her illusion. At this time, Susan heard a familiar voice again. Shan. Shan, I'm here. Shan, wake up. He's coming? Did Zhang Long really come? Susan jumped up excitedly, feeling so happy that she almost took off. It wasn't her imagination, was it? It's Zhang Long. He really came? He really came. Susan wanted to open her mouth to speak, but she found that there seemed to be a big hand tightly strangling her throat, making her unable to make any sound. Slowly, she heard Zhang Long sobbing. She felt Zhang Long's fingers touching her hair, her eyebrows, her eyes, her nose, her lips, her cheeks. Susan opened her mouth and tried desperately to make a sound, but it was of no use. She couldn't make any sound at all. She couldn't pronounce Zhang Long's name. Why couldn't she call out Zhang Long's name? Susan's joy and excitement disappeared in an instant. Zhang Long couldn't come to save her because he couldn't hear her voice. She is now in this fog, and she can't leave. Zhang Long, what should we do? Zhang Long, I'm afraid. Zhang Long had been sitting beside the girl, protecting her. His bloodshot eyes never left the girl for a moment. Shan, why aren't you awake yet? Shan, you are such a lazy pig. You can sleep so well. Shan, when you wake up, I will make you your favorite braised pork. You must be craving for the braised pork I made after not having it for so long. Zhang Long kept talking. His voice was hoarse and his lips were dry, but Zhang Long didn't notice at all. Suddenly, Zhang Long thought of the story of Snow White, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Snow White ate the queen's poison apple and fell into a deep sleep. The prince gave the princess a kiss, and she woke up. Shan, I'm going to kiss you. You have to wake up. Zhang Long finished speaking to himself, then leaned down and pressed his dry lips against the girl's pale lips. Their lips were pressed together for several seconds before Zhang Long stood up. After kissing for so long, my little fairy should wake up. As soon as Zhang Long finished speaking, Susan's eyes suddenly opened. When their eyes met, Zhang Long was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, his voice trembling with excitement. Shan, you finally woke up. When Susan saw Zhang Long in front of her, whose eyes were bloodshot, whose beard was untidy, and who had lost a lot of weight, she burst into tears instantly. Her Zhang Long, so haggard? Susan was almost heartbroken. Susan suddenly sat up from the bed, threw herself into Zhang Long's arms, and hugged him tightly. Zhang Long also hugged the little girl tightly back. They have waited too long for this hug. Too long. Susan's cheek was pressed tightly against Zhang Long's chest. In my ears is the sound of Zhang Long's heartbeat. Before he knew it, Zhang Long's clothes were soaked by Susan's tears. Zhang Long reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Little silly, I'm here, don't cry. Susan raised her head, looked at Zhang Long, opened her mouth, and wanted to call out Zhang Long's name. But for some reason, she couldn't make any sound. At this moment, Zhang Long also noticed something was wrong. He asked worriedly, Shan, what's wrong with you? Susan opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. Seeing the little girl trying to speak, but unable to make any sound, Zhang Long's heart sank. He held the little girl's face with both hands, his forehead pressed against hers. Shan, don't be anxious. Susan found that she couldn't speak. She felt so miserable that the tears in her eyes became even more violent. Don't cry. I feel bad, Zhang Long said as tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing Zhang Long crying, Susan tried hard to hold back her tears. She reached out and wiped Zhang Long's tears. Zhang Long just looked at the girl quietly, and the girl's reflection filled Zhang Long's eyes. After a pause, Zhang Long grabbed the girl's hand and placed it on his waist. Then, Jiang Long leaned his head towards the little girl and kissed her eyes gently. Once, again, and again. Slowly, the salty taste filled Jiang Long's entire mouth. Hours until dawn. The two of them were lying on the bed, Susan's little head resting on Jiang Long's arm, her little neck tilted up slightly as she looked at Jiang Long. Jiang Long was also looking at her. Susan reached out and gently touched Jiang Long's cheek, touched his eyebrows, his eyes, his eyelashes, his nose, his lips, his stubbled chin, his ears. Slowly, Susan's small hand stroked Jiang Long's protruding Adam's apple. Her fingers scratched it playfully as before. Watching Jiang Long's Adam's apple rolling up and down, Susan's face showed a long-lost smile. Jiang Long looked at the smile on the girl's face, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Susan playfully played with Jiang Long's Adam's apple for a while. Her little hands were placed on Jiang Long's eyes. Jiang Long understood what the girl meant and closed his eyes obediently. Her Jiang Long needs a good sleep. Susan quietly looked at the face in front of her that she had been thinking about day and night, listening to his heartbeat and feeling his breathing. This moment is so good, so good. Chapter 181, She Would Rather Not Talk Anymore. In the morning, medical staff brought the most advanced equipment and conducted a comprehensive examination on Susan. The doctor concluded that there was nothing wrong with Susan's body functions, and her inability to speak might recover in a few days, or she might never recover. Butler Jang reported the eldest lady's situation to Su Mingcheng. Su Mingcheng was in a heavy mood. He didn't expect Shan Shan to become like this. He was far away in country M and couldn't go back for the time being. The doctor also said that if Shan Shan was in a good mood, she might recover faster. Su Mingcheng knew that the only person who could make Shan Shan happy was that poor boy. There was no other way. Su Mingcheng could only let Shan Shan stay with that poor boy. After the medical staff and Butler Zhang left, Susan and Jiang Long were the only ones left in the room. Jiang Long felt very sad. Her voice was so beautiful. Every time she called his name, it was so sweet. Especially, she is so cute when she acts like a spoiled child. Why? Why does God play such a joke on me? His Shan Shan is such a good girl. She would never be able to accept it if she could never speak again. Jiang Long suppressed the pain in his heart and sat on the sofa, holding the little girl. Susan snuggled up to Jiang Long. She wanted to cry, but she was afraid that Jiang Long would be even sadder. She has been holding back Jiang Long's name over and over again. But now she couldn't make any sound, and she could no longer call out Jiang Long's name. Susan couldn't imagine what would happen to her if she could no longer speak. Jiang Long gently stroked the little girl's hair and said to her, Shan Shan, God is just playing a joke on us temporarily. My Shan Shan is such a lucky girl. She will definitely recover soon. During this time, Shan Shan, please listen to me more, even though my voice is not as nice as yours. Susan opened her mouth slightly, wanting to refute. No, Jiang Long's voice is very nice. But she forgot that she couldn't make any sound now. For a moment, Susan's heart was broken. She could no longer talk to Jiang Long anymore. Well, how could she forget? Jiang Long looked at the little girl, trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes, and he hated himself. Damn him. He originally wanted to comfort Shan Shan, but he made her even more upset. Jiang Long clenched his hands into fists, and a deep feeling of powerlessness instantly spread throughout his body. Susan noticed Jiang Long's tightly clenched fists, and she relaxed. Susan hooked her hands around Jiang Long's neck. Leaning close to Jiang Long, she pressed her lips against his. Susan kissed Jiang Long again and again. Jiang Long slowly loosened his tightly clenched fist and finally placed it on the girl's back. Jiang Long also began to respond to the girl's kiss. This kiss contained so many things. They kissed until they were breathless and tears welled up in their eyes. This is finally over. After a while, Susan got up from the sofa, took Jiang Long's hand, and walked towards the bedroom. When they got to the bedroom, Susan pushed Jiang Long onto the bed. Jiang Long naturally understood that the girl wanted him to rest, but in order to make her happy, he deliberately said, Shan Shan, what do you want to do? Are you trying to do something bad to me? Hearing this, Susan's face suddenly turned red. She raised her fist and punched Jiang Long's chest twice. If it weren't for Jiang Long's tired and weak appearance, she would have hit him a few more times. Okay. Isn't it okay for me to go to bed? I allow you to do whatever you want of me. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. Susan's face flushed. She bit her lower lip and stared at Jiang Long's face with her big eyes. Jiang Long raised his hand and rubbed the little girl's furry head. "Sleep with me." Susan nodded. The two of them lay on the bed, and soon the sound of Jiang Long's even breathing could be heard. Susan got out of bed when she saw Jiang Long was fast asleep. She pressed the internal line in the manner. Soon, Butler Zhang appeared at the door of Susan's room. Susan handed the written note to Butler Zhang, who left after receiving it. Susan returned to the bed in the bedroom and lay down beside Jiang Long. She kept staring at Jiang Long, as if she could never look enough. Suddenly, Susan felt that her inability to speak was not such a bad thing. Only when she fell ill did her father allow Jiang Long to visit her. She can't speak now, and her father allows Jiang Long to stay with her. If her father would allow her and Jiang Long to stay together like this forever, she would rather not speak at all in the future. Jiang Long slept for a long time. During this period, Lin Huiying came once, but left after a short while. It was already evening when Jiang Long woke up. Since coming to the imperial capital, Jiang Long had not had a good night's sleep. "I finally had a good rest today." Susan saw Jiang Long wake up, so she reached out and rubbed his face. When Jiang Long was sleeping, Su Shanshan had wanted to do this for a long time, but she was afraid of disturbing Jiang Long's sleep, so she kept forcing herself to do it. She finally took action after Jiang Long woke up. Jiang Long looked at the little girl and let her little hands do whatever they wanted to his face. After a while, Susan pointed to the clothes and bath towels placed aside. Jiang Long understood instantly. "Shanshan, I'll go take a shower first." Susan nodded, then reached out and touched Jiang Long's bearded chin. "Do you want to help me shave later?" Jiang Long asked. Susan nodded again to indicate okay. Soon, Jiang Long finished a shower, changed his clothes, and came out of the bathroom. The size is exactly right from inside to outside. His little girl knows him best. When Susan saw Jiang Long coming out of the bathroom, she quickly pulled him to sit down in front of the dressing table. Jiang Long was sitting on a stool in front of the dressing table. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the jade sandalwood comb on the dressing table. It turned out that the little girl had always carried the wooden comb he gave her with her. During the days when they didn't see each other, the little girl probably looked at the comb every day and missed him. What should he do with this little fool? For some reason, Jiang Long's nose felt a little sour. Susan leaned forward slightly, holding a razor and shaving Jiang Long carefully. Jiang Long was delighted when he saw the girl's serious and focused look. But when I think about it, when they were in the apartment, the girl would occasionally help him shave. At that time, the little girl's mouth was always chattering in his ear. And now, the little girl said nothing. Chapter 182. No words are enough to make each other happy. After Susan shaved Jiang Long's beard, she saw that Jiang Long's face was no longer untidy and clean-cut. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Jiang Long looked at the little girl, smiling happily, and his heart melted. He hopes that his girl will be happy like this every day and always have a smile on her face. Jiang Long held the little girl on his lap, held her slender waist with one hand, rubbed her little head with the other hand, then leaned over and kissed the little girl on the forehead. Susan always had a smile on her face. She was happy as long as she was with Jiang Long. At this moment, Jiang Long's stomach made a gurgling sound, and an embarrassed look immediately appeared on Jiang Long's face. Susan smiled and stretched out her little hand to touch Jiang Long's belly, then kissed him on the face casually, and then quickly jumped off Jiang Long's body. Susan pressed the manor's internal line, and soon a servant brought the prepared meal to the room. Susan's room was large, similar to the style of a suite. The servant placed the food on the coffee table and left. Susan pulled Jiang Long to sit on the sofa. Jiang Long looked at the coffee table, which was filled with dishes of various styles and excellent appearance. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating with big mouthfuls. Jiang Long was very hungry. He ate voraciously. These dishes tasted quite good. Jiang Long felt that they were many times better than those he had eaten in restaurants. Su Shanshan stood aside, holding her chin with her hands, looking at Jiang Long and smiling from time to time. Jiang Long was a little embarrassed, and he quickly said, "I am indeed hungry." Susan smiled and nodded. Susan ate while Jiang Long was sleeping, but she was very disappointed when she saw Jiang Long eating so happily. She still wants to eat some. Susan stretched out her finger and gently touched Jiang Long's arm. Jiang Long swallowed the rice in his mouth while looking at the little girl. Susan smiled, pointed at the fish on the plate, and opened her mouth. Jiang Long immediately understood. He took a piece of fish and put it into the girl's mouth. Susan ate the fish in her mouth happily. Next, Jiang Long ate while feeding the girl, and the two of them enjoyed the meal very much. Because Jiang Long was too hungry before, he ate too much at this meal. After the meal, Jiang Long's stomach was bloated and he felt that he could hardly sit still. Jiang Long kept spinning around on the ground. Susan thought Jiang Long looked both funny and cute. Susan took Jiang Long to the balcony. After she turned on the night light, the whole balcony looked like a dream under the light. Jiang Long thinks it must be very comfortable to sit here when he has nothing to do. But it was not possible tonight. Jiang Long's stomach was too full, so he could only stand. The two stood in front of the balcony fence, listening to the rustling of leaves and feeling the night breeze. Without any words, it was enough to make each other happy. At night, the two people lay in bed, looking at each other. Susan had a lot to say to Jiang Long, but she can't speak now. She couldn't utter a word. Not a single word. No one can understand this feeling. If a person cannot speak when he is born, he may gradually get used to such a life in the future and will not have such a great expectation of being able to speak. But she was different. She had always been able to speak before, and the sudden change made it really difficult for her to adapt. She always wanted to open her mouth to speak, but the moment she opened her mouth, no sound came out of her throat. That moment was the most devastating and painful for her. The pain of suddenly losing something you once had is far greater than never having it in the first place. Jiang Long took the little girl's hand, and he stretched out his index finger and wrote something on her palm. After he wrote 7 strokes with his index finger, he paused. Then he continued to write 10 strokes on the girl's palm with his index finger. Then he paused again and wrote 7 more strokes on the girl's palm with his index finger. Suddenly, Susan's face showed a sweet smile, and her eyes seemed to be full of stars as she looked at Jiang Long. These 3 words, Jiang Long, was written on her palm, but it was deeply imprinted in her heart. Her Jiang Long's so good? He was always so good to her. So good that Jiang Long is right in front of her. Susan looked straight at the boy in front of her. She stretched out her hand and gently touched Jiang Long's cheek. Even if she couldn't speak for the rest of her life, having Jiang Long by her side was better than anything else. Susan leaned her head forward and pressed her lips against Jiang Long's. I love you too. I will always love you. Forever, forever, forever. Only love you. My Jiang Long. The next day, Xiao Nuanyuan came to the Su family manor. Ever since she learned that Shan Shan was sick and Jiang Long entered the Su family manor, she has been extremely anxious. Fortunately, she can finally go to see her Shan Shan. Xiao Nuanyuan and Su Shan Shan met. They hugged each other tightly. After hugging for a while, they sat down on the sofa. Shan Shan, are you okay now? Xiao Nuanyuan asked. Susan nodded. Xiao Nuanyuan learned from Jiang Long that Shan Shan had been unable to speak since she woke up. She was so heartbroken. Her Shan Shan was so nice. How could she not be able to speak? She was already very sad just by hearing Jiang Long say that. Now seeing Shan Shan not saying anything with her own eyes, Xiao Nuanyuan felt terrible. Shan Shan, you will definitely get better. Susan nodded again. Xiao Nuanyuan wanted to say something to comfort her, but for some reason, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Whoa, 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 whoa. When Susan saw Nuanyuan crying, she couldn't control her emotions and started crying too. For a moment, the two of them cried together. Jiang Long followed butler Jang to the garage, among a bunch of luxury cars. Jiang Long saw his business car at a glance, because his business car really looked so out of place among the luxury cars. Jiang Long felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He got his computer and clothes and went back. Originally, he could ask butler Zhang to help him. Xiao Nuanyuan came, and Jiang Long thought about giving Xiao Nuanyuan and Shan Shan some space to be alone together. So he walked out of the house. On the way back, Jiang Long observed everything in the Su family manor. There were several luxurious buildings inside. On the way to the garage, we passed a fountain pool. It can be said that everything here is full of the smell of money. This seemed to remind him all the time of the gap between him and the girl. Inadvertently, Jiang Long caught a glimpse of 2 servants of the Su family who were working on the landscaping project. They were secretly looking at him. After Jiang Long looked at them, the 2 men quickly looked away. Jiang Long walked back silently. When he appeared in the Su family manor, people in the Su family manor must have been talking about it. Their thoughts are probably the same as Su Mingqing's opinion of him. How could a poor loser like him be worthy of their eldest daughter, right? If he had enough money or status, those people would surely shut up. But he had nothing. Chapter 183 You Are My Eyes. Zhang originally wanted to stay outside for a while longer to give Shan Shan and Nuanyuan more space. He finally chose to go back. After Zhang came back, he looked at the girl sitting on the sofa. He saw traces of crying on her face. His heart was filled with sorrow. Shan Shan Nuanyuan, I'm going to the bedroom to write. Zhang said something to the two people on the sofa, then returned to the bedroom and closed the door. Susan had actually slowly gotten used to the fact that she couldn't speak, but when Nuanyuan cried, just now, she really couldn't control herself. Susan took out her phone and typed on the screen, Nuanyuan, don't worry about me, I'm really fine. Shan Shan, I believe you will recover soon, for sure, for sure. Susan nodded. Shan Shan, does Uncle Su agree that you and Zhang can be together? Xia Nuanyuan asked. Hearing this, Susan's face turned ugly. She typed a string of words on the screen of her phone. Manhwa, if I hadn't been sick and unconscious, Dad wouldn't have let Zhang in. But when I thought about what I had heard from butler Zhang had been waiting foolishly outside the manor for so many days. Susan felt even more distressed for Zhang. This fool actually did so many stupid things silently, but never told her about it. I learned about Zhang waiting outside the manor from butler Zhang, but Zhang never mentioned a word. Speaking of this, Xia Nuanyuan couldn't help but say, Shan Shan, Zhang really loves you. As an outsider, I was deeply moved by his behavior. In order to see Uncle Su, he wanted to get a chance for you to be together in front of Uncle Su. He had been waiting outside the Su family manor. I asked him to go to the hotel to rest, but he refused. He basically ate in the car. These past few days I have seen, Zhang is truly a man worthy of your lifelong trust. Susan nodded vigorously at Xia Nuanyuan, then turned her gaze towards the bedroom. Zhang is the best gift God has given her. She wanted to be with him forever, forever, forever. Then Susan picked up her phone and typed, if I hadn't become ill and unable to speak, Dad wouldn't have let Zhang stay by my side. I'm actually glad now that I cannot speak, so that Zhang can always stay by my side. Xia Nuanyuan felt sad when she saw what Susan typed. If Shan Shan could not speak for the rest of her life, it would be such a painful thing. However, Shan Shan was actually glad that she couldn't speak. Alas, Xia Nuanyuan sighed heavily. Why is it so difficult for you two who love each other to be together? Susan smiled bitterly. At this moment, Xia Nuanyuan couldn't help but think of Xiao Mingjia's helplessness. After Xia Nuanyuan left, Susan came to the bedroom. When Zhang saw the girl coming in, he quickly held her on his lap and sat her on the chair at the dressing table. There was no desk in the bedroom, so Zhang rode on Susan's dressing table. Zhang put one hand around the girl's waist and the other hand on the mouse. Zhang clicked on his new novel and said, Shan Shan, my new novel is a big hit. Susan's beautiful eyes were fixed on the computer screen, and she saw that Zhang's new novel had become a hit. A bright smile appeared on her face. She turned her head to look at Zhang, her eyes sparkling with stars. She couldn't speak now, and couldn't personally express her approval to Zhang, but she can take action. Susan kissed Zhang directly on the lips. After the kiss, they smiled at each other. Thanks to your encouragement, my novel would have failed. Hearing this, Susan laughed. Stinky Zhang, he really knows how to belittle himself and praise her. My Shan Shan will always be my lucky goddess. Susan smiled even more happily. After laughing, she opened her mouth and lip-synced to Zhang. Slippery tongue. Although the little girl couldn't make any sound with her mouth, Zhang could hear it clearly. It's good that the girl tried to communicate with him in this way. Zhang stretched out his finger and gently scratched the little girl's nose, smiling and saying, I'm not a smooth talker. Shan Shan is my lucky goddess. Because of meeting you, my life has become colorful and exciting. Because I love you, my ordinary life is full of blood and passion. All of this is brought to me by you. Why aren't you my lucky goddess? After hearing Zhang words, Susan's face was filled with a happy smile, and her heart seemed to be filled with something. Zhang looked at the little girl and said to her seriously, Shan Shan, no matter whether your voice can be restored in the future, you must spend every day happily. I will be with you forever. We still have a long way to go, but as long as we are together, there will be no obstacles that we cannot overcome. Susan nodded at Zhang Long and opened her mouth to make lip movements. I know to. Zhang Long reached out and rubbed the girl's furry head again. Have you ever heard of a song like that? You Are My Eyes. Susan shook her head with confusion in her eyes. Then I'll sing a few lines for you. I'm tone deaf and my singing is terrible, so please don't laugh at me. Zhang Long said. Susan smiled and shook her head, opening her mouth and lip syncing. No. Okay, then I can sing. If I could see. You can easily distinguish between day and night. You are my eyes, leading me through the crowds. Susan stared at Zhang Long's eyes and listened to his singing quietly. The lyrics of this song are so well written that Susan's eyes became wet without her realizing it. After Zhang Long finished singing, he gently wiped the girl's tears and said to her, Shan Shan, I can be your ears, your eyes, your hands, and everything for you. Chapter 184. You have good vision. Susan was deeply moved. Zhang Long steadily, and then she started to laugh while crying. She opened her mouth and lip-synced. Stinky Zhang Long, your singing is really too bad. Shan Shan thinks my singing is bad. It really makes me sad. Zhang Long pretended to be sad. Susan reached out and pinched Zhang Long's cheek, then playfully stuck out her tongue at him. You little heartless guy, not only did you despise my singing, you also pinch my face. Zhang Long pinched the girl's butt. Susan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she raised her little fist and punched Zhang Long's chest twice. Stinky River Dragon. It's so bad. Pinch her butt. After being beaten by the little girl, Zhang Long said to her, Shan Shan, you have to finish your novel, okay? Susan nodded, opened her mouth to Zhang Long, and promised earnestly, I will. This novel is her first novel and also the testimony of her and Zhang Long coming together. She will definitely finish it well. Shan Shan is so good. Zhang Long reached out and rubbed the little girl's furry head, and then said, Would you like to eat braised pork later? Susan smiled and nodded. Zhang Long glanced at the time. It was almost time for lunch. I'll do it now. Soon, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan appeared in the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen of this house is usually empty and no one uses it. Before they came over, Susan specifically asked butler Zhang to prepare the ingredients. It was the first time that Zhang Long saw such a high-end kitchen. It turned out that the gap between the rich and the poor was far beyond your imagination. Zhang Long took the apron and put it around his neck. Just as he was about to tie it, Su Shanshan stepped forward and put her arms around Zhang Long's waist. She smiled at Zhang Long and lowered her head. Two little hands carefully helped Zhang Long tie his apron strings behind his back. Zhang Long raised the corner of his mouth, leaned down, and kissed the girl on her hair. Next, Zhang Long was cooking in the kitchen, and Su Shanshan stood by and watched him silently. It has been a long time since the two of them have seen such a heartwarming scene. After a while, a dish of braised pork with delicious color, aroma, and taste came out of the pot. Zhang Long picked up a piece with chopsticks, blew on it, and passed it to the little girl. Try it. Susan giggled, opened her little mouth, and took the braised pork that Zhang Long picked up from her. Susan chewed slowly, the aroma of meat filling her entire mouth. Susan gave Zhang Long a thumbs up, then overlapped her thumb and index finger and made a heart shape towards Zhang Long. Seeing the little girl so satisfied, Zhang Long was very happy. Make one more dish and we can have dinner. After making a dish of braised pork, Zhang Long planned to make a dish of green vegetables, one meat and one vegetable, just right. Susan didn't know what she was thinking of. She opened her mouth and lip-synced to Zhang Long. I do. Zhang Long raised his eyebrows, nodded, then took off his apron and put it on the girl. Susan washed the tomatoes and beat some eggs in a bowl. This time Zhang Long quietly watched the little girl's actions from the side. After a while, a delicious dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was ready. Susan picked up a piece of egg with her chopsticks and fed it to Zhang Long. Zhang Long opened his mouth and took a bite. As he ate, he praised, Shan Shan made this really delicious. Susan smiled. This tomato and egg scrambled egg was the first dish Zhang Long taught her to cook when they lived in the rental house. It was also the first dish she had ever cooked since she was a child. Therefore, the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes means a lot to Susan. The table was filled with braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 2 bowls of rice. Zhang Long and Su Shanshan sat side by side. Zhang Long looked at the greasy food on the little girl's mouth, and he couldn't help but smile. This little greedy cat's mouth is always greasy, every time, She eats braised pork. Jiang Long picked up a tissue and wiped the girl's mouth. Susan happily enjoyed Jiang Long's service. The two of them enjoyed the meal very much, just like when they were in Qing City. After dinner, the two returned to Susan's room on the third floor. Susan brought a picture book and handed it to Jiang Long, who was sitting on the sofa, then sat down next to him. Jiang Long took the sketchbook and gently opened it. This is a pencil drawing of a boy sitting in front of a computer typing from behind. When Jiang Long was coding, Su Shanshan often looked at his back and smiled foolishly. She even secretly took a photo of Jiang Long typing from behind. She thinks Jiang Long is particularly handsome when he is typing seriously. Jiang Long raised the corner of his mouth and said narcissistically, "I didn't expect my back view to be so handsome." Seeing Jiang Long's narcissistic look, Susan pouted her lips, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. Narcissistic ghost. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows. "What I said is the truth." Susan rolled her eyes, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. Super narcissist. Jiang Long reached out and touched his left cheek, then his right cheek with a smug look on his face. What a handsome face. Susan couldn't help but giggle. Stinky River Dragon. His face is thicker than the city wall. Okay, she admitted that her Jiang Long was really handsome, so she didn't refute it. Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. "Well, I'm almost dizzy with his handsomeness." "You have good taste," Jiang Long said with a smile. Susan couldn't help but complain in her heart. This stinky Jiang Long, the more you praise him, the more arrogant he becomes. Jiang Long continued to turn the page. This pencil drawing was a picture of a boy sleeping. Jiang Long looked over the pencil drawing again and again. The little girl's painting is lifelike. He never thought he would look so good when sleeping. Jiang Long turned his gaze towards the girl and raised his eyebrows. "Shanshan, tell me the truth. Did you secretly watch me when I was sleeping?" Susan felt a little embarrassed after being poked. She did always secretly look at Jiang Long when he was sleeping, but she would never admit it. After returning to the manor from Qing City, when Susan was drawing this pencil drawing, Jiang Long's sleeping face was already deeply imprinted in her mind. Jiang Long stretched out his hand and rubbed the little girl's furry head. His eyes were full of tenderness as he looked at her. Jiang Long was curious. What was going on in this little fool's head when she secretly watched him sleep? Jiang Long continued to flip through the album on his phone, and a picture of a boy and a girl holding an umbrella in the rain appeared. Jiang Long's heart sank. This painting was exactly the scene when he and the little girl met. It was also the pattern on the cake that the little girl ordered on his birthday. That night, the little girl left, and Jiang Long felt as if his whole world had lost its color. He was heartbroken as he watched the pattern on the cake melt away bit by bit. When the girl was painting this picture, her heart must have been as painful as his. The moment Jiang Long looked at the little girl, Su Shanshan was also looking at him. Without saying anything, they knew what the other meant with just a glance. Jiang Long continued to turn the next page. The fourth page shows a boy and a girl holding hands and looking up at the night sky to see the gorgeous fireworks. Page 5 shows a boy wearing a black helmet carrying a girl wearing a pink helmet. A painting of riding a small electric donkey. Page 6 is a picture of a boy and a girl sitting side by side on a sofa with a kitten in her arms. Page 7. Page 8. Chapter 185. Putting together a football team. Every page of this picture book is about the little things that happened between them. After reading it, Jiang Long looked at the girl and asked, "Can you give me this sketchbook?" Susan smiled and nodded to indicate yes. Jiang Long also smiled at the girl. This sketchbook was drawn by the girl with great care, and he would definitely keep it as a treasure. Jiang Long took the sketchbook in his hand and turned to the blank page at the back. "Shanshan, you have to help me draw this page in the future." Susan stared at the blank page blankly, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. "What to draw? Guess." Jiang Long deliberately kept the question in suspense. Susan looked a little confused, and she couldn't guess what Jiang Long wanted her to draw. Jiang Long gently scratched the little girl's nose with his finger. "Little fool, of course it's you in your wedding dress and me in my suit, the picture of us getting married." Hearing this, Susan immediately showed a sweet smile on her face. She was wearing a wedding dress, Jiang Long was wearing a suit, and they walked into the wedding hall together. That scene must have been very, very beautiful, Susan thought of her father's attitude towards Jiang Long. She felt depressed again. However, she quickly shook the thought off from her mind. She looked at Jiang Long with focused eyes and nodded at him seriously. She firmly believed that she and Jiang Long would happily enter the marriage hall. They will be together forever and ever. Susan's fingers pinched the blank page that Jiang Long was turning. She turned another page, and a brand new blank page appeared in front of them. Will you draw this page later? Jiang Long asked. Susan smiled and nodded. Jiang Long rubbed his chin with his fingers and said to himself, "Then let me think about what else I want to draw." Suddenly, Jiang Long chuckled. "Now that we have a baby, this is a painting of our family of 3. Susan smiled shyly. That's what she meant. After she and Jiang Long got married, they would definitely have a baby. So this blank page must be a photo of their family of 3. Shan, will we have a boy or a girl in the future? Jiang Long said again. After Jiang Long said this, Susan's face turned even redder. Although she thought about having a baby with Jiang Long in the future, she had not yet decided whether it would be a boy or a girl. Besides, it is not her who decides whether to have a boy or a girl, but Jiang Long. Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it's up to you to decide. I can't decide. Jiang Long placed the sketchbook on the coffee table and then held the little girl on his lap. He looked at the girl and said, "Of course I know it's my decision. We are just chatting here, Shan. Do you like boys or girls?" Susan pouted, thought carefully, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. "A boy dot." Jiang Long frowned and asked, "Why?" Susan opened her mouth again and lip-synced. "I want a little Jiang Long." Seeing that the girl was talking about Jiang Long subconsciously thought of something wrong. He cleared his throat quickly. "Well, it's not good for a brat like me. I hope our future child will be a girl, just like you, Shan. If their future daughter was as pretty, cute, and kind as Shan, Jiang Long felt that he would wake up laughing in his dreams. By then, he will definitely be a daughter slave. Susan disagreed with Jiang Long's point of view. She opened her mouth and lip-synced to refute. "But I want a boy more." Shan wanted a boy, he wanted a girl, but they had a disagreement on the gender of their future baby. Jiang Long rolled his eyes and said, "Then we will have 2 children, a boy and a girl." Susan reached out and pinched Jiang Long's face. Jiang Long is such a fool. Does having 2 children guarantee that one will be a boy and the other a girl? What if 2 boys were born? Or 2 girls? Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. Maybe 2 boys or 2 girls. Jiang Long raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. His brain just short-circuited. How could he think that if he had 2 children, it must be a boy and a girl? How could I ignore those 2 possibilities? Jiang Long smiled and said, "Then let's have more babies. There will always be boys and girls." Hearing this, Susan pouted her lips to express her dissatisfaction. She opened her mouth and lip-synced. "Stinky Jiang Long, you want to tire me to death by giving birth to so many babies?" After closing her mouth, Susan felt a little shy again. Jiang Long teased her deliberately. Shan, let's have more babies when the time comes." Jiang Long paused and continued, "It would be better to form a football team. What do you think?" Susan heard that Jiang Long wanted her to give birth to as many babies as a football team. She was immediately horrified. Stinky River Dragon. Bad Jiang Long. Don't think she doesn't know a football team has 11 players. Let her give birth to 11 babies. Susan felt horrible just thinking about it. It takes about 10 months for a baby to be conceived and born, which is roughly 1 year. 11 babies means about 11 years. Snort. She won't do it. Susan's little head shook like a rattle. No, absolutely not. But Susan also made a final compromise. She opened her mouth and lip-synced to Jiang Long. "A football team? That is absolutely impossible. My bottom line is 3 at most." Seeing the girl's resolute attitude, Jiang Long grinned. "It was just a joke, but I didn't expect the girl to take it seriously." Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. The girl actually agreed to give birth to 3 children for him. Good. Very good. Very good. Chapter 186. It seems that some important decision has been made. The 2 of them sat facing each other on the balcony for the entire afternoon, typing and enjoying the breeze, which was very comfortable. After writing a plot of the novel, Susan would secretly glance at Jiang Long. Looking at Jiang Long's serious and focused look, a smile always appeared unconsciously on the corners of her mouth. Occasionally, Jiang Long would notice the little girl's gaze. He looked across. The moment their eyes met, the 2 of them smiled at each other. After finishing typing, Susan took out her violin, stood in front of Jiang Long, and played to Alice for him. Zhang Long watched the girl play quietly. He had seen her play the piano piece to Alice before, but he didn't expect that she could also play the violin. This girl is really good. When the song ended, Zhang Long smiled and applauded the girl. In the evening, after taking a shower, Zhang Long sat on the sofa and replied to messages from David and Su Fei. Ever since he came to the imperial capital, David and Su Fei have been concerned about his situation. Zhang Long truthfully told the group of 3 people about the girl's situation and his current situation. Society, your brother Yong, brother Long, are you unable to return to Qing City for a while? Zhang Long looked at David's message and fell in a deep thought. Su Mingqing had not returned to the Su family manor. He really wanted to have a good talk with Su Mingqiang. There's just no chance yet. He had never met the little girl's mother, and he didn't know what her attitude towards him was. But Zhang Long could see that the little girl's mother seemed to be very cold towards her. Zhang Long is still very worried about the little girl's current condition. He could see that the girl was slowly adapting to not being able to speak, but at some point, she might suddenly be unable to bear the sadness. Of course, he will always stay with the little girl. In Qing City, Hua is currently being fostered at a pet shop, and he also has a job, so when David asked Zhang Long, he fell into deep thought. It would be great if the little girl could go back to Qing City with him. Zhang Long had good food and accommodation in the Su family manor. He felt uncomfortable. Zhang Long tapped the screen of his mobile phone and sent a message. Dragon it should be. David, brother Long, you must take good care of your sister-in-law and yourself. Dragon, I will. Peter Pan brothers are waiting for you to come back. Long? Yeah. Society, you are brave brother. Little Facia. Lao Su, come out for a drink? Peter Pan, come out for a drink at this hour? Society, you are brave brother. Come out, it's a holiday tomorrow anyway. Peter Pan, okay. Society, you brave brother. You can't drink this meal. Don't be greedy. Followed by a sly, smiley emoticon. Long, don't show off. I'll get you too drunk when I get back. Society, you are brave brother. It is not certain who will fall down at that time. Su Fei Daong is right. Was followed by a grinning emoticon. Zhang Long looked at the message on his phone, shook his head and smiled. These 2 guys. At this time, Susan came out after taking a shower wearing a pink nightgown. Zhang Long looked over and met Su Shanshan's eyes. Susan walked over to Zhang Long and sat down. She opened her mouth and lip-synced. What are you doing? I chatted with Daong and Lao Su in the group for a while. Zhang Long responded. Then, Zhang Long handed the phone to the girl. Look for yourself. Su Shanshan took the phone, covered it with one hand, and fiddled with it with the other hand, as if pretending to check on her without Zhang Long seeing her. Zhang Long found it really funny to see the little girl acting sneakily. Su Shanshan operated something on Zhang Long, his phone, and then handed the phone to Zhang Long. After Zhang Long turned on his cell phone, he grinned and reached out to rub the little girl's head. How come the little girl is so cute? Zhang Long, his phone screen turned into her photo. Claims sovereignty? Zhang Long asked with a raised eyebrow. Susan nodded, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. Is it not possible? Okay, of course, you have to do it even if you can't. Hearing Zhang Long's words, Su Shanshan frowned slightly and glared at Zhang Long fiercely. This stinky Zhang Long. What does it mean to do it even if it's impossible? Does he mean that he doesn't want to use his photo as his phone screen? Snort. She is his girlfriend, so she wants to use her photo as Zhang Long as phone screen. This way, every time Zhang Long looks at his phone, he will see her first. Susan stretched out her 2 little hands and pinched Zhang Long on both cheeks. He opened his mouth and lip-synced. It must be done. Seeing the girl's tough and domineering attitude, Zhang Long smiled, then leaned his head forward and kissed the girl on the mouth. Susan's face suddenly broke, revealing a sweet smile. Zhang Long opened the photo album on his phone, handed the phone to the girl, and said, pick another one. Susan looked at Zhang Long with a confused look, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. What? Change your WeChat profile picture. Zhang Long said. Hearing this, Susan laughed. If Zhang Long's WeChat profile picture is changed to her photo, it will prove that all the people Zhang Long knows. No matter relatives, friends, classmates, colleagues, etc., everyone knows her. Susan seemed to think of something and rolled her eyes. He opened his mouth and lip-synced. If a girl who secretly admires you sees you, she will be so sad. Hearing the girl's provocative words, Zhang Long raised his eyebrows and warned, if you keep showing off, I'll punish you. Susan stuck out her tongue mischievously, blinking her big eyes and looking at Zhang Long eagerly. It seems to be said again. Are you willing to do that? Looking at the little girl's wet eyes, Zhang Long's Adam's apple slid up and down, and he swallowed. Su Shanshan sat directly on Zhang Long's legs, with her two small hands hooked around Zhang Long's neck. The little head rubbed against Zhang Long's chin, acting coquettishly. After raising his head, he looked into Zhang Long's eyes. He opened his mouth and lip-synced. Do you still want to punish me? Zhang Long looked at the little girl with eyes that gradually became hot. My breathing became heavier. The temperature of my body is getting higher and higher. Susan noticed a slight change in Zhang Long's body. Her little face flushed unconsciously. But this time, she didn't run away. She bit her lower lip. It seems like some important decision has been made. Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. Return to the bedroom, da. Zhang Long nodded. Seeing Zhang Long nod, Su Shanshan wrapped her legs tightly around Zhang Long's waist. Zhang Long felt his blood pressure rising rapidly. After the little girl took a bath, her body smelled delicious. The fragrance kept rushing into Zhang Long's nose. Plus, she's wearing a nightgown now. After she wrapped her legs around his waist, the nightgown was almost all up. Zhang Long glanced down unconsciously. His throat felt inexplicably dry. Zhang Long calmed himself down and stood up. Zhang Long held the little girl's, but with one hand, and held her slender waist with the other. From the living room to the bedroom, it is only a few dozen meters away. Zhang Long found it extremely difficult. The temperature on my hands was scorching hot. He finally carried the little girl to the bed. Want to get up? Susan's legs were tightly closed, holding Zhang Long's waist. Don't let him leave. Zhang Long licked his lower lip unconsciously. Then, he took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, Shanshan, loosen your legs. Chapter 187. It turns out that he is not a coward. Su Shanshan stared at Zhang Long and shook her head gently. Zhang Long was about to collapse. He reached out and pulled the little girl's nightgown down. But it seems to be of no use at all. The pure white lace panties are clearly visible. Zhang Long felt dry mouth and tongue. When I opened my mouth again, my voice was hoarse. Be good, let go. Susan's little head was still shaking. She put more force on her legs. Zhang Long didn't notice it. The pressure was on the little girl. Fortunately, his two hands were firmly supported on the bed. Susan's cheeks flushed, and she bit her lower lip. The little hand grabbed the hem of Zhang Long's t-shirt and pulled it up. I want to take off Zhang Long's t-shirt. Zhang Long's voice was hoarse as he spoke these two words. If you keep going like this, little girl. Zhang Long felt that he was really afraid that he could not bear it anymore. Susan pulled Zhang Long's t-shirt up for a long time. Zhang Long's two arms were still supported on the bed, showing no sign of cooperation. Susan was anxious. Tonight, she has decided. She wanted to give herself to Zhang Long. Susan simply gave up the idea of taking off Zhang Long's t-shirt. Her little hand came to Zhang Long's waist. His fingers fell on Zhang Long's belt. When you want to take the next step, Zhang Long's big hands exerted force. He pulled the girl's thighs away from his waist. At this time, the belt around Zhang Long's waist was loose. There were also changes in pants. Exceptionally clear, he quickly fled from the bedroom and rushed to the bathroom. Looking at Zhang Long's fleeing back, Su Shanshan was furious. Stinky river dragon. Bad Zhang Long. Disgusting ghost. She had made up her mind to give herself completely to him tonight. But he ran away. She was so proactive. She obviously used a lot of courage. She is obviously very shy. She clearly... Snort. He is so cowardly. After a long while, Zhang Long returned to the bedroom, seeing the little girl completely covered in the quilt. And on the other side of the big bed, there was another quilt. Zhang Long took a deep breath and got on the bed. Zhang Long did not cover the other quilt on the bed. He lifted a corner of the girl's quilt and wanted to lie down in it. When the little girl in the quilt felt it, she grabbed the quilt tightly with both hands to prevent Zhang Long from entering. Zhang Long certainly understood what the girl meant. What the little girl meant just now couldn't be clearer. How could he not understand? However, he has not yet been recognized by the girl's family. How could he possibly want her? If he and the girl are recognized by both families and their relationship is stable, that kind of thing will happen naturally when the time comes. But now, he wouldn't go that far with the girl. Zhang Long rubbed the little girl's head with his big hands through the quilt. He said seriously, Shanshan, I understand your feelings, but I can't do that to you right now. Susan was lying under the quilt, listening quietly to Zhang Long's words. I want to wait until your family fully accepts me and agrees that we should be together. We naturally have that happen, but not now. Susan's little hands tightly grasped the quilt. When she heard Jiang Long say this, her heart trembled. So this is what Jiang Long thought. She just thought Jiang Long was a coward. She had misunderstood. Susan lifted the quilt, and her little head popped out from under it, her eyes meeting Jiang Long's. The two people looked at each other quietly, without any words. Susan's small hand held Jiang Long's big hand. She opened her mouth and lip-synced. "Baby, go to sleep." Jiang Long smiled, and then laid down beside the girl. In the bed, Su Shanshan hugged Jiang Long's waist tightly, with her little head on Jiang Long's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Her Jiang Long is always so good. The next day, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan had just returned to their room after breakfast when there was a knock on their door. Jiang Long went to open the door, thinking that the person who appeared at the door was Zhang the housekeeper as always. Then I saw a girl standing at the door with heavy makeup on her face, chewing bubblegum, and dreadlocks all over her hair. A cool girl wearing a black t-shirt with letter patterns on the upper body, a backpack on her shoulders, denim shorts on the lower body, and black Martin boots on her feet. Jiang Long was stunned. The girl with dreadlocks was also looking at Jiang Long. The girl with dreadlocks blew a big bubble from her mouth, and after the bubble burst, after chewing it twice, she asked, "Are you Jiang Long?" Jiang Long nodded. "Yes. Who are you?" Chu Xinyu paused after saying this. Then he said, "Get out of the way, I'll go in." Although I don't know who this arrogant and cool girl named Chu Xinyu is, and what she is doing here, Jiang Long still made way to let Chu Xinyu in. Anyone who can enter the Su family manor openly must be no simple person. Susan, who came out of the bathroom, saw Chu Xinyu sitting on the single sofa. At this time, Jiang Long noticed that the little girl was covering her belly with her hands and had an ugly expression on her face. He quickly came to the little girl and asked worriedly, "Shanshan, what's wrong with you?" Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. "My period has come. I'll get you some brown sugar water." Jiang Long was about to get up. Susan grabbed Jiang Long's arm and shook her head. "I'll get it for you later," Jiang Long said. Susan nodded. Chu Xinyu, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at the interaction between the two and curled her lips. Susan pulled Jiang Long to sit on the big sofa. Chu Xinyu crossed her legs, chewed her bubble tea, looked at Su Shanshan, and said, "Sister Shanshan, you really can't speak anymore." Jiang Long heard Chu Xinyu calling the girl Sister Shanshan. He felt a little weird. He thought that Chu Xinyu was older than the little girl. Susan nodded. Then she typed on her phone and held it up in front of Chu Xinyu. "How did you get it?" Chapter 188, Don't Pull. Chu Xinyu said, "I called my uncle and came in." Susan typed on the phone screen and handed it to Jiang Long. "She is the daughter of my aunt." Jiang Long saw the words on the phone screen and nodded. Then, Susan typed on her phone again and raised it in front of Chu Xinyu. "You don't go to class?" Chu Xinyu chewed the bubblegum in her mouth and said, "I'll go later." After saying that, Chu Xinyu raised her chin towards Jiang Long. "I mainly want to see what the poor boy my uncle mentioned looks like." Chu Xinyu said this. Susan's face instantly turned red with anger. "I want to open my mouth to argue something." I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. A pair of small hands were clenched into fists out of anger. How could Chu Xinyu say this about Jiang Long? Her words were not respectful at all. Susan was really pissed off. Chu Xinyu spread her hands and quickly explained, "Sister Shanshan, don't be angry. It was my uncle who said that." Hearing that it was her father who said this about Jiang Long, Susan felt very upset. Su Shanshan glanced at Jiang Long beside her, seeing no change on Jiang Long's face. Jiang Long has long been accustomed to this kind of address. But even though he heard it directly from someone else's mouth, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Su Shanshan glared at Chu Xinyu, typing on her phone and showing it to Chu Xinyu. "You should go back to class immediately." "I'll go later. I want to talk to Jiang Long." Chu Xinyu shook her crossed legs. Susan frowned and continued typing on her phone. "What do you want to talk to him about?" "Sister Shanshan, you have a stomachache. Go back to your room and take a rest. Jiang Long, and I will be fine." After Chu Xinyu finished speaking, she chewed the bubble gum in her mouth and spit out a big bubble, looking very arrogant. Susan was about to type on her phone when Jiang Long stopped her and told her, "Shanshan, go back to the bedroom and rest for a while." Jiang Long said this and winked at the girl. Jiang Long could see that Chu Xinyu seemed to be difficult to get along with. Didn't she just have something to ask him? There was nothing he couldn't ask. With the girl present, he was even more afraid that she would have a conflict with Chu Xinyu. After Su Shanshan and Zhang Long looked at each other for a few seconds, she stood up, looked at Chu Xinyu again, then stood up and went back to the bedroom. Zhang Long and Chu Xinyu were the only ones left in the living room. Zhang Long looked at Chu Xinyu and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about? How much do you earn a month?" Chu Xinyu asked. "About 10,000. Zhang Long answered truthfully. Hearing Zhang Long's answer, Chu Xinyu curled her lips in disdain and continued, "Can you eat enough with this salary?" Zhang Long took a deep breath and exhaled, saying, "Don't worry, you can eat your fill. Uncle is right. You are really a poor boy," Chu Xinyu said to himself again. After hearing this, Zhang Long's mood did not change much. He had no way to stop others from saying anything. What's more, in the eyes of these people, he is just a poor boy. "How did you get to know my sister Shanshan?" "Shanshan and I met by chance on a rainy night," Zhang Long responded. "Oh, it sounds like your acquaintance was quite romantic." Chu Xinyu chewed the bubble gum in her mouth and blew a big bubble. When the bubble was blown to its largest size, it burst with a bang. "Do you love my sister Shanshan very much?" Chu Xinyu asked again. Zhang Long nodded. "How much do you love me?" Chu Xinyu glanced at Zhang Long and asked again. "How much do you love?" Zhang Long didn't know how to answer this question. "I don't know how to answer this question," Zhang Long said. Chu Xinyu said, "Oh," lightly. She rolled her eyes and then said, "If my uncle still doesn't agree with you and Sister Shanshan being together, and Sister Shanshan is so upset that she jumps off a cliff, what will you do?" Hearing this, Zhang Long frowned deeply. "Open your mouth and say, 'I will go with her and never live alone.'" Although doing so would make him feel very sorry for his parents who gave birth to him and raised him, he absolutely could not let the little girl down. Zhang Long paused and continued, "What is love in this world? It makes people pledge their love for each other until life and death. I think this sentence can best express my feelings." Chu Xinyu nodded, not knowing what she was thinking. After a pause, Chu Xinyu stood up, looked at Zhang Long, and said, "Zhang Long, I'm leaving first. Say goodbye to my sister Shanshan." "Bye-bye." After Chu Xinyu left, Zhang Long sat on the sofa for a while. Whether it was the girl's father, the servants in the Su family manor, or the girl's relatives and friends, in the eyes of all of them, they must think that he is not worthy of the girl. However, he liked the girl, and his feelings for her were not mixed with any interests. He just simply likes her and loves her. The love between him and the little girl is pure. He just wanted to be with her. After a while, Zhang Long came to the bedroom with a cup of brown sugar water. When Susan saw Zhang Long coming in, she got up from the bed. Zhang Long brought the water to the little girl's mouth and said, "Drink some." After Susan took 2 sips, she lay back down on the bed. "Do I need to put a hot water bottle on my stomach?" Zhang Long asked. Susan shook her head, stretched out her little hand, and took Zhang Long's big hand to her belly. Zhang Long understood instantly. His big hands were on the little girl's belly, rubbing it again and again. "Is it any better?" Susan smiled and nodded, looking at Zhang Long with eyes that seemed to be twinkling with stars. Zhang Long helped her rub her belly. She felt very comfortable in her stomach. More than 3 hours ago, inside a hotel in the imperial capital, Xiao Nuanyuan rubbed her dizzy head and slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes caught a glimpse of a naked man's chest. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Screaming, "Ah!" Xiao Nuanyuan sat up suddenly. At this time, Xiao Mingjie, who was standing by, suddenly woke up. The moment his eyes met Xiao Nuanyuan's, he sat up suddenly. The two of them stared at each other. Xiao Nuanyuan looked down at herself and screamed again, "Ah!" She quickly grabbed the quilt and wrapped it around herself. At this time, Xiao Mingjie also noticed that he was not wearing anything, so he also pulled the quilt to wrap himself. Xiao Nuanyuan's face was red, and her 2 little hands tightly grasped the quilt. "Don't pull it. Give me some." Xiao Mingjie, who was usually calm and collected, was in a mess at this moment. "I won't give it to you. I just won't give it to you," Xiao Nuanyuan said firmly. Helplessly, Xiao Mingjie covered a certain part with his hand and got out of bed. About 10 minutes, Xiao Nuanyuan and Xiao Mingjie, both dressed neatly, were sitting by the bed, one sitting on the edge of the bed and the other standing on the floor, confronting each other. Chapter 189. It's even. Let's leave it at that. Xiao Mingjie, what's wrong with you? Why are we sleeping together? Xiao Nuanyuan asked. "We met at the bar last night, and you were the one who forced me to drink with you. How can you blame me for this? I asked you to drink but I didn't want to do anything else with you. Xiao Mingjie scratched his head vigorously. His head hurt. He couldn't quite remember what happened last night. It seemed like he was going back to the hotel, but Xiao Nuanyuan kept pulling him to continue drinking with him. Xiao Mingjie thought about it carefully, and then said to Xiao Nuanyuan solemnly, I'm sorry. No matter how they started, in this kind of situation, the girls are always the ones who suffer. This is my first time, Xiao Nuanyuan said. It's my first time too, Xiao Mingjie said. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Finally, Xiao Nuanyuan got up from the bed and said, it's both the first time, so we're even. Let's leave it at that. After saying this, Xiao Nuanyuan walked away. Xiao Mingjie looked at Xiao Nuanyuan's back as she left, scratching his head in annoyance. After Xiao Nuanyuan returned home, she lay down on her princess bed, feeling extremely irritable. How did she end up having sex with Xiao Mingjie without knowing why? Alas, Xiao Nuanyuan sighed heavily. What is this called? Xiao Mingjie is Shan Shan's marriage partner. Although Shan Shan likes Jiang Long, she and Xiao Mingjie have no feelings for each other. Xiao Mingjie is currently still Shan Shan's marriage partner. Shan Shan was her best sister, but she slept with her best sister's marriage partner. No matter how you look at it, this is totally abnormal. Susan was lying on the bed, enjoying Jiang Long rubbing her belly. When she heard her phone ring, she picked up the phone and opened it. After seeing the message above, her eyes widened instantly. 1-1, Xiao Mingjie and I had sex. After reading the message, the girl looked shocked. Jiang Long asked, what's wrong, Shan Shan? Susan held up her cell phone to show Jiang Long. When Jiang Long saw the message sent by Xiao Nuanyuan, the expression on his face was also stunned. Unexpectedly, the relationship between Xiao Mingjie and Xiao Nuanyuan seems to be quite complicated. Susan tapped the screen of her mobile phone with her fingers and quickly sent the message. Shan Nuanyuan, what happened between you and Xiao Mingjie? 1-1. He and I met at the bar last night and drank together, and then we had sex without thinking. After Xiao Nuanyuan sent this message, another message came in immediately. 1-1 Shan, I'm sorry. Susan was a little confused when she saw the message. Shan Nuanyuan, why do you want to say sorry to me? Xiao Nuanyuan's message came quickly. 1-1 because Xiao Mingjie is your marriage partner. Xiao Nuanyuan certainly hopes that Shan and Jiang Long will be together. But let's take a step back and say, what if Shan Shan really married Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Mingjie once slept with her, was together with her good sister Shan Shan. So they share a man. So she and Xiao Mingjie had sex. Xiao Nuanyuan felt that she had to let Shan Shan know. Shan Nuanyuan, I will not marry anyone but Jiang Long in this life. Do you understand? Seeing the message from Shan, Xiao Nuanyuan stared at her phone for a while. Then I tapped the computer screen with my fingers and clicked send. 1-1, I understand. Susan then sent Xiao Nuanyuan a hug emoticon and then another message. Shan Nuanyuan, is there any possibility of further development between you and Xiao Mingjie? Xiao Nuanyuan curled her lips when she saw the message from Susan. How could she possibly develop further with Xiao Mingjie? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They had sex last night. It was just a mistake. It will not have any impact on her future life. Absolutely not. 1-1 impossible. Shan. Oh, Nuanyuan, then you should adjust your mood and come to see me when you are free. 1-1. After Susan and Xiao Nuanyuan finished chatting, she typed something on her phone and showed it to Jiang Long. I feel like 1-1 and Xiao Mingjie are a pair of bickering lovers. Jiang Long smiled and said, there is a saying that goes, those involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see more clearly. Hearing this, Susan also smiled. Maybe her 1-1 was deeply involved in the situation without realizing it. At night, Susan huddled in Jiang Long's arms. Jiang Long's big hand was warm on her belly. Whenever she had a stomachache, Jiang Long would rub her stomach. Her Jiang Long is really nice. Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. Are your hands tired? Jiang Long shook his head gently, not tired. His big hand was on the little girl's belly. He rubbed the soft flesh on the little girl's belly again and again. That feel, exquisite, soft and tender, slightly elastic touch. He couldn't put it down. Why do I feel tired? Susan laughed. In view of Jiang Long's good performance that day, of course she would reward him. Susan jumped up and wanted to give Jiang Long a kiss as a reward. Who would have thought? As she surged upward, Jiang Long's hand was attached to, on the little girl's belly. Accidentally. Moved to. Susan's face instantly turned red. After feeling something, Zhang Long quickly moved his hand away, a face full of embarrassment. Because Su Shanshan was shy, she shrank her little head into Zhang Long's chest. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two became a little strange. There was silence in the air for a moment. Zhang Long said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that." Susan held Zhang Long's clothes tightly with her two little hands and rubbed her little head against Zhang Long's chest. "Stinky River Dragon. Obviously this matter will be over soon. Why did he bring it up again? Shameless. So shameless." Seeing that the little girl was shyly curled up in his arms, Zhang Long reached out and rubbed the little girl's furry little head. "You're so shy now, but weren't you very brave yesterday?" Susan, who was curled up in Zhang Long's chest, blushed and pouted. Bad Zhang Long. How could he do this? Yesterday she was mentally prepared, even though she was very shy. But, he did touch her. This is so embarrassing. Susan's little hand reached out to Zhang Long's clothes. The little hand pinched Zhang Long's waist. Then slowly go up. Find those 2 points. A little hand pinches one. Zhang Long hissed in pain and begged for mercy. "Don't pinch me." Chapter 190. She just wants to indulge him. Hearing this, Susan raised her little head, pouted her lips, and looked at Zhang Long. The little hand pinched again. Zhang Long frowned and said in a deep voice, "You little rascal, you need to be punished, don't you?" Susan stuck out her tongue playfully at Zhang Long and giggled. Zhang Long exhaled, his eyes fixed on the little girl's face. Then, the big hand went directly into the girl's clothes. On the trembling white rabbit, I needed it twice. In an instant, Susan's face turned red and almost bled, and her eyes became wet. Stinky River Dragon. Bad Zhang Long. Treating her like that. Zhang Long was obviously not satisfied. As if by some strange coincidence, the actions became more reckless. Susan was so embarrassed that she couldn't bear it. Stinky River Dragon. Big pervert. Why didn't he stop? Bad guy. Until Susan's little hand pressed on Zhang Long's hand. Zhang Long then stopped. Pulled his hand out. It feels so good. He will be unable to stop. Zhang Long licked the corner of his mouth and said shamelessly, "Shanshan, your meat is so tender." Su Shanshan looked shy and glared at Zhang Long fiercely. "The meat there? Of course it's tender." Snort, snort, snort. Zhang Long is a super pervert. Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. "Go to sleep, you big pervert." Zhang Long smiled slightly. "Since Shanshan called me a pervert, I can't live up to this title." Zhang Long stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the little girl. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you still going to let me go, huh?" Susan not know what the pervert was thinking. She nodded shyly. Indulge this big pervert. Will he push it further? But she just wanted to indulge him. That night, Zhang Long slept extremely hard. The little girl lay beside him, hugging him all the time. It really tortured him. In my sleep, he didn't even know how many times he had done such blushing things with the little girl. It would be strange if he could sleep well on a night like this. In the morning, after getting up, Susan noticed that Zhang Long looked depressed. Susan opened her mouth, lip-synced, and asked, "Zhang Long, you don't look very well. Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Long quickly shook his head. "No, I'm fine." Susan was still a little worried. Zhang Long had dark circles under his eyes, and he looked a little off. She opened her mouth again and lip-synced. "Don't lie to me. Shanshan, I didn't lie to you." Zhang Long said. He couldn't tell the little girl. He had been dreaming about that with the little girl last night. He was in torment and agony all night. That's why it became like this. Such an embarrassing thing. How could he have the nerve to say that to the little girl? After breakfast, the medical team came over shortly afterwards. The medical team brought the most advanced medical equipment and gave Susan a full-body examination. The conclusion is still that there is nothing wrong with Susan's physical indicators. I am still helpless in the situation where I cannot speak. Susan has gradually adapted to life without being able to speak. She is very happy with the conclusion of the medical team. She didn't have too many expectations in her heart, so after hearing the test results, she naturally didn't feel too disappointed. Zhang Long felt differently. He was eager for the girl to be able to speak again, but the result remained unchanged, and Zhang Long couldn't help feeling depressed. Before the medical team left, Susan typed something on her phone and showed it to the doctor. Nodded after seeing the content on Susan's phone. Then the doctor turned his attention to Zhang Long. Zhang Long was a little puzzled as he saw the doctor suddenly staring at him. Susan came to Zhang Long, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. Let the doctor take a look at it for you. The medical team happened to come over today, and they could check on Jiang Long to prevent her from worrying too much. Shan, I'm really fine, no need to check. Jiang Long said quickly. Susan shook her head and pushed Jiang Long in front of the doctor. Jiang Long was pushed in front of the doctor and had to let the doctor take a look at him. The doctor took Jiang Long's pulse and gave him a brief examination, then said, Your condition is caused by unsatisfied desires. You are listless and have kidney deficiency and qi stagnation. When the doctor said this, Jiang Long's face was filled with embarrassment. Susan, who was standing nearby, blushed when she heard this. So, Jiang Long was because of that kind of thing? Next, the doctor told Jiang Long a lot of things. The more Jiang Long and Su Shanshan listened, the more embarrassed they became. After everyone left, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan were the only ones left in the room. Jiang Long looked at the little girl with embarrassment, and he said, Shanshan, don't listen to what the doctor said just now. I know my own situation. Susan stared at Jiang Long with her beautiful eyes, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. Don't hold it in from now on. Susan didn't know what to say. Jiang Long had not yet planned to take the final step with her. So, when he is not satisfied, he'd better vent it himself. The doctor said that it's easy to get sick if you hold it in. Jiang Long scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Last night was really tough. Susan blushed, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. At worst, I can help you later. After saying that, Susan lowered her head shyly. Jiang Long felt his forehead throbbing. The impact of this sentence is really too great. In the afternoon, Susan wanted to walk around the manor with Jiang Long, but Jiang Long said he didn't want to go out. Yesterday, Susan wanted to stroll around the manor with Jiang Long, but Jiang Long didn't want to go out. Susan discovered that Jiang Long seemed to only like staying in his room and didn't want to go out. Suddenly, Susan seemed to know what was going on. Jiang Long definitely doesn't want to stay here. Jiang Long was willing to stay here only for her. In fact, compared to the Su family manor, Su Shanshan also prefers the days with Jiang Long in Qing City. At that time, they were free and could do whatever they wanted, instead of like it is now. Susan rolled her eyes, then dialed the manor's internal line and called Butler Zhang over. Su Mingcheng, who was far away in Country M, received a call from Butler Zhang. He thought carefully. Shanshan is right. If she feels better, she might be able to speak again soon. However, Shanshan wanted to go back to Qing City with that poor boy. Su Mingcheng frowned, feeling very conflicted. Shanshan finally returned to the Su family from the poor boy in Qing City. Now he personally sent Shanshan back to the poor boy in Qing City. No matter how Su Mingcheng thought about it, he felt uncomfortable, so he had not given an accurate answer yet. I will post another chapter when it is finished. Chapter 191 Couple Name. In the afternoon, Jiang Long and Susan finished typing on the balcony. Susan looked at Jiang Long and opened his mouth, lips syncing, and asked him, Jiang Long, do you dislike staying here? Jiang Long looked at the girl steadily and shook his head. No. Susan opened her mouth again and asked Jiang Long, do you prefer staying here or in Qing City? I'm all the same. Jiang Long replied, although it's not very comfortable to stay here, but there is a little girl here. As long as the little girl is around, he can do anything. Susan already had the answer in her heart, but when she heard Jiang Long say this, she felt warm inside. It was like warm sunshine shining into her heart. Susan looked at Jiang Long with eyes full of tenderness. Her Jiang Long is always so good. It would be great if her father could agree to her proposal. I just don't know what my father is thinking. 3 days later, Su Mingcheng agreed to Su Shanshan's proposal, but Su Mingcheng also had his own considerations. If Shanshan and that poor boy were in Qing City and her situation remained unchanged, he would not let Shanshan and that poor boy stay together forever. On the road in Qing City, a business car was driving on the road. Jiang Long sat in the driver's seat, and Su Shanshan sat in the passenger seat. Both of them had smiles on their faces. They are finally going back to their home. A few hours later, their business car stopped in front of the pet store. Susan was very happy to see Hua, whom she hadn't seen for many days. She held Hua tightly in her arms, stroking her little head with her small hands. Looking at Hua carefully. After not seeing each other for a long time, Hua has grown up a little bit. Susan and Hua kissed each other again. It's just that she can't call Hua by her name now, which is a pity. These days, Hua has been fostered in a pet shop. He must miss them a lot. After a while, Jiang Long, Susan Shan, and Hua, a family of 3, returned to the apartment. As soon as she entered the house, Susan looked at the home she hadn't seen for many days, with a happy smile on her face. She finally returned to her home with Jang, a home of their own. The apartment had not been occupied for many days, and the room was covered with a layer of dust. After Susan put Hua on the ground, she and Zhang started to clean up the house. Zhang originally wanted to let the girl rest while he cleaned up the mess by himself. Susan disagreed and wanted to clean the room with Zhang. An hour later, the two of them finally cleaned the room. Zhang sat on the sofa, holding the little girl in his arms. They had experienced such moments countless times. But this time, they sat on the sofa hugging each other, but they looked very different. Su Shanshan hugged Zhang his waist with both hands and stared at Zhang with her big eyes. Zhang was also looking at her. The two of them laughed as they watched. That evening, Zhang and Su Shanshan were invited to a welcoming banquet hosted by David and Su Fei. In the restaurant, Zhang, David, and Su Fei were chatting over cups. During this period, neither David nor Su Fei mentioned Zhang and Su Shanshan's situation in the capital. Several people have a good understanding. Susan was eating next to them, listening to their conversation quietly. All four of them were very happy with the meal. At night, Zhang and Su Shanshan lay down on the big bed in the apartment. They both had happy smiles on their faces. At this moment, I feel extremely relieved. Zhang Longqing stroked the girl's hair and kissed her forehead. Zhang was in a very good mood to be able to return to Qing City. His days at the Su family manor were very enjoyable. Zhang was very depressed, but he couldn't show it in front of the little girl. He was afraid that the little girl would feel uncomfortable if she saw it. Fortunately, he and the little girl returned to their home. Susan looked at Zhang, opened her mouth, and lip-synced. Let's find a girlfriend for Hua tomorrow. Zhang nodded. Okay. Susan smiled. Thinking about Hua being alone and without company these days, he must be very unhappy. The more she thought about it, the more upset Susan felt. That's why she decided to find a girlfriend for Hua. If she and Zhang don't have time to accompany Hua will have a girlfriend to accompany him, and he won't be lonely anymore. The next day, Zhang and Su Shanshan went to the pet market. They walked around the pet market for a long time, and Susan chose a pure white cat with long fur and big, cute eyes. Susan asked Zhang for his opinion, and Zhang also thought that this white cat was good. The two hit it off immediately and decided to buy the white cat and give it to Hua as her girlfriend. After returning home, Susan put the white cat next to Hua. The two cats tested each other for a while, and then started playing happily together. Susan looked at Zhang and smiled, then opened her mouth and lip-synced. They started playing together so quickly. Zhang raised his eyebrows and looked at Hua, who kept chasing after the white cat with a look of disinterest on his face. He smiled and said, I can see that Hua likes his girlfriend very much. Susan laughed, opened her mouth, and mouthed, Of course, you're not happy that you have a girlfriend? Zhang reached out and rubbed the little girl's furry head, looking at her with eyes full of doting. Happy, of course I am happy. Having a girlfriend like Shanshan is the greatest blessing in my life. Susan's smile was so bright and beautiful. She opened her mouth and lip-synced. Of course not. After saying that, Su Shanshan stuck out her tongue at Zhang. Zhang directly held the little girl's head and kissed her. They kissed for a while and then separated with a smile. Susan was extremely happy seeing Hua and the little white cat having so much fun. Susan opened her mouth and lip-synced. Zhang, what name should we give the little white cat? Hua now has a name, so of course Hua's girlfriend must also have a name. Zhang thought about it and considered it carefully. He said, Shanshan, what do you think of calling me Hua? Hearing Zhang's words, Su Shanshan laughed. Just now, she just happened to think of the name Hua. It seems that she and Zhang are really in tune with each other. Susan nodded vigorously, agreeing very much. Zhang said again, when we first named Hua, we chose the name Hua, but we felt that the name Hua was not suitable for Hua. Now, it is just right to name Hua's girlfriend Hua. Hua and Hua sound like couple names. Susan nodded slowly. Hua and Hua are nice names for a couple. In the end, Zhang and Su Shanshan agreed to name the little white cat Hua. Chapter 192 Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Zhang and Su Shanshan went out wearing light gray couple sportswear. The two of them held hands along the way. Their good looks Plus, their light gray couple sportswear attracted a lot of people's attention. In the past, when Susan and Jiang Long were in Qing City, she was fully armed every time she went out. This was the first time that Susan and Jiang Long went out without covering her face. They held hands, just like millions of ordinary couples in the world, enjoying their pleasant time. The two had lunch at a small shop near the apartment, and then Jiang Long rode his electric scooter with Su Shanshan on his back towards the beach. Since they got the business car, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan have been driving it for travel. The two of them hadn't ridden an electric scooter for a long time, and they felt it was nice to ride one occasionally. Su Shanshan held Jiang Long's waist tightly with both hands, and her body pressed tightly against Jiang Long's. She had a sweet, happy smile on her face. Susan couldn't help but think of the first time she rode an electric scooter. Her eyes were full of curiosity. She sat behind Jiang Long, and her fingers were carefully around Jiang Long's waist. Unlike now, she can hug Jiang Long however she wants. Because Jiang Long is hers, Suddenly, Susan got up from Jiang Long's back, put one hand around Jiang Long's waist, and used the index finger of the other hand to draw on Jiang Long's back. Jiang Long in front frowned. What was the little girl drawing on his back? How come he couldn't feel it? After Susan finished drawing, she began to write on Jiang Long's back. This time, Jiang Long felt what the little girl wrote. Jiang Long's mouth corners slightly raised. You are mine. These are the 4 words the little girl wrote on his back. Jiang Long tilted his head and said to the girl, Shanshan, I will always be yours. When Su Shanshan heard Jiang Long's words, her heart felt as if it was filled with honey. Susan's index finger was writing words on Jiang Long's back again. After Jiang Long felt what the girl was writing, the smile on his face got bigger. Because the girl wrote on his back, I am yours forever. Jiang Long took his hand off the handlebars and placed it on the little girl's hand that was holding his waist. The palm of the big hand and the back of the small hand are pressed together. Their warmth is transmitted to each other. It's like the two of them, they have become an inseparable part of each other. After a few seconds, Jiang Long took his big hand away from the back of the girl's hand and held it on the handlebar again. After all, safety is the most important thing. Soon, they arrived at the beach. This time, it was the first time that Jiang Long and Su Shanshan came to the beach during the day. After the two people parked the electric donkey, they walked hand in hand on the beach, feeling the sea breeze blowing gently through their hair, watching the seagulls flying in the sky. There is warm sunshine above my head and sandy beach under my feet. The time we spend together is always the best. At this time, they noticed that there was a couple taking wedding photos not far away. The two people's eyes involuntarily followed the couple. The girl wearing a white veil and a wedding dress is looking into the distance with a bright smile on her face. The boy next to the girl was wearing a white suit. He looked at the girl with tenderness. Under the guidance of the photographer, a perfect wedding photo was born instantly. After this photo was taken, the girl's eyes instantly turned to the boy. The moment their eyes met, they smiled at each other, their eyes full of love that could not be concealed. Susan thought that this couple must be very much in love. The way they looked at each other couldn't lie. In her heart, she silently sent her sincere blessings to the couple who were about to enter the marriage hall. She hopes that all lovers in the world can finally get married. Of course, what she hopes most is that she and Jiang Long can be together happily forever. After Susan turned her eyes away from the couple taking wedding photos at the beach, it just happened to meet Jiang Long's eyes. Jiang Long reached out and rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, I'm a little excited. What will my Shanshan look like in a wedding dress? Hearing this, Susan laughed. She was also looking forward to what Jiang Long would look like in a suit. Jiang Long then added, my Shanshan must be the most beautiful bride in the world when she puts on her wedding dress. Susan Shan opened her mouth to Jiang Long and said, I guess the boy who took the wedding photos must think that his girlfriend is the most beautiful bride in the world in her wedding dress. Jiang Long smiled and nodded. Yes. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. I believe every boy would think that his girl is the most beautiful bride in the world when she wears a wedding dress. I don't know what she was thinking of. Susan's beautiful eyes turned around. She let go of Jiang Long's hand. The little hand suddenly reached into Jiang Long's trouser pocket. Jiang Long was stunned for a moment. What are you going to do, little girl? In public? Not very good. Just as Jiang Long was daydreaming, Susan took out the phone from Jiang Long's trouser pocket, unlocked it, and turned on the camera function. Jiang Long cleared his throat. Ahem. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. He thought the girl was going to do something to him just now. Susan tugged at Zhang Long's clothes, signaling him to lower his head. Zhang Long understood and posed according to the girl's request. Soon a photo of the couple at the beach came out. Susan took another photo of the two of them, but this photo, their background is the boy and girl who were taking wedding photos at the beach. Zhang Long looked at the photos the girl had taken and smiled. Su Shanshan also looked at Zhang Long with a smile. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhang Long on the lips. Zhang Long raised his eyebrows and turned on the camera function on his phone. He kissed the little girl on the mouth. At the same time, his phone captured the moment of their kiss. After taking the photo, Zhang Long showed the kissing photo to the girl. Susan stared at the photo, her face turning red. Why does it feel like Zhang Long kissed her? The feeling of lust. I'm so excited. Suddenly, an interesting idea popped up in Susan's little head. When I got home, she wants to practice it with Zhang Long. Susan looked at Zhang Long and opened her mouth. I like it very much. Then should we take more kissing photos in the future? Zhang Long said with a smile. Susan nodded happily. She picked up Zhang Long's phone, found Xian Yuanyuan's WeChat, and sent the photo to him. Torture this single dog, Nuan. Can she be considered a best friend now? The two continued walking on the beach. At this time, Zhang Long's cell phone rang. Zhang Long took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket, opened it, and frowned. Susan saw Zhang Long frowning, so she quickly picked up Zhang Long's phone and looked at it. After reading it, Susan looked embarrassed. Oops. She really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Chapter 193 sent to the wrong group. Susan quickly opened her mouth to explain to Zhang Long. Sorry, I wanted to send this photo to Nuanyuan, but I don't know how it got to your classmates' group. I guess a message suddenly popped up in the class group, so the girl accidentally sent the wrong photo. It's okay. Zhang Long reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. Zhang Long took the phone and saw one teasing message after another in the class group. His head hurts a little. Brother Long has a girlfriend. This is a show of affection 6. You want to torture me, a single dog, to death. Are there any more exciting photos? Please post more. I love to see them. This was followed by a drooling emoji. Zhang Long was about to explain. Suddenly another message popped up in the group. Is this girl Qin Xiao? Many people knew that he pursued Qin Xiao when he was in college. Su Shanshan, who was standing next to Zhang Long, happened to see this message in the group. Susan's face immediately turned ugly. Zhang Long tapped the screen of his phone and explained in the group, I have no relationship with Qin Xiao. Please don't associate me with her in the future. The girl in the photo is my girlfriend. I accidentally sent the wrong photo just now. I'm really sorry, everyone. Zhang Long sent 3 messages to the group in a row, and the group was silent for a moment. Afterwards, many classmates sent their blessings. Zhang Long thanked them, and the group fell silent. Zhang Long was just about to put his phone in his trouser pocket when he suddenly received a message from David. Zhang Long clicked on the message and saw David's teasing. Brother Long, this kissing photo of you and your sister-in-law is pretty nice. Followed by a grinning emoji. David had already seen the message that Zhang Long sent to the group. He thought that Brother Long was deliberately showing off his affection in the group, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Seeing David's teasing, Zhang Long tapped the screen of his mobile phone and sent it. Go away. After replying the message, Zhang Long put his phone in his trouser pocket. Zhang Long only noticed at this moment that the little girl had a tense face. Zhang Long hurriedly asked, Shan, what's wrong? Susan pouted and kicked the sand on the beach with her little feet. She ignored Zhang Long and continued walking forward. Zhang Long suddenly stopped in front of the little girl, held her shoulders with both hands, looked in her eyes and said, Shan, we agreed before that we shouldn't let insignificant people affect our relationship. Have you forgotten? Zhang Long had just reacted. The girl must have seen someone in the group mention Qin Xiao's name, which was why she ignored her. After hearing Zhang Long's words, Susan nodded. However, she glared at Zhang Long fiercely. Susan looked at it and opened her mouth. Squat down and carry me. Hearing this, Zhang Long squatted down obediently. Su Shanshan came behind Zhang Long and climbed onto his back. Her hands tightly held Zhang Long's neck. Zhang Long stood up, held the little girl's but with both hands, and continued to walk forward. As long as the girl is happy, he will do anything. Behind Zhang Long stared at Zhang Long's ears, then opened her mouth. He bit Zhang Long's ear. Zhang Long hissed in pain. Susan quickly let go of Zhang Long's ear. Zhang Long tilted his head and said, "You can bite the other one too." Hearing this, Susan quickly shook her head. In Zhang Long's classmate group, I saw that Zhang Long's classmates regarded him and Qin Xiao as a couple. She was really unhappy. Zhang Long could only kiss her. It couldn't be the one called Qin Xiao. Snort. Of course, Susan knew that Zhang Long couldn't be blamed for this. It's just that she was very, very unhappy just now. Therefore, she could only vent her anger to Zhang Long. Bit Zhang Long, see her. Susan regretted it again. She herself is very contradictory. Susan blew on the ear of Zhang Long that she had just bitten, and then kissed it. Zhang Long smiled and said nothing. He continued walking with the girl on his back. Suddenly, Susan noticed that there was a girl in a sky blue dress sitting on the beach not far away, with a bunch of white chrysanthemums beside her. The girl in the blue dress took a chrysanthemum from the bouquet of white chrysanthemums and put it into the sea, letting the waves carry the white chrysanthemum away. The girl in the blue skirt stared at the white chrysanthemum flower in the distance. She took another chrysanthemum from the bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Repeating the previous action, Susan felt somewhat uncomfortable when she saw this scene. This girl must be mourning someone very important to her. Zhang Long also noticed the girl in the blue skirt at the beach. The girl in the blue skirt really didn't fit in with the people playing at the beach. It was difficult for Zhang Long not to pay attention. However, Zhang Long always felt that the back of the girl in the blue skirt looked familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember where she was. Susan and Zhang Long played at the beach for a while. Until the sunset glows, the rosy clouds are tinged with halo. The two walked back hand in hand. On the way back, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan still saw the girl in the blue skirt sitting on the beach. But the bouquet of white chrysanthemums next to the girl in the blue dress has disappeared. It seems that all the white chrysanthemums have drifted into the sea, drifting towards the person the girl in the blue dress mourned for. For some reason, Su Shanshan took Zhang Long's hand and unconsciously walked to the side of the girl in the blue skirt. At this moment, the girl in the blue skirt was looking into the depths of the sea. I don't know what to write. The girl in the blue skirt seemed to have not noticed the presence of Susan and Zhang Long. Immersed in my own world. After Zhang Long saw the face of the girl in the blue skirt, the expression on his face was obviously stunned. Zhang Long recognized that the girl in the blue skirt was the one who had emotional problems in the elevator. Later, the girl and her sister went to visit him to thank him. Zhang Long quickly pulled the girl aside. While he was explaining how he met the girl in the blue skirt, he kept an eye on her movements. Zhang Long always felt that the girl in the blue skirt was a little weird. Thinking about what happened to the girl in the blue skirt in the elevator, Zhang Long was really afraid that the girl in the blue skirt would jump into the sea. Zhang Long couldn't understand why he thought this way, but he just had this illusion. Susan listened to Zhang Long's story quietly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Long had helped the girl in the blue skirt before. Just when Zhang Long was telling the girl about the blue skirt girl and her sister secretly leaving him a bank card, Zhang Long didn't notice and saw the girl in the blue skirt walking towards the sea. Chapter 194. The feet are cold, the heart is warm. A few minutes later, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan rescued the girl in the blue dress from the sea and brought her to the beach. After the girl in the blue dress returned to the beach, she squatted on the beach and cried loudly. Susan's face was filled with worry. She squatted beside the girl in the blue skirt, wanting to ask her what was going on. Susan opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She had no choice but to pat the girl's shoulder gently to comfort her. Susan looked up at Zhang Long. Zhang Long was also looking at the girl. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Long said softly, "Wait until she finishes crying. The girl in the blue skirt needs an outlet to vent her emotions. Maybe once she finishes crying, she'll feel better." All Zhang Long and Su Shanshan could do at this time was to stay with the girl in the blue dress. After a long while, the girl in the blue skirt finally calmed down. Susan beside her then raised her head to look at Zhang Long, who was standing next to Susan. The girl in the blue dress opened her mouth and said to them, "Thank you." Susan glanced at Zhang Long and tugged at his trouser legs. Zhang Long opened his mouth and said to the girl in the blue skirt, "You only have one life. You have to cherish it, okay?" The girl in the blue dress nodded, her lips trembling slightly. Slowly speaking, I saw Ming Ming and walked into the sea without knowing it. Hearing what the girl in the blue dress said, Zhang Long and Su Shanshan looked at each other with complicated emotions in their eyes. Zhang Long originally thought that the girl in the blue dress was strange, and now Zhang Long thinks that the girl in the blue dress is even more abnormal. Susan opened her mouth towards Zhang Long. "Give me the phone, Dot." Zhang Long took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and handed it to the girl. Susan took the phone, tapped on the screen, and then held it in front of the girl in the blue dress. "Hello, my name is Susan. I can't speak now for some reason. He is my boyfriend. His name is Zhang Long." After the girl in the blue skirt saw the words on the phone, she nodded at Susan and then looked at Zhang Long. Susan continued typing on her phone. "I heard from Zhang Long that you and he knew each other before." The girl in the blue skirt nodded again and slowly opened her mouth. "Yes, he helped me." Susan typed on her phone again. "Zhang Long, and I can be your audience." Susan had listened to Zhang Long's story about the girl in the blue skirt before, and the girl in the blue skirt had just experienced the same thing. Maybe if the girl in the blue dress tells her story, she will feel better. Susan didn't know why she cared so much about the girl in the blue dress. Maybe it's empathy. Susan quietly for a few seconds. Then she stared at Zhang Long's face for a few seconds and then nodded. "Three people, sitting on the beach." The girl in the blue skirt slowly spoke. "My name is Qin Zian. Ming Ming is my friend. She died on this beach by the sea." Qin Zian's voice gradually became choked with sobs. Susan and Zhang Long listened quietly without saying anything. However, they both felt very heavy-hearted at this moment. Qin Zian sniffed, looked into the depths of the sea, and then slowly spoke. She was bullied online and took an overdose of sleeping pills on this beach and committed suicide. Hearing the word suicide, Susan's brows were furrowed. Her heart could no longer be at peace. Zhang Long's expression was serious and his mood was complicated. It's been a whole year since she left this world, a whole year. Talking. Qin Zian's eyes unconsciously slid down tears. Tears dripped down her cheeks onto the beach. Soon her tears will merge with the sea. She likes to help every student. She loves to laugh. She has a very cheerful personality. She is a very cute girl. She is such a good girl. Why did she die? Why did those people cyberbully her? Why? After saying this, Qin Zian burst into tears. Zhang Long and Su Shanshan were worried about Qin Zian's condition, so they took a taxi to send Qin Zian back to the apartment. They planned to pick up their electric scooter tomorrow. Back home, Susan first released Hua and Hua from the cage. After Hua and Hua came out of the cage, they rubbed against Susan's trouser legs. Zhang Long said, "Shanshan, go change your clothes first." Susan looked at Zhang Long and nodded. She put one of her two little hands on Hua's little head. The other one is attached to Hua's little head. After rubbing it for a few times, Susan washed her hands and returned to the bedroom. Susan took off her clothes and put on pajamas. In order to save Qin Zian at the beach, both her and Zhang Long's pants were wet, and their shoes were also soaked. After Susan changed, she returned to the living room. At this time, Zhang Long had just prepared kitten food and water for Hua and Hua. Su Shanshan came to Zhang Long and opened her mouth to him. "Would you like to change your clothes or take a shower?" Zhang Long's gaze shifted from the little girl's face to her bare feet. Zhang Long frowned slightly, picked up the girl by the waist, and carried her back to the big bed in the bedroom. Zhang Long quickly took off his pants and changed into a pair of pajamas. Susan sat on the bed. "Take off Zhang Long's pants." The whole process of changing pants can be seen clearly. This stinky Zhang Long, what is he going to do? Could it be that he took her back to the bedroom just to let her? Look at him changing his pants. But Zhang Long's figure is really good, especially his waist and buttocks. Susan couldn't help but become infatuated with him again. Zhang Long quickly came to sit beside the little girl. He held the little girl's two little feet tightly in his hands. "It's so cold." Zhang Long frowned even deeper. The big hands rubbed the little girl's feet again and again. Su Shanshan looked at Zhang Long's worried expression. The corners of her mouth raised a little. Although her feet were cold, but her heart was warm. Zhang Long's big hands rubbed the little girl's calves again. Susan opened her mouth and asked Zhang Long, "Are your feet cold?" Zhang Long shook his head. "Not cold." "Shanshan, why are your feet so cold?" Susan opened her mouth and said, "I don't know either. Maybe it's a physical problem." Zhang Long responded calmly, "Yeah. Originally, men and women have different body structures. Some women's bodies may be more delicate. Suddenly, One of Susan's little feet broke free from Jiang Long's big hand. She put her feet into Jiang Long's clothes. It was pressed against Jiang Long's chest. Susan stuck out her tongue at Jiang Long playfully. Laughing, he opened his mouth and said, "It's warmer to cover your feet here." Chapter 195, Why didn't you say you liked it earlier? Jiang Long looked at the little girl and smiled. He took the little girl's other foot and put it in his clothes, on the chest. Jiang Long raised his eyebrows and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier if you like this?" It was obviously his hands that were warmer. What was the little girl thinking? Jiang Long saw it clearly. Susan's face flushed, with a smile always on her lips. Her two little feet are still naughty. Rubbed Jiang Long's chest. Jiang Long licked the corner of his mouth and exhaled deeply. Whispered, "Show off." Susan made faces at Jiang Long and chuckled. Jiang Long held the little girl's 2 feet with one hand. One hand pulled the little girl's calf. He pulled the little girl over. Su Shanshan took the opportunity to throw herself into Jiang Long's arms. 2 small hands tightly grasped Jiang Long's clothes. Susan pouted at Jiang Long. Jiang Long fiercely. Stinky river dragon. Suddenly he pulled her over. It scared her. Looking at the little girl pouting her lips, Jiang Long couldn't help but kiss the little girl's soft mouth. A few kisses. After the two of them finished their meal, they rode together. After finishing the coating, the two sat on the sofa, eating fruit and chatting. The two of them unknowingly talked about Qin Ziyin and Meng Meng mentioned by Qin Ziyin. The atmosphere between the two people became inexplicably depressing. Jiang Long looked at the little girl and said, "In fact, some people appear to be sunny, cheerful, and enthusiastic. Maybe it was all her disguise. She just wanted everyone to see her beautiful side. Her own vulnerability had been hidden." Susan listened to Jiang Long's story quietly. Jiang Long couldn't help but think of the report he saw 2 years ago. A boy named Zhou Zhou was bullied online. The incident of taking medicine to commit suicide at the beach. Jiang Long reached out and gently rubbed the little girl's head. He exhaled deeply from his mouth. Slowly asked, "Shanshan, 2 years ago, a boy from Zhou died from cyberbullying. Did you know about this?" Susan shook her head, her big eyes fixed on Jiang Long's face, waiting for Jiang Long to continue. "It's a very sad story." Jiang Long paused for a moment, then continued. "A boy named Zhou posted a video on the internet looking for his relatives and attracted widespread attention from netizens. Unexpectedly, he successfully found his biological parents within more than a month. He thought his life would get better after finding his biological parents. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. He never imagined that he was sold by his biological parents. He had always thought that he was abducted by human traffickers. Moreover, his biological parents had long since separated, and each had their own family. Each of them as children. In fact, regarding this recognition, Zhou's biological parents thought that Zhou was a burden. Later, some things happened between Zhou and his biological parents and conflicts arose. After Zhou published the screenshots of his chat with his biological father and mother online, some netizens questioned whether Zhou was hyping up the incident to gain sympathy from netizens. As a result, I encountered cyber violence. Finally, Zhou committed suicide by taking medicine at the beach and died after failed rescue efforts. Jiang Long paused for a moment and continued. Afterwards, some media interviewed Zhou's teachers and classmates. They all felt deeply sorry for Zhou's death. They all said that Zhou was helpful and positive. I didn't expect that he would end up committing suicide. After listening to Jiang Long's account of the Zhou incident, Susan felt particularly heavy-hearted. Zhou, a boy, was born with a miserable life and was abandoned by his biological parents. The final online violence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Well, in this world, why are there always so many poor people? After finishing his speech, Jiang Long sighed heavily. Looking at the little girl's red eyes, Jiang Long hugged the little girl tightly in her arms. The two of them hugged each other tightly for a long time before separating. Su Shanshan stared at Jiang Long and opened her mouth. Compared with Zhou, we are so lucky. Jiang Long nodded heavily. He thought of his father and mother. He is so lucky to be born in such a family. I have such a good father and mother. Unlike Zhou, who was abandoned by his biological parents. The next day, Jiang Long and Su Shanshan had just finished breakfast. Then I heard a knock on the door. Jiang Long came to the door, opened it, and saw the person standing at the door. Zhang Long was visibly stunned. Zhang Long quickly called out, "Brother Xian." Lin Yuxuan responded calmly, "Yeah." Zhang Long was wondering, how did Lin Yuxuan know that he lived here? How to get to your door? What does this mean? Lin Yuxuan looked at Zhang Long and said, "Why don't you invite me in and sit down?" Zhang Long quickly invited Lin Yuxuan in. Lin Yuxuan just sat on the sofa in the living room. Susan just came out of the bathroom. Zhang Long quickly walked to the little girl's side. He pulled the girl to Lin Yuxuan and introduced her. "Shan Shan, this is Brother Xian, whom you have met before." Susan looked at Lin Yuxuan and grinned. Zhang Long wants to introduce a little girl to Lin Yuxuan again. Then, the girl walked away from him and sat next to Lin Yuxuan. The expression on Zhang Long's face froze in place. "What's going on, little girl?" Lin Yuxuan looked at Su Shanshan and said, "Little girl, how have you been lately?" Susan smiled and nodded to Lin Yuxuan. In the imperial capital, Lin Yuxuan knew everything that happened to the Su family. Still appreciated Zhang Long's courage in going to the imperial capital alone. But I didn't expect that the little girl couldn't speak after she fell ill. The little girl is so cute. She has always been very sweet. Every time she saw him, the little girl would call him cousin first and cousin later. Now, I saw with my own eyes that the little girl couldn't speak. Without saying a word, Lin Yuxuan felt very uncomfortable. "Don't worry, you will be able to speak soon." For a moment, Lin Yuxuan didn't know how to comfort the little girl. Zhang Long was a little confused, his eyes widened. His eyes moved back and forth between the little girl and Lin Yuxuan. "What's going on? What's going on?" It seems like the girl and Lin Yuxuan have a very good relationship. What is going on? At this time, Zhang Long had a lot of question marks in his mind. Zhang Long quickly came to Su Shanshan, grabbed the little girl's wrist, and pulled her from Lin Yuxuan to his side. Chapter 196. As soon as he acted like a spoiled child, he was completely controlled.